Chapter 1943. The attack was too fast. The crowd only saw a rogue clan peak ultimate god being killed on the spot as the seal struck horizontally. This was still a corpse. How were they supposed to live if the corpse was so powerful? This seal must be a divine emperor treasure. Only a divine emperor treasure can unleash such power. Someone immediately realized that the seal was extraordinary. It was a divine emperor treasure. It should be of high quality. A corpse could easily kill an ultimate god. What if it fell into their hands? It would be even more powerful. Grab it. The seal is mine. Many people could not help but attack. What a terrifying corpse. Lin Fei stared at the corpse and said. Hairball's eyes lit up as she stared at the corpse and drooled. Master, I want to eat this corpse. It's good for me. Anything that could make Hairball say it was good was definitely good. At the same time, it was also of great help to cultivation. Even if it was a corpse, and a broken corpse at that. Hairball was a primordial evil dragon. She was very sensitive to things that could help her. What did you find? Lin Fei asked curiously. Hairball stared at the corpse. This corpse contains terrifying blood essence. Although it's dead, the blood essence is still there. It seems to be sealed by someone. If I eat more of these corpses, I think I can make a breakthrough in the tomb of the gods and become a divine beast. Lin Fei took a closer look and found some clues. What a powerful blood essence. It's stronger than any ultimate god's blood essence. Lin Fei's blood essence was strong and the corpse in front of him was not weak at all. In less than a moment, the broken corpse had killed more than 10 ultimate gods. It was extremely powerful. Let's do it. Hairball becoming a divine beast was a big deal for Lin Fei. He used his space domain to suppress the corpse. Dongfang Yijian turned into a shadow and blasted the broken corpse. After Lin Fei made his move, the others all retreated. No one dared to stay in the time domain. Just now, they had all realized how terrifying the corpse was. They had never seen such a horrifying corpse. Even in death, he could still unleash a tyrannical attack. This is an invincible ultimate god. Lin Fei's time domain pressed down, and his space blade slashed out. It was unknown how many times he slashed at the corpse, but he was unable to kill it. Instead, he realized that it was extraordinary. Dongfang Yijian was very knowledgeable. At this moment, he could not help but cry out in alarm. His expression also became incomparably grave. This must be an invincible ultimate god who has been dead for dozens of eras. Only an invincible ultimate god's body can remain intact after death and retain the subconscious mind from when he was alive. Dongfang Yijian kept attacking, hoping to find a flaw. It was also Lin Fei's first time seeing an existence of this realm. Invincible. No matter which era it was, it would be a top-notch existence. Even an invincible ultimate god who was truly invincible in the same realm could not sit in that position. Lin Fei was surprised to find a corpse that was once an invincible divine lord. No wonder Hairball said it was very nutritious. Lin Fei understood. Although the broken corpse was strong, Lin Fei wanted to suppress it and give Hairball a chance to attack. The time domain kept pressing down, and the space blade appeared and disappeared unpredictably. No one could withstand the attacks. They kept attacking the broken corpse. After some time, the corpse was finally chopped into several pieces. Hairball rushed over and swallowed it in big mouthfuls, showing an expression of enjoyment. Delicious, it's really delicious. Hairball lay on Lin Fei's shoulder and stared at the big grave. Don't worry, we have all the time in the world. Dongfang Yijian brought his men into the grave. After a while, he came out with a big seal. It was a divine emperor treasure that contained a terrifying aura. Lin Fei had an emperor treasure, so he was not interested in it. You three can split it. Any god emperor's treasure was priceless. Dongfang Yijian did not need it for the time being. His unlimited speed was the best attack. In the end, he gave the big seal to Zhuge Feng. He was grinning from ear to ear and kept playing with the big seal. Boom! 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 The broken corpse had just been killed. A huge movement came from the depths. Several tyrannical auras swept across the entire graves of the gods. Everyone also saw the towering figures in the depths, and they were all shocked. Divine Emperor Corpse. It's definitely a Divine Emperor Corpse. Everyone looked over and felt a chill in their hearts. God's Son, Sky Dragon, Nine Heavens Phoenix, they are attacking a Divine Emperor expert. Those with sharp eyes easily recognized the divine beasts they were sitting on. This shocked them quite a bit. It was not easy for them to deal with a broken corpse, let alone a Divine Emperor's corpse in the depths. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and revealed a smile. Just now, he knew that there was nothing else in this big grave except a corpse. Other than the big seal, Dongfang Yijin also took a divine venerable level divine spark that contained quite a bit of purple. Lin Fei had learned about godheads in the past. An ordinary hierarch rank godhead's color was one and the same. Only a powerful existence's godhead could change the color of the godhead. The broken corpse must have been an invincible divine venerable a long time ago. Its divine spark had quite a bit of purple. A divine emperor's divine spark was completely purple. The more purple it contained, the more powerful it was. Are you interested in killing a divine emperor with me? Lin Fei suddenly said to Dongfang Yijin. Since the divine emperor's corpse appeared, Lin Fei did not plan to waste any more time. He had to kill the divine emperor's corpse and obtain a divine emperor rank divine spark. Dongfang Yijin agreed without hesitation. I have never tried killing a divine emperor's corpse in my life. Even killing a corpse is something to be proud of. Let's go too. Zhuge Feng and Huang Qiu said in unison. Neither of them was afraid of death. Lin Fei did not refuse. There was strength in numbers. Let's go. The sky was filled with huge graves, one after another. Lin Fei also saw some clues. The bigger the burial mound was, the more powerful it was. Which peerless existence did this? There were so many big mounds burying corpses. They kept moving forward. The divine emperor's pressure swept over like a gust of wind. Lin Fei opened up a black hole. The divine emperor's pressure was banished into the black hole. The group was not affected at all. That's Divine Emperor Zheng Yi, Profound Saint Divine Emperor, and the others. Dongfang Yijin suddenly stared in a direction. In that direction, two divine emperors took out their respective divine emperor treasures and attacked a headless corpse wearing a golden robe. From the looks of it, it was killed with a single slash. Lin Fei also noticed it. They also want the treasures in the graves. This was not Lin Fei's first time meeting the 8 divine emperors. This was his first time seeing their real bodies. Chapter 1944. The tombs of the gods were huge. No one knew exactly how big it was. The tombs of the gods stretched as far as the eye could see. Each and every one of them was filled with powerful existences. At least, they were the true overlords of their era. The era that Lin Fei lived in was considered a mediocre era. There wasn't even a single god emperor. During the glorious era, there would be many powerful existences competing for the position of god emperor. Even if they failed in the end, they would still be on par with the god emperor. This era was far from it. The tombs of the gods constantly emitted terrifying auras, waking up the sleeping corpses. Once the corpses came out, they attacked in all directions, shaking heaven and earth. Let's go around them. Lin Fei wouldn't come into direct contact with the god emperors for the time being. From God Emperor Tianxi and the others, Lin Fei knew that the 8 god emperors were much stronger than them. They were almost as strong as the heaven creation god emperors or even the god investiture god emperors. No matter which realm they were at, it would be very difficult for Lin Fei to fight against them. Now that he had the emperor artifact, the pressure was greatly reduced. It would be difficult to kill them easily. Boom boom boom. Before they could go around them, God Emperor Zheng Yi and Profound Saint God Emperor were sent flying by the corpses and crashed into a large tomb. One of the corpses displayed the power to look down on the world. The two God Emperors smashed another large tomb and immediately woke up another one-handed corpse, which launched a fierce attack on them. Let's go. Lin Fei and the rest were very careful. During this period, they could still see the older generation experts teaming up to attack the corpses. From 4 to 8 people in a group, they kept attacking these powerful corpses. The deeper they went, the more Lin Fei was shocked. There were so many powerful existences. Who did it? Lin Fei even suspected that these corpses were not from the same era, but from different eras. To be able to cross generations and bury powerful corpses here, that person was definitely a terrifying existence, like the mastermind behind the scenes. These big mounds are too big and powerful. It won't be easy to deal with them. The 4 of them flew while looking for suitable corpses. It was a pity that the tombs were huge. The taller they were, the more it proved that the corpses inside were monstrous. Looks like I'll have to rely on the system. Lin Fei used his divine senses several times to search, but he was forced out by an invisible force. Scan and analyze. In Lin Fei's vision, the tombs changed one after another. The system began to analyze. This required time, and it couldn't be rushed. Boom! In the distance, flames soared into the sky. Scorching waves churned continuously. That's the godchild, Tianlong. Dongfang Yijian stared in that direction. God Dongfang was the god. Even from afar, one could feel the horror of the flame. It could easily burn an ultimate god expert to death. Even divine emperor experts had to be careful. I will eat that fire Qilin sooner or later. Dongfang, hairball, Chen, I Chen, the god, the of the king, one Chen, of, I soon of the god. Lin Fei did not doubt hairball's words. Don't worry. That day will come. Within the flames, the divine sun sky dragon was barehanded. His fists were like the heavens, containing the terrifying will of the heavenly way. He suppressed the corpse and forced it to retreat, putting it at a disadvantage. God, sky dragon is so powerful. Dongfang Yijian also felt the heavenly will in his punches. Born with the heavenly will, it's really terrifying. Lin Fei admitted that sky dragon was very powerful. The heavenly will was also a terrifying force. In the exchange of blows, he had unknowingly gained a huge advantage. Any other divine emperor would not be able to perform such a shocking punches. Die. God, sky dragon's punches were as fierce as a flood and constantly injured the corpses. He shouted and punched the corpses into pieces. Once the corpses died, their power dissipated. Suddenly, the divine sun sky dragon's eyes flashed like lightning in Lin Fei's direction. Boom! The heavenly will attacked. Zhuge Feng and Huang Qiu were high-level ultimate gods, but they vomited blood and swayed before the heavenly will. It was too domineering. Lin Fei had seen domineering people before, but he had never seen such a domineering one. Dongfang Yijian was also furious when the heavenly will attacked. He snorted coldly and the sky was filled with sword shadows that pierced the sky and tore the heavenly will apart. Lin Fei felt the terrifying heavenly will descending upon him. It was a judgment from above. You are guilty and I want to judge you. You cannot resist. Lin Fei was furious. What's so great about a divine son? How dare you attack me with the heavenly will? Do you think I'm a pushover? Go. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Spatial arrows shot toward God, sky dragon. In the blink of an eye, the divine son of the sky dragon was attacked by the arrows of space. It was endless and anyone's scalp would go numb upon seeing it. Once the spatial power was mobilized, it was extremely terrifying. I know you, Di Tian, the #1 expert in the mysterious Tianxian world. However, it seems that you're just a so-so. Do you think you can hurt me with this attack? Sky Dragon's eyes were like torches and his tone was sharp with invincible might. Bang! 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 The spatial arrows that filled the sky collided with an invisible force. The heavenly will is indeed terrifying. Lin Fei's pupils contracted slightly. It was the heavenly will that blocked the spatial arrows. This world belonged to the heavenly way, and so did the spatial power. Sky Dragon had the heavenly will and formed a space within its range. It was as if the heavenly way had descended and could naturally block the attack. However, that did not mean that Lin Fei was afraid. Your heavenly will is only a part of the heavenly way. It's not the truly invincible heavenly will. There's nothing to brag about. Lin Fei laughed and activated his space domain to suppress the heavenly will. With this suppression, everyone felt much better. This thing did not attack the physical body but the mind. It was very powerful. I'm the representative of the heavenly way. You can't defeat me. Sky Dragon's tone was arrogant. However, I won't cause trouble for you today. You're not worthy of me taking action personally. It's meaningless to kill you. Lin Fei also laughed. Sky Dragon is indeed awesome. Even your words are so awesome. I've seen many awesome people, but they were all defeated by me in the end. In my eyes, it's the same even if you're a Sky Dragon. Ha ha ha, I'll wait and see. Sky Dragon sat on the divine beast fire Qilin and left. Too arrogant. Dongfang Yijian was also furious. Does he really think that he's invincible? Lin Fei looked at Sky Dragon's back and suddenly laughed. He thought to himself, wait until I become a divine emperor and can cultivate the invincible divine emperor bloodline. I'll see how arrogant you are then. At this moment, Lin Fei admitted that Sky Dragon was awesome. Chapter 1945. After Sky Dragon had left, Lin Fei also left with Dongfang Yijian and the rest. Lin Fei was displeased to be attacked by Sky Dragon out of nowhere. Damn it, how could he be so arrogant just because he was born with the will of heaven and earth? He indeed had the strength to back it up. Lin Fei could not figure out what trump cards the other party had at the moment. It was not that he was afraid, but that there was no need for him to do so. His current goal was to find a divine emperor godhead. Sky Dragon is still as arrogant as ever. Sooner or later, he will suffer. After Lin Fei and the rest left, a few handsome youths appeared from the void, each of them brimming with an invincible aura. They were a group of gods, a total of 6. They clustered around a handsome and majestic god son. If he isn't arrogant, who is? I feel uncomfortable every time I see him. Sky Dragon really thinks he's an invincible god son. With our brother Tsang, he's nothing. Brother Tsang is the most powerful. Some of the 108 god sons were alone, but there were also groups. They were clustered around Sky Tsang, the leader of their small group. Tian Tsang was very handsome, not inferior to the divine son Tian Long. They took Tian as their surname. After all, they were born with the will of heaven and earth, so they took Tian as their surname. Without a certain level of strength, no one would dare to use the name Sky Dragon. Sky Tsang was also an ambitious person. He was born with golden eyes and could see through all secrets. He was one of the top 10 experts on the god list. Sky Dragon, let him be cocky for a while longer. Sky Tsang laughed. This mysterious Sky World's D Tian is also a fierce person. It seems like he's nothing special. They had actually been together for a long time. Sky Tsang had seen Sky Dragon and D Tian fight. After all, D Tian's bloodline was quite good. Even though he looked down on geniuses, he still wanted to recruit some subordinates. Without a doubt, D Tian's space and time bloodlines were good stuff. What a pity, we can only fight next time. Sky Tsang waved his hand. Let's go. Lin Fei did not know that there were people who wanted him and Sky Dragon to fight. There are so many big graves. It's going to be hard to find them. Zhuge Feng frowned. There was a terrifying divinity buried in that small grave just now. That aura was terrifying. Huang Qiu said with fear. They searched many tombs. Let's attack the big grave over there. Lin Fei suddenly pointed at a large grave in the distance. The system's analysis was out. The surrounding tombs were divided into 5 stars according to the degree of danger. 5 stars were basically the corpses of deity emperors. 4 stars should also be the corpses of deity emperors, just that they were slightly weaker. Lin Fei wasn't sure if that was the case. Dongfang Yijian was also worried. It looks very big. Could it be a powerful god emperor? In fact, everyone was very curious as to why Di Tian had to make a move on the divine emperor's corpse. Don't worry, this one won't be too strong. Lin Fei flew over first and slashed out with his space blade, splitting the grave in half. Disturbing a sleeping deity is courting death. The cold voice caused people's hearts to tremble. A giant hand that could prop up the heavens swept across the sky. The unparalleled might of a deity emperor came crushing down. The corpse of a deity emperor. Dongfang Yijian wasn't surprised at all. The only thing he was surprised about was that the aura emitted by the corpse wasn't very strong. Kill. The space domain spread out and enveloped the giant hand. Swoosh. Swoosh. Strange spatial blades slashed at the corpse's arm. In the space domain, this kind of attack was enough to catch anyone off guard. Dongfang Yijian also took the opportunity to attack. Sword shadows flashed, and the other 2 also attacked the arm. Hairball, who was on Lin Fei's shoulder, rushed out. Her body returned to its behemoth form and bit the arm, causing blood to flow. This should be the strength of a young deity emperor, but it's much stronger than the current one. Lin Fei had an idea. This was a 3-star grave. The corpse was dead after all. It relied on pure instinct to attack. The young deity emperor was quickly dismembered by the 4's attacks. Hairball took the opportunity and swallowed the corpse, burping in satisfaction. There were no deity emperor treasures in this grave. There was only one deity emperor rank godhead. It was purplish gold in color. The color wasn't very dark. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief after obtaining the first deity emperor rank godhead. It wouldn't be a problem for him to become a deity emperor. They didn't have any objections to Lin Fei taking away the deity emperor rank godhead. Without Lin Fei, they wouldn't be able to kill the deity emperor corpse. Even if it was dead, it was still a deity emperor corpse. Lin Fei also made it clear that as long as there was something else in the grave, he wouldn't take it. They could split it among themselves. Continue. Too amazing. Another young deity emperor's strength. This one is easy to deal with. Watch the attacks of my deity emperor treasures. Another deity emperor corpse appeared. The 4 attacked swiftly, not giving the deity emperor corpse a chance to attack. This was not the first time they had killed a god emperor's corpse. Everyone had their own attack patterns. As long as Lin Fei's space domain was activated, the god emperor's aura would be shattered. What surprised them the most was that every time they searched for a grave, they would find a suitable grave. The strongest deity emperor was only an earth deity emperor. They could barely kill it, but it would take some time. Another deity emperor ranked godhead in hand. This time, their luck was pretty good. Inside the grave, there were some broken fragments of deity emperor treasures. They were pretty good, even if they couldn't be used for long. Soon, they were close to advancing to the deity emperor realm. Lin Fei's group swept through the graves. It had also caught the attention of some observant people. The graves all looked the same, but the deity emperor corpses they found weren't very strong, and they could deal with them. This made everyone unhappy. Many people went to dig the graves, but they accidentally encountered a powerful heavenly deity emperor, and they were all wiped out. Looking at Lin Fei's group, they didn't encounter any deity emperors. They couldn't figure out what was going on. Could it be that Di Tian had a way to see the strength of the deity emperor corpses inside the grave? This was worth their attention. Force them to hand it over? They didn't have the courage. Di Tian was a fierce person, and he even had an emperor treasure. He was a terrifying existence. Wave after wave of people were killed by the corpses, forcing some people to follow behind Di Tian. When it seemed like they were about to make a move, they would snatch it. Who wouldn't be jealous? Since they couldn't find it, they could only snatch it. This angered Lin Fei quite a bit. He had painstakingly used the system to analyze it, but they directly snatched it. Chapter 1946. The graves of the deities were boundless. There were also countless great earth tombs. Among the countless graves, there was an unimaginable terror. Even the self-proclaimed geniuses would be attacked by the powerful corpses. Wave after wave, they would be killed on the spot. Among them, there was one exception. That was Lin Fei and his group. Every time they attacked, the corpses they dug out were not terrifyingly strong. After a while, many people were jealous. Although there were corpses in every grave, no one knew how strong they were. The loss was huge. Lin Fei and his group repeatedly succeeded in killing the corpses. Anyone would be jealous. Therefore, some people started to follow behind Lin Fei and his group. These people are so hateful. Zhuge Feng turned around and stared at them. They have been following us for a few days. At the beginning, there were only a dozen people. Now, there were more than 1,000 of them. There were people from all the forces. Everyone wanted to be the first to attack. After experiencing countless dangers, no one dared to act rashly. The corpses inside were extremely strong. Once they attacked, they would be killed. They had no choice but to keep an eye on Lin Fei and his group. They were smart enough not to approach. Everyone knew that Lin Fei was a fierce person with an emperor artifact. If he attacked them out of anger, not many would survive. Lin Fei's lips curled up and a cold smile flashed in his eyes. Don't worry, they will not dare to follow us soon. Dongfang Yijian knew what Lin Fei was going to do. They were going to be in trouble. They dug out the graves one by one. Every time he succeeded, it undoubtedly made the people behind him even more jealous. Many people could see the reason. Every time Lin Fei stopped, it meant that he was going to attack. After a while, they realized that they had an opportunity. Perhaps when Lin Fei stopped, he could make a move on the nearby tombs. Perhaps there would be a good way to deal with it. Lin Fei stopped again. Attack. Without waiting for Lin Fei to attack, a large group of people started to attack, especially the graves that were most likely to be attacked. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of aura soared into the sky as the corpses were dug out. This is great. This is an invincible ultimate god. So is my corpse. At the bottom of the dug-out grave, the corpse was not very strong. This really made them feel excited. Following behind this vicious person was really rewarding. Lin Fei's face darkened. How? After a sweet taste. Everyone followed behind, and more people came. Soon, there were more than 10,000 people. As soon as they appeared, they were like a beehive, snatching and digging up the grave. Every time Lin Fei left with a dark expression on his face, everyone also felt that Di Tian was wary of their power. Their group of people were from all sorts of powers, and no matter how gutsy Di Tian was, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly. After experiencing this a few times, no one doubted Di Tian's abilities. There were great benefits to following Di Tian. No one knew who spread these words, but it caused an uproar. More people came to the temple. Every time Lin Fei went to a place, people who didn't know would think that something had happened. There were too many people following behind him. With Lin Fei as a searchlight, the people behind him were all happy. Lin Fei chose to leave every time. This time, Lin Fei came to another place, and his speed slowed down. The black mass of people who had been following him also slowed down. According to their thoughts, Di Tian should have found another place to dig. They would only make a move when they really stopped. No one noticed that Lin Fei's eyes flashed with a sneer. I'll let you continue to have fun. Lin Fei used the system to scan the area. There were a few large graves nearby, and they were all 5-star dangers. In other words, there was at least the corpse of a heaven-creating divine emperor, or even a god investiture divine emperor. Listen up, I'll tell you to leave later. You can't stop at all. Run as far as you can. Lin Fei transmitted his voice to the three of them. The three of them couldn't stand being followed by so many people. Lin Fei finally slowed down. 3 large graves appeared in the distance. Compared to the previous ones, they weren't that big and looked very ordinary. Lin Fei's gaze lingered on the 3 large graves for a while. Undoubtedly, this scene was noticed by everyone. It must be these 3 large graves. It's mine. Snatch it. An old senior shamelessly made a move. A saber radiance slashed across the sky toward the large graves. The grave diggers were here. Let's go. In terms of speed, Dongfang Yijian was the fastest at this time. Dongfang Yijian swept Zhuge Feng and Huang Qiu away and directly rushed outside. Lin Fei kept shuttling back and forth. This was spatial movement. Boom! A terrifying aura shot into the sky. This aura was so strong that it made everyone's heart palpitate with fear. As soon as the aura was released, everyone knew that something bad had happened. Following that, the aura swept over like a saber. Bang bang bang. In front of this invincible aura, everything seemed fragile. The aura was like a saber that slashed at the waist. The densely packed crowd suffered a complete calamity. Just this saber transformed from the aura was enough to slash all of them in half. None of them could survive. No matter how strong they were. Instant kill. Instant kill in terms of aura. Dongfang Yijian and the rest felt their scalps go numb. The saber-like aura disappeared as quickly as it came. Even so, Lin Fei and Dongfang Yijian didn't dare to stop. They raised their speed to the limit. Is this the heaven-splitting divine emperor? Dongfang Yijian's forehead was full of cold sweat. You really played it big. We were almost killed. Grave diggers are really risky. Zhuge Feng wiped his cold sweat. Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't dare to dig a grave alone. We might even be killed. When everyone arrived at a safe place, they looked at the disappearing figures in fear. Almost 10,000 people were killed just like that. When the divine emperor's corpse was still alive, how terrifying was it? Finally solved the problem. Lin Fei didn't care at all. He had underestimated the heaven-splitting divine emperor's strength. Lin Fei didn't know how strong that corpse was, but it was at least as strong as the heaven-splitting divine emperor. Furthermore, he didn't show himself. He just released his aura and killed everyone with one saber strike. Dongfang Yijian smiled bitterly. You are really ruthless. You killed them all in one go. In less than a day, you and I will both become ferocious people. Who asked them to disturb me from digging graves? Robbing them once was fine, but they were too greedy. They kept robbing and digging graves. If I don't teach them a lesson, they will think that I don't know how to kill. This was the effect that Lin Fei wanted. Unrivaled auras kept erupting in that area. This invincible aura also frightened the experts who were digging up the tombs. All the god emperors stopped, and their expressions changed slightly. Before this invincible aura, they felt powerless. Chapter 1947. In this god's tomb, even god kings did not dare to look down on the corpses below. Now, several terrifying auras appeared one after another, pressuring them. They only sneered coldly, not daring to go forward to check. That invincible aura was enough to harm them. Regardless of who drew it out, they were not interested. It seems to be over. After reaching a safe place, Lin Fei waited for the aura to dissipate. What, you want to go back? Dongfang Yijian asked. The thought of going back made him shiver. More than 10,000 corpses are very useful to hairball. Lin Fei smiled. I want to go back and take a look. I can't let it go to waste. I didn't want to kill them at first, but I can only blame them for being greedy. It's too dangerous. Dongfang Yijian advised. You guys just wait here. Lin Fei knew the danger, but he was still confident that he could leave. You guys don't need to be too nervous. As long as we don't disturb those corpses, they will be fine. Moreover, I've mastered space teleportation, so I can come back in the shortest time possible. So. Mastering a profound secret art like space teleportation. Lin Fei's speed increased. With a thought, he could set a location and use space teleportation to instantly arrive at that location. It was a top-notch escape technique. He returned to the same location. Traces of terrifying aura swept past. Lin Fei's expression changed slightly. The corpses below were very strong. After one slash, the aura left behind made one feel boundless fear. At this time, the vicinity of these large tombs was filled with corpses that had been cut in half. Hairball, do it. Hairball had no taboo when it came to eating. She opened her mouth and sucked the corpses into her stomach. In a few breaths' time, more than 10,000 corpses were swallowed by Hairball. At the same time, she spat out a bunch of storage rings. Lin Fei would not let go of these storage rings. He still hoped to plunder a batch of God Emperor rank godheads. Of course, as long as it was a godhead, the more the better. Thank you for your contributions. Lin Fei lightly sighed and prepared to leave with Hairball. Being near these unrivaled experts was quite stressful, and this was not a joke. If there was another slash, he would be dumbfounded. It was safest to stay away from this area. I'm back. Lin Fei teleported and returned to his original position. His silent appearance startled Dongfang Yijian and the others. Let's find a place to divide the spoils. Lin Fei brought them to a safe place. The corpses in the nearby tombs were not very strong, so it was enough to deal with them. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Tens of thousands of storage rings flew out. Looking at the mountain of rings, they were dumbfounded. They're all dead? Zhuge Feng asked, trembling. What do you think? Lin Fei rolled his eyes. I only want godhoods. You guys can divide the treasures. There is strength in numbers. The four of them began to pour out the contents of the storage ring. It was a bountiful harvest. Lin Fei obtained the godhoods, while the other three obtained a large number of treasures. These treasures were enough to support a large sect. Lin Fei had picked up a big bargain. He only got 6 God Emperor godhoods, but there were many Hierarch godhoods, and countless God King godhoods. Lin Fei had already expected this outcome. God Emperor godhoods were not easy to obtain. With 6 God Emperor godhoods and the previous ones, Lin Fei could be considered to have gathered enough God Emperor godhoods to advance to the God Emperor realm. It's not easy. Lin Fei was not interested in other things. After killing tens of thousands of experts, many of them wanted God Emperor godhoods. If they were not too greedy, Lin Fei would not have thought about it. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, in the depths of the tombs of gods, a terrifying heaven and earth will rose. This heaven and earth will swept across the entire tombs of gods. The God Emperors who were attacking the God Emperor corpses were shocked. Someone advanced to the God Emperor realm. I think it's that God child, Sky Dragon. The God Emperors looked at that area. The heaven and earth will become stronger. Only a God child who inherited the heaven and earth will could have such a strong heaven and earth will. Heaven and earth will. Lin Fei stared into the distance. The heaven and earth will was very familiar. God child, Sky Dragon. Lin Fei remembered the aura of the heaven and earth will from their last fight. Boom! Boom! The heaven and earth will broke through the secret realm. Then, an even more terrifying heaven and earth will appeared. Heavenly path. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. It was the heaven and earth will of the heavenly path. I heard that when a God child advances to the God Emperor realm, the heaven and earth will also contain God Emperor realm heaven and earth will. Dongfang Yijian showed fear. Lin Fei had guessed that the heaven and earth will was helping the God child improve his strength. Lin Fei had seen the power of the heaven and earth will last time. Even a peak ultimate god could not resist it. Now that he had advanced to the God Emperor realm, the heaven and earth will would be even more terrifying. An ordinary God Emperor's combat power would be greatly reduced under the heaven and earth will's influence. The heaven and earth will continued for a long time. The people in the tomb of the gods secretly breathed a sigh of relief after the aura disappeared. They couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat off their foreheads. Ha ha ha. Not long after, Sky Dragon's laughter was heard from the depths of the tomb. There was a trace of heaven and earth will in his laughter. It was like a divine thunder that exploded in everyone's heart. That was also targeted at those who were weaker. Somewhere deep in the tomb, the ninth heaven phoenix in a red robe stood on the back of a huge phoenix surrounded by raging flames. A divine emperor. The ninth heaven phoenix turned around and left, leaving behind a fiery rainbow. Tiansung also knew that Sky Dragon had advanced to the Divine Emperor realm. It's not a big deal to be the first to advance to the Divine Emperor realm. I can do it too. Sky Dragon had successfully advanced to the Divine Emperor realm. The news caused a huge uproar. After all, when he was in the Ultimate God realm, he was the #1 expert. Now that he had advanced to the Divine Emperor realm, his strength had skyrocketed again and he could fight against an Earth Divine Emperor. Many ordinary Divine Emperors were secretly on their guard. He could not offend the Divine Son, Sky Dragon, as long as he did not offend him. However, the news of Sky Dragon advancing to the Divine Emperor realm was suppressed by another piece of news. That was the ferocious Tian. He had once again done something earth-shattering. He had used the heaven-creating Divine Emperor to kill tens of thousands of experts. Everyone was shocked when the news came out. Tens of thousands of experts. Most of them were divine kings and ultimate gods. There were also some experts who could fight against divine emperors. They were unlucky and were tricked by Tian. Chapter 1948. Soon after, Tian was labeled as a killer. Those who had been planning to follow Lin Fei and take advantage of him disappeared. If he could trick and kill them once, it was inevitable that he would do it a second time, or even a third time. There was no need to throw their lives away for treasures. It was not worth it at all. Everyone's hatred towards Lin Fei was not light at all. While everyone was afraid of Lin Fei, there were more people who had advanced to the Divine Emperor realm in just a few days. They were all divine princes. There was God's Son Tian Song, God's Son Nine Heavens Phoenix Maiden, God's Son Dao Tian, God's Son Huang Tian that made those from the older generation who had been stuck in the half-step Divine Emperor realm feel ashamed. They had cultivated for a lifetime but were not as good as the divine princes who had cultivated for only a few decades. Perhaps it was because of the divine princes or the treasures in the tomb of the gods, there were finally divine realm half-step divine emperors who had advanced to the Divine Emperor realm. From time to time, there would be news of peerless divine pills being found in the tomb. Suddenly, a storm was brewing. When they were advancing to the Divine Emperor realm, Lin Fei was also quietly advancing to the Divine Emperor realm and becoming a true Divine Emperor. His aura had completely transformed into a Divine Emperor's aura. The realm was a threshold for Lin Fei. Many things could be done once the threshold was crossed. For example, pushing the power of his bloodline to the Divine Emperor realm. The power of an ultimate god's bloodline was indeed a lot weaker when fighting against experts. It could only suppress peak ultimate gods and affect half-step divine emperors, but it was still far from being able to suppress a divine emperor. The power of his bloodline must be improved. Other than that, the most important thing was to cultivate the invincible divine emperor bloodline. That was what Lin Fei cared about the most. You're going to cultivate in seclusion here? Dongfang Yijian was shocked when he heard that Jian Wushuang was going to cultivate in seclusion. Yes. Lin Fei nodded. I think I'm going to advance to the Divine Emperor realm. So soon. The other two were also shocked. Jian Wushuang was going to advance to the Divine Emperor realm in such a short time? Yes, that's why I'm planning to go into seclusion for a while. Anyway, the Heavenly Worthy Mountain has a lot of time. 1 year is more than enough. It was impossible for Lin Fei to say that he wanted to improve his bloodline power, So he could only use this as an excuse. You guys can also go out and try your luck. Dongfang Yijin pondered with rapt attention and felt that it was possible. Then be careful when you go into seclusion. There are many people who will cause you trouble. The tomb of the gods is so big. It won't be easy for them to find it. I'm not that easy to bully. Lin Fei said with a smile. That's it. Be careful when you go out. It's best if the three of you go together. When Xiao Chen attracted the attack of a heaven-splitting divine emperor, he once again attracted a lot of attention. Lin Fei stealthily entered a tomb. This was the tomb of a heavenly god emperor. Lin Fei was also very careful. He concealed his aura. At the same time, he used the system to analyze it. As long as he did not disturb the god emperor's corpse, he should be very safe. What a deity emperor's corpse, it was actually killed by a single blade. The tomb was huge, but it was empty. There was a black stone coffin in the center of the hall. The coffin lid was tightly closed, giving off a terrifying aura. No matter how awesome he was when he was alive, he still had to lie in the coffin. Lin Fei hid in the system's cultivation space. This was also the safest place. Lin Fei did not believe that those people could find him. As for giving up time to search for treasures, Lin Fei was not interested. Time was the key, especially since many god sons had advanced to god emperor and grasped even more terrifying will of heaven and earth. Lin Fei also had to be careful of them. The most important thing was to improve his bloodline power. I heard that the time power of the god emperor realm belongs to the great success stage. It's not terrifying, but I wonder how terrifying it is. Pushing the time bloodline to the god emperor realm was more difficult than imagined. It was very difficult. Now that he had a large amount of divine power, Lin Fei could also squander it as much as he wanted. He constantly consumed divine power to make time flow. Tens of thousands of experts were killed. Lin Fei did not want treasures. He only wanted divine meridians, big or small. He did not reject anyone. The treasures were divided among the three of them. Lin Fei was the only one who could easily refine divine meridians. The time bloodline was refined one by one. It was not as easy as he had imagined to refine the time bloodline this time. It was a huge number. Lin Fei was also looking forward to the great success stage of time power. He wanted to see how terrifying it would be. By then, he would let the god sun sky dragon have a good taste of his time power. He wanted to see whether the god sun sky dragon's will of heaven and earth was more powerful. Time passed day by day. 2 months later. The second secret realm opened. Another 2 months later, the third secret realm opened. In the next few months, all the secret realms opened. All kinds of treasures emerged, and there were even peerless divine pills. During this period, there were also great battles between the divine emperors. Emperor treasures appeared, and the divine emperors fought for them. In the end, the god sun sky dragon killed a divine emperor with the help of the divine beast fire Qilin. He broke out of the encirclement and shocked all the experts. The god sun sky dragon could kill an earth divine emperor and even fight against a heaven divine emperor. His strength increased very quickly. At the same time, the other god sons also showed extraordinary strength. Di Tian, who was called Savage, suddenly disappeared without a trace. There was no news for a few months. Some people said that Di Tian was killed by a divine emperor and his treasures were taken. Some people said that Di Tian had double bloodlines and was targeted by an ancient force. His bloodline was refined and he became a useless person. It's done. It's not easy to do it in 8 months. In the system space. Lin Fei's face was filled with joy. 8 months was equivalent to a few thousand years in the outside world. The divine power consumed reached a terrifying figure. Fortunately, Lin Fei had accumulated a lot of divine power and finally pushed the power of time to the divine emperor realm. If it wasn't for the system space, Lin Fei suspected that it would take him hundreds of millions of years or even billions of years to achieve the great success realm of time bloodline. Whoosh! Whoosh! Time passed quickly around Lin Fei. It was so fast that it could not be seen by the naked eye. However, Lin Fei knew how terrifying it was. An ultimate god expert could turn into an old man in the blink of an eye and die in the passage of time. This is the true terror of time bloodline. The power of time is the passage of time. Lin Fei took a deep breath. It's worth it after spending half of my fortune. Lin Fei did not plan to continue cultivating after achieving the great success realm of time bloodline. He did not want to be trapped in the celestial worthy mountain. Lin Fei did not come out immediately to avoid disturbing the Divine Emperor's corpse. A Heaven Divine Emperor was still very terrifying. After achieving the great success realm of time power, Lin Fei had nothing to be afraid of. It was not difficult to leave even if he could not win. He appeared in the tomb again. Chapter 1949. Lin Fei's heart moved. The power of time circulated around him. It blocked the mighty pressure of the deity emperor. Under normal circumstances, at this time, Lin Fei should have left. No one was willing to stay in the face of a stone coffin. The pressure of the corpse would make people very uncomfortable. Lin Fei was not an ordinary person, especially after the power of time reached the great success stage. With the light of time protecting him, it could block any attack. Anyone who dared to make a move would not be able to stop the flow of time. The power of time at the great success stage was incomparably domineering, which was beyond Lin Fei's expectations. Lin Fei was confident that he could block the attack of the deity emperor's corpse. At least, the corpse was still obedient. Lin Fei first observed the entire hall, which was gloomy and cold. Stone tablet. Soon, he found something. Next to the stone coffin, there was a stone tablet. The stone tablet was not big. Lin Fei carefully came in front of the stone tablet and stared at it. So this deity emperor is called Deity Emperor Wanshan, an overlord from the Heaven Luo era. The things recorded on the stone tablet were very simple. Life introduction. Lin Fei had never heard of this Heaven Luo era, nor had he seen it in the secret news, but he understood that it was an era before the ancient times. In that era, any deity emperor was stronger than the current one. The deity emperors of this era, Lin Fei felt that they were very ordinary. None of the 8 deity emperors had broken through to the god emperor realm. One could imagine that their aptitude was not the best. Apart from the stone tablet, there was nothing else. Lin Fei did not go to open the stone coffin. After a brief examination, he left the tomb, used spatial movement, and came to a large grave. This was a very early location. Space had a location coordinate, outsiders might not know, but Lin Fei, who had mastered the power of space, could naturally see the spatial coordinates. Everyone is gone. His divine sense swept the entire tomb. Although there were people, the strongest deity emperors were gone. It's been 8 months. The other mystery land has been opened. No one would come here to dig graves anymore. It's too risky. Lin Fei quickly understood. Then, Lin Fei arrived at the celestial worthy mountain. They had left the tomb of the gods. Despite Lin Fei's desire to continue searching for god emperor rank godheads, he still wanted to take a look at the situation outside. With the power of time at great perfection, he would be able to resist even heavenly deity sovereigns and snatch their godheads. This is outside the secret realm, which was the celestial worthy mountain. In the sky, a unique staircase appeared in Lin Fei's vision. It was a golden staircase. The staircase was long and boundless. There's someone on the stairs. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and looked over. There were people standing on the golden stairs. What the hell is this? In 8 months' time, a golden staircase appeared on the celestial worthy mountain. It came from there. Lin Fei looked carefully. At the end of the golden staircase was a high platform. It was faintly discernible in the Jingguang mist. The path of destiny? Lin Fei asked quickly. With his fierce reputation, he could capture any godly venerable and get the answer in a few seconds. The current Lin Fei was infamous. Everyone knew about him. Lin Fei did not say anything, but the other party spilled everything. Lin Fei stared at the golden staircase. He was surprised that it had such a domineering name. Destiny? My lord, I heard that once the path of destiny appears, the battle for the God Emperor position will begin. The middle-aged godly venerable said carefully. Is this the first time it has appeared in this era? The middle-aged godly venerable shook his head. I heard it appeared a long time ago, but it left on its own. I didn't expect it to appear in the celestial worthy mountain again. The battle for the God Emperor position. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. The primal chaos godly emperor might have been suppressed to fight for the God Emperor position. Now, the 8 godly emperors, as well as the recently advanced godly emperors, are all on the path of destiny. I heard that if they can reach the last high platform, it proves that the path of destiny is the highest. In the future, they will have a high chance of becoming the God Emperor and leading an era. Lin Fei could not help but feel a little disappointed. So it's just a test. Lin Fei quickly found Dongfang Yijian and the others. Dongfang Yijian and the others did not go up. The path of destiny could only be entered by the godly emperor realm. When they saw Lin Fei return, they all revealed looks of joy. That's great. I thought you would stay in seclusion. Dongfang Yijian had gained a lot in the past 8 months and had a great understanding of becoming a godly emperor. The celestial worthy mountain only lasts for a year. I don't dare to stay in seclusion for too long. Lin Fei said with a smile. I didn't expect to see the path of destiny again. Dongfang Yijian sighed. Once the path of destiny appears, it means that the battle for the God Emperor is about to begin. A new era is coming. Everyone noticed Lin Fei as soon as he appeared. Di Tian had disappeared without a trace in the past 8 months. Many people suspected that he had been killed or captured by a powerful existence. I didn't expect that kid to still be alive. I was in a good mood before, but it's bad now that I see this guy. Who said he was killed? He must be hiding. So what if he's hiding? He can only look at the path of destiny now. Anyone in the godly emperor realm is going to the path of destiny now. No matter how powerful Di Tian is, he can't go on the path of destiny just like us. They dared not attack Di Tian, but that did not stop them from attacking him in other ways. For example, the path of destiny. They would not be able to go up there, and so would Di Tian. That was the only thing that made them happy. Couldn't they laugh at him if they could not defeat him? A bunch of jinxes. Zhuge Feng had also broken through to the peak ultimate god realm and said with dissatisfaction. Do you know what's at the end of the path of destiny? Lin Fei asked Dongfang Yijian. Dongfang Yijian shook his head. I don't know. It's never been mentioned. However, there are some rumors saying that one can obtain a destiny fragment. Destiny fragment? Lin Fei really did not know about that. Dongfang Yijian was no exception. The news was only spread among the top forces. He explained, why do we have to fight for the destiny? It's actually to obtain destiny fragments. For example, there will be something called the destiny fragment on the path of destiny. Only by integrating more destiny fragments can one become a god emperor. There's such a thing. Lin Fei really did not understand. Dongfang Yijian said, the destiny shard is a mysterious existence. It is released by the heavenly Tao. Only those with the most destiny shards can become the god emperor. This is something I've seen in the ancient records. Back then, the god emperor of the underworld left behind a message. Lin Fei turned to look at the path of destiny. Chapter 1950. The path of destiny stood in the air, and Jingguang flickered. Figures could be vaguely seen on every step. They were trying to reach the highest level. The path of destiny was also known as the stairway of destiny. With every step they took, they were one step closer to the supreme position. After knowing the secret of the path of destiny, Lin Fei's interest was piqued. The path of destiny seemed to be a good thing. Look over there, that's the destiny list. Dongfang Yijian pointed to a huge list in the distance. It was a golden list, and everyone's name was golden. The destiny list is filled with people who have obtained the destiny of destiny. From the moment the destiny list appears, they will stand tall in the heavens and earth until the final God Emperor appears. Lin Fei didn't notice it just now. The person in first place is actually a deity emperor in seclusion, all-heaven deity emperor. On the destiny list, the person in first place was not a name that Lin Fei was familiar with, but a very unfamiliar name. All-heaven deity emperor? Lin Fei really didn't know who this person was. The 8 deity emperors are only in the top 20. First place, all-heaven deity emperor. Second place, abyss deity emperor. Third place, immortal deity emperor. 11th place, Zheng-Yi deity emperor. 12th place, myriad demon deity emperor. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. The 8 deity emperors have ruled the divine world for so long, but they are only ranked outside the top 10 in the fight for the destiny of destiny. This is unbelievable. In Lin Fei's opinion, the 8 deity emperors should at least be in the top 10. This was somewhat different from what he had expected. He continued to look down. Tianxi deity emperor, massacre deity emperor, and 100 flowers deity emperor were also on the list, all in the top 100. Lin Fei noticed that almost all of the 50 or so were deities. Deity Tianlong was ranked 26th. This ranking could not be considered low. He was definitely a rising star, one of a kind. How is it? Are you amazed? Dongfang Yijin laughed. In fact, he was also shocked. Lin Fei nodded. These people are not simple, especially the first place all-heaven deity emperor. Almost no one has heard of this name. I know that. Zhuge Feng said. Rumor has it that he came from an ancient clan. That clan once produced a god emperor, and he has the bloodline of a god emperor. His mandate of heaven is very high. Lin Fei was enlightened. With the god emperor's bloodline, especially in the recent generations, there was hope for them to reach the god emperor realm. Having a high heavens mandate was also normal. This abyss deity emperor also has a strong background. Although he doesn't have the bloodline of a god emperor, he still has a powerful bloodline called the abyss bloodline. It's an extremely terrifying bloodline that can transform into an endless abyss world. There's also the undying god emperor in third place. Rumor has it that he cultivates an undying secret technique that allows him to be indestructible. He was killed countless times by the god-sealing god emperor, but he still didn't die. Lin Fei blinked. That's awesome. Very impressive. The rankings on the Heavenly Fate rankings were also constantly changing. First of all, the 8 great god emperors were worthy of being called veteran god emperors. They had a terrifying foundation and quickly rushed into the top 10, their rankings constantly changing. The top 3 rankings never changed. They were still the All-Heaven God Emperor, the Abyss God Emperor, and the Undying God Emperor. These 3 God Emperors firmly held on to the top 3 rankings, and no one could shake them. The Road of Heaven's mandate and the Heavenly Fate rankings have appeared one after another. The outside world is going to be chaotic again. Dongfang Yijin frowned. Especially the top 3 God Emperors. Soon, there will be a large number of people supporting them. It's the era of a new emperor and a new generation of ministers. Lin Fei understood what he meant. If Big Brother Di Tian also goes to fight for the Heavenly Fate, that would be great. Zhuge Feng said in a low voice. If Big Brother Di Tian becomes the God Emperor, I can also sit back and relax and show off everywhere. Huang Qiu laughed. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing this. God Emperor? The competition would be fierce. For example, the top 3 God Emperors. Lin Fei suspected that they at least had the strength of the God-sealing God Emperor, and some even had the strength of the God-sealing God Emperor. They were definitely terrifying. Even if it was the God-sealing God Emperor, no one could fight against him. Something like the Heavenly Fate, Lin Fei felt that he still had to fight for it. Candidate? That sounded not bad. A fierce person has gone up. After Lin Fei thought it through, the name on the list changed. This time, a fierce person appeared. His ranking rose all the way, like he was riding a rocket. God Emperor Dream? This name was even more unfamiliar. The All-Heaven God Emperor, who had been motionless, was also pushed to second place. More and more God Emperors are appearing. Dongfang Yijian's expression was solemn. They are waiting for the path of heavenly fate to appear so that they can show their might and attract various forces to join them. Only when all the experts come out will it be interesting. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. I also want to go up and see what kind of existence the heavenly fate is. Dongfang Yijian's eyes widened. He suspected that he had heard wrongly. You want to fight for the heavenly fate? Could it be that you are now a God Emperor? I went up after obtaining some opportunities. Lin Fei said with a smile. Dongfang Yijian collapsed. Damn it, you are a monster. I originally thought that I would become a God Emperor before you, but now it seems that I am not as good as you. Zhuge Feng and Huang Qiu were dumbfounded. God Emperor. This realm was too far away from them. It would not be easy for them to enter this realm in their lifetime. They would be satisfied if they could become an invincible ultimate god. I heard that when the power of time reaches the great accomplishment stage, it will become the time of time. Is it true? Zhuge Feng asked. Dongfang Yijian sneered. You have a pig's brain. It is very rare for the power of time to reach the great accomplishment stage. Throughout the ages, how many of them have reached the great accomplishment stage? The great accomplishment stage of the power of time was too difficult. Every advancement was very difficult. Some people could not last until the day they reached the great accomplishment stage even if they had the power of time. It was normal for them to be killed along the way. It was also normal for them to be deprived of the power of time. It was very difficult to reach the great accomplishment stage of the power of time. Lin Fei was very clear that the great accomplishment stage of the power of time was quite terrifying. It was much more terrifying than the other bloodlines. Not many people could cultivate it to the great accomplishment stage. He himself had relied on cheating to improve, but it still took him a long time. Under normal circumstances, it was very difficult to reach the great accomplishment stage of the power of time. However, Lin Fei still felt refreshed. He was someone who had reached the great accomplishment stage of the power of time. He did not know which unlucky person would come and try the power of the time of time. It was an existence that had surpassed the power of time. It was a truly terrifying killer move. Ha 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 ha, damn you, Di Tian. I didn't expect you to finally show up. The rumbling laughter was like thunder on a sunny day. It caused everyone's body to sway and spit out blood. Following that, a huge black boot stepped over from afar. A small giant appeared in everyone's sight. Dong! 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 Every time the two giant feet landed, heaven and earth seemed to collapse. Chapter 1951. A giant the size of a mountain. The moment the giant appeared, the earth shook and the earth shook. Those below the ultimate god realm were shaken and fell from the sky. Only ultimate god first-level experts were barely able to hold on. The Stone Golem tribe is here. It's him, the Stone Golem tribe's little prince. Is he here to take Di Tian's time and space bloodlines? Everyone was shocked. That giant was an existence they could not afford to offend. It was because of the Stone Golem tribe. They had built a powerful kingdom called the Stone Golem Kingdom. Any force could build a kingdom. The Stone Golem tribe was different. They were special life forms, not humans. When they were born, they were made of stone. After a long period of cultivation, their bodies were made of flesh and blood, until their entire bodies were made of flesh and blood. At that time, the Stone Golem tribe was unusually powerful. The Stone Golem Kingdom's little prince. Dongfang Yijian took a deep breath. This is troublesome. Lin Fei could also feel the immense pressure coming from this giant. Half-step God Emperor realm. You know him? Lin Fei asked. Dongfang Yijian shook his head. I don't know him, but this guy has become very famous in recent months. Countless people have died at his hands. He is most famous for killing a god emperor with his bare fists, which has made him famous. Lin Fei knew how powerful a god emperor was. Killing a god emperor with his bare hands. This stone golem tribe was not simple. Di Tian, if you don't want to die, hand over the space and time bloodlines. Giant Barbarian stood in the sky like a giant mountain and swept his sharp eyes over. Everyone felt a heavy pressure bearing down on them. This was the stone golem tribe's natural advantage. As long as one was within a certain range, they would feel the pressure. They were special life forms and could cultivate flesh and blood bodies. They were the absolute geniuses of the stone golem tribe. Although the path of heaven's mandate attracted most people, there were still many who wanted to attack Di Tian. However, there were still many people who started to scheme against Di Tian. Those who dared to scheme against Di Tian were all people with terrifying strength. After all, Di Tian's space and time bloodlines had always been coveted by the major forces. Mammoth Barbarian was the little prince of the giant stone kingdom. He was famous for tearing apart god emperors with his bare hands. No one present was willing to fight Mammoth Barbarian because the giant stone tribe had an unparalleled advantage, and that was their powerful defense. Not even the attacks of divine emperor treasures could break his defense. Because of this, Giant Barbarian had the confidence to look down on everyone else. Prince Mammoth Barbarian tribe, if you want to seize the space and time bloodlines in one go, you'll have to ask this young master if I'm willing or not. There was more than one person staring at Lin Fei. Since he dared to appear in front of the Mammoth Barbarian tribe's young prince, he must have some skill. A young man with a sword on his back, giving off a frightening sword intent, appeared before everyone's eyes. Get lost. The Mammoth Barbarian young prince's roar shook the heavens. His arms turned into hammers that smashed towards the sword-wielding young man. Every hammer strike brought with it a crushing pressure that caused mountains to collapse. He had killed his opponent in a single move. That cold sword intent was unable to pierce through Mammoth Barbarian's defense. Too strong. That's a disciple from the Sword Palace. Even the divine sword energy couldn't break through the Mammoth Barbarian young prince's defense. It's too terrifying. The Mammoth Barbarian young prince turned around, his eyes flashing fiercely. Are you going to hand it over or not? The Mammoth Barbarian young prince had heard of Di Tian's name, but he didn't care much. He was an existence that could tear apart god emperors with his bare hands. Even if he had an emperor treasure, with the giant stone tribe's defense, he could still resist. Everyone was looking at Di Tian. Although the Mammoth Barbarian young prince wasn't at the god emperor realm, he still had the combat strength of a god emperor. Coupled with his natural defense, he could be domineering. You're very bold. Lin Fei said, my bloodline is actually something that a foreign race like you can have. Then you can die. The Mammoth Barbarian young prince's big foot stomped down from the sky. Boom! Boom! The sky above Lin Fei and the others immediately turned dark. A boundless gravitational force pressed down endlessly. Zhuge Feng and Huang Qiu vomited blood from the pressure. Dongfang Yijian didn't feel good either. The Mammoth Barbarian young prince was too strong. Just the attack of one foot made the onlookers suck in a cold breath. No wonder he could tear apart a god emperor with his bare hands. Get lost. A saber light suddenly appeared and slashed at the big foot. Crack. Crack. The saber light shattered. Di Tian, use your emperor treasure, or you're dead. The Mammoth Barbarian young prince laughed, his eyes full of disdain. He was afraid of emperor treasures. Another big foot also descended from the sky, stomping toward Lin Fei. Fight! Dongfang Yijian's bloodline power erupted, and his speed was limitless. In an instant, tens of thousands of sword attacks were unleashed. This was Dongfang Yijian's ultimate killing move. This damned defense. The Mammoth Barbarian young prince forcibly withstood the attack, and his body wasn't damaged at all. Dongfang Yijian also sucked in a breath. Although he had heard that the defense was very domineering, he didn't know how domineering it was until he personally experienced it. With this level of defense, it was no wonder that even a God Emperor treasure couldn't break it. An alien really thinks that he's invincible. Lin Fei suddenly raised his head, and his two big feet stomped down. Halfway through, the two big feet could no longer move forward as they were forcibly blocked by a kind of power. What kind of power is this? Many people were secretly shocked. That was because they couldn't tell what kind of power it was. There were no fluctuations in space. The mammoth barbarian young prince's attack was blocked just like that. Interesting. The mammoth barbarian young prince didn't care. His power surged, and his two big feet erupted with a dazzling light as they stomped down again. Let's see how you block it. Boom. Boom. His two big feet erupted with endless attacks. This one stomp made the divine venerables break out in a cold sweat. The other party could trample him to death with one stomp. Is that all you have? Lin Fei said indifferently. Even with this kind of power, you want to kill me and seize my bloodline? The mammoth barbarian young prince knew very well that no one could withstand such a domineering attack. He was invincible under the God Emperor realm. Don't be too proud. The two big feet retracted, and the mammoth barbarian young prince's arm became a hammer as it smashed down. Consecutive hammer kill. Boom. 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 One hammer after another came crashing down like a rainstorm. Everyone's body shook once again. Even from far away, they could feel the mammoth barbarian young prince's crazy attack. This is the mammoth barbarian young prince's killer attack. I'm afraid that Di Tian can't block it anymore. Lin Fei stood quietly. The great success of the power of time is indeed terrifying. As long as I move my mind, the power of time can disintegrate the attack. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to make a move. In fact, he just wanted to test the power of time. The mammoth barbarian young prince became the most suitable candidate. The continuous attacks left everyone dumbfounded. However, under such a violent attack, Lin Fei didn't suffer at all. He just stood there quietly. Dongfang Yijian, Zhuge Feng, and the others were baffled. Could it be some kind of treasure? Chapter 1952. Boom. Boom. Facing Lin Fei's mockery, the mammoth barbarian young prince attacked angrily again, causing everyone's scalps to go numb. An attack of this level was too terrifying. At the same time, they could not see through Di Tian. Without any movement, he easily blocked the mammoth barbarian young prince's attack. How amazing was this? Even though Di Tian was very famous before, now that they saw him again, it was even more terrifying than they had imagined. This guy was too strong. Lin Fei just stood there. The earth-shattering attack seemed insignificant at this moment. It seems that you don't have the ability to take away my bloodline. Lin Fei raised his head. In that case, take my saber. The terror of time made Lin Fei overjoyed. The mammoth barbarian young prince's strength was terrifying, but in front of time, it was as if he did not exist. Time was always the most mysterious existence. Even an incomparably tyrannical existence could not cross this threshold. Lin Fei slashed out with his saber, and a saber light slashed through the void. It was a very casual attack. Once time was formed, Lin Fei's control also became more flexible. The mammoth barbarian young prince had never thought that his attack would be so weak. With a cold snort, he punched out, "You want to break my giant stone golem race's defense?" This punch smashed the saber light. The saber light was faster. The fist was a beat too slow. The saber light slashed on the mammoth barbarian young prince's body. "Ha ha ha, your attack is also not good enough." The mammoth barbarian young prince laughed, looking down on the other party. Everyone was well aware of the giant stone golem race's defense. Even if Di Tian had the power of time, he would not be able to break it. However, as the mammoth barbarian young prince laughed, a wound suddenly appeared on his chest. Blood immediately flowed, and his body suddenly broke into two. No. The mammoth barbarian young prince screamed, grabbed the lower half of his body, and fled in panic. The person who had been flaunting his prowess just a moment ago had fled pathetically in an instant. In front of time, no matter how strong your defense is, it can't stop it. Lin Fei said indifferently, very satisfied with this saber. At the same time, he had to admit that the strength of this mammoth barbarian young prince was indeed formidable, especially in terms of defense. Only time could easily break through his defense. Lin Fei didn't kill him. He just used him as a test subject. If the young prince of the mammoth barbarian tribe knew about this, he would probably vomit blood in anger. He was an existence that could tear apart a god emperor with his bare hands. The escape of the mammoth barbarian tribe's young prince also made them realize that Di Tian was even more terrifying than half a year ago. No one had expected Lin Fei to raise the power of his bloodline to the level of great success. It had been a very, very long time since a time bloodline reached major completion. There were people who managed to cultivate a large success spatial bloodline, but no one was able to fight against a large success spatial bloodline. The other party could easily send you into exile. This was one of the killing moves of a space controller. I didn't expect the mammoth barbarian young prince to also be defeated. Di Tian's slash doesn't look any different. Everyone was confused. After easily defeating the mammoth barbarian tribe's young prince, Lin Fei looked around. If you want my bloodline, come at me. Lin Fei laughed loudly. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Was this a challenge? Wasn't he too arrogant? The mammoth barbarian tribe's young prince was very famous, but so were many people. In particular, some ancient factions were not inferior to the mammoth barbarian tribe's young prince. Di Tian, you are too arrogant. In the void, a sword light flashed, piercing straight at the center of Lin Fei's eyebrows. Anything else? In the face of this sword, Lin Fei maintained a calm expression. Myriad poison divine water. A wave of dark green divine water swept across the sky. Poison. In the distance, everyone revealed a look of fear. This was a poison that could corrode one's physical body. At the same time, a black-robed man sneaked in. He was less than 1,000 feet away, and he attacked with a sinister smile. If I don't kill a few powerful ones, you won't give up. Lin Fei said coldly. The myriad poison divine water and the sharp sword were blocked outside. The black-robed man rushed into the range of 1,000 feet. As soon as he appeared, everyone saw a terrifying scene. The black-robed assassin aged instantly. When he reached 800 feet, he turned into a skeleton. This was a half-step god emperor assassin. Speed and stealth were his forte. A distance of 1,000 feet was enough to kill anyone. Now, he had turned into a skeleton. Turning a half-step deity emperor assassin into a pile of bones in just one move, that was the true horror. Time power. This is time power at work. Someone exclaimed. To turn a half-step god emperor assassin into a skeleton in a short time, what else could it be other than time power? No one would associate it with great accomplishment time power. The two were blocked. After seeing the half-step god emperor assassin die, they chose to leave. In their eyes, Lin Fei's power of time was very strange. Time power was strong, but it seemed like it couldn't do it so easily. The person in the dark chose to give up the attack. The scene quieted down. This is the consequence of trying to steal my bloodline. Lin Fei's voice was like a bell, no matter how many come, they will die. Boom. Suddenly, Lin Fei released his God Emperor aura. The aura engulfed the entire celestial worthy mountain. Lin Fei unleashed the might of a divine emperor just as everyone was feeling apprehensive. This was undoubtedly telling everyone that he was no longer the Di Tian from before. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. Di Tian became a god emperor. What a fast speed. I can't believe it's real. No wonder he could block the mammoth barbarian young prince's attack. His control of the time bloodline has improved after becoming a god emperor. No matter who it was, they felt terrified. The ordinary god emperors gasped. They couldn't afford to offend Tion. They weren't strong enough. If they encountered Tion, they would die. For the sake of their lives, they couldn't afford to offend someone like Tion. Tion's promotion to a god emperor shocked everyone. Those who were mocking Tion before silently shut their mouths. Their faces were burning as if they were slapped in the face. His astonishing leveling speed had also given the older generation quite a fright. It was natural for divine sons to advance quickly. After all, they were born under the will of heaven and earth. However, Tion easily became a god emperor. Most importantly, he cultivated the time bloodline and reached the peak ultimate god realm. If Tion was given enough time, his time bloodline would become a top-notch existence among god emperors and could challenge an invincible god emperor. That was the last thing they wanted to see. There were even some people with cold glints in their eyes. Should they find an opportunity to kill Tion, even if they had to pay a great price? Lin Fei released the pressure of a divine emperor and soared into the sky, flying toward the path of destiny. Tion is also going to fight for the destiny. He's just a little god emperor. How dare he fight for the destiny? Chapter 1953. Destiny. An existence that couldn't be ignored in any era. Every time destiny appeared, it would be a battle between heroes. No one was willing to miss this opportunity. It didn't matter if they could become the final god emperor. Fighting for destiny was still an irresistible temptation for god emperors. Now that Lin Fei was on the path of destiny, it was a huge blow to the older generations. They had cultivated day and night for a long time, yet they were still stuck at the half-step god emperor realm. It was natural that they were unhappy. Thus, a large number of people didn't think that Lin Fei would have a good ranking on the path of destiny. Lin Fei was already satisfied with just a small display of time. Such a killing move had to be kept for later use. As he neared the path of destiny, Lin Fei felt that it wasn't ordinary. The gentle light made him feel like he was bathing in his mother's embrace. It was very comfortable. Destiny. Lin Fei had an epiphany. He had also arrived on the path of destiny. Standing on the stairs and looking up, it was like a path of heaven that reached the sky. Interesting. Lin Fei smiled and walked forward. Boom, boom, boom. With this step, the heavens and earth rumbled. Lin Fei felt like he was being attacked by the heavens and earth. The will of the heavens and earth can forget about breaking my time. Lin Fei stomped down and blocked the sky full of attacks. It was clear that this level of attack was an attack of the heavens and earth. This was a test of the heavens and earth. Lin Fei was very unhappy with this kind of heavens and earth. On the destiny board, the first was still God Emperor Meng Yi, the second was God Emperor Luo Tian, and the third was God Emperor Abyss. On the board, the fastest change was in the bottom part. The rankings were constantly changing. The top position didn't change at all. The 8 God Emperors remained the same, but a small number of God Emperors rushed up. On the path of destiny, God Emperor Meng Yi was actually a valiant woman. Destiny, who else but me can do it? God Emperor Meng Yi looked straight ahead and suddenly took a step forward. Below, the second-ranked God Emperor Luo Tian stared ahead. Worthy of being a reclusive sect. You've taken the first place right from the start. All Heaven Divine Emperor said with a scholarly aura. I might not give anyone to you. Lin Fei was very fast. As soon as he activated time, he blocked the attack from the will of the heavens. These attacks from the will of the world started off with a low level of difficulty, but they continued to increase in difficulty. At the same time, with every step they took, they would be attacked by the experts formed from the will of the world. Lin Fei had grasped the power of time. At the beginning, he didn't care much about it. The path of heaven's will is truly extraordinary. The will of the heavens and earth can condense experts one after another. Using this kind of test is indeed not easy. Now, Lin Fei was facing a powerful deity emperor, who was wielding a heavenly halberd and constantly attacking him. Lin Fei's horizons were widened by the way he attacked. Lin Fei blocked it easily. Time engulfed him. 10,000 years passed in the blink of an eye, annihilating the will of the world in time. Lin Fei soon encountered some God Emperor experts. With the power of time, the speed of the impact was very fast. Even the will of the world couldn't stop the flow of time. Especially in front of the great accomplishment of time, any existence seemed insignificant. Lin Fei didn't know the deity emperors he met along the way, but those deity emperors recognized Di Tian, who had an emperor artifact. Di Tian, he's Di Tian. How is this possible? He also came to the path of heaven's will? Could he have become a deity emperor? This speed is too fast. These deity emperors wanted to vomit blood. Lin Fei didn't stop at all. He kept walking in front of them. In the blink of an eye, they could only see a shadow. This is infuriating. They were deity emperors, but now they seemed to be inferior to a newly advanced fellow. With every step he took, Lin Fei felt something mysterious on his body. This thing was very weak, but Lin Fei could feel it. Is this the will of heaven? Lin Fei had heard of the will of heaven. It was an illusory existence, something that could only be understood. Have you analyzed it? Lin Fei used the system to analyze the will of heaven. I can't analyze it at the moment. I can't analyze it at the moment. Lin Fei was quite helpless after coming to this conclusion. Lin Fei's speed was very fast. In less than half a month, he reached the top 500. This made the eyes of the people outside pop out. This rank surpassed many deity emperors. Starting from the top 500, his speed slowed down. The experts that Lin Fei encountered with the condensed will of the world were even stronger. They were all at the level of a heavenly deity emperor, and they could use treasures to attack. It took him a long time to deal with them. It took him a month to go from the top 500 to the top 300. At this time, the year to the celestial worthy mountain was almost over. After reaching the top 200, Lin Fei almost didn't move forward. He had to face many experts at once, which made Lin Fei very uncomfortable. Whoosh! 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 When the year was up, a force came from the celestial worthy mountain. Everyone was teleported out. The path of destiny appeared on one of the continents in the divine world. Every continent in the divine world was guarded by a deity emperor, who controlled a territory. The 8 continents controlled by the 8 deity emperors had the best positions and the richest resources. The other continents had slightly less resources, but they were also controlled by the deity emperors. When the path of destiny appeared in the divine world, it caused a huge commotion. One after another, tyrannical existences entered the path of heaven's will, and the rankings on the heavenly fate ranking changed accordingly. This is all I can do now. When he reached the top 200, Lin Fei couldn't go up anymore. It became more and more difficult to deal with the deity emperors. The system hadn't analyzed the will of heaven yet. Lin Fei planned to leave the path of destiny. He just wanted to take a look and understand it out of curiosity. It was easy to leave. When Lin Fei appeared on the path of destiny, he appeared in the sky above a continent. Divine world? When Lin Fei came out, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This wasn't the celestial worthy mountain. He quickly realized that this was the divine world. Why am I here? Lin Fei didn't have a good impression of the divine world. Back then, he had massacred everyone in the divine world. Now that he was in the divine world, the people in the dark were getting restless, especially those hidden sections. They were probably eyeing his bloodline. There were many continents in the divine world. Lin Fei was well aware that every continent had a divine emperor overseeing it. I should find a place to improve my space bloodline first. There were many enemies in the divine world, and after killing tens of thousands of experts in the celestial worthy mountain, Lin Fei decided to hide first. The first place has changed. The first place on the destiny list was no longer deity emperor Meng Yi. It was another unfamiliar name. Lin Fei didn't care about it. Every continent in the divine world was huge. Lin Fei constantly used space movement to find a suitable place. This is the place. On a long river in the continent, Lin Fei landed and entered the bottom of the river. There were many ferocious beasts at the bottom of the river. The moment they saw Lin Fei, they pounced. Lin Fei released Hairball. Eat as much as you can. Chapter 1954. The Celestial Worthy Mountain's secret realm ended. The Path of Destiny and the Destiny List appeared at the same time. Both the Divine World and the 6 subworlds became chaotic. The fiercest competition of an era had arrived. First, the 8 Divine Emperors, the strongest Divine Emperors in name, returned to their own continents. The entire Divine World began to stir. Powerful factions emerged one after another. Originally, the continents were quickly occupied by rising factions. Once they occupied a continent, they annexed the factions in the continent. Except for the continents where the 8 Divine Emperors were, the other continents changed. The Divine Emperors were either killed or surrendered to the other party. The factions underwent a great purge. The Chaos Divine Emperor occupied a continent in the Divine World, causing quite a commotion. The old officials returned. The Chaos Divine Emperor quickly stabilized himself and roped in the surrounding allies, forming a powerful faction. The 8 Divine Emperors were helpless. They didn't kill the Chaos Divine Emperor back then. With the appearance of the Destiny List, they couldn't stop the Chaos Divine Emperor from occupying a continent. Now, the entire Divine World was complicated. The hidden sects appeared one after another. Even the 8 Divine Emperors had a solemn expression. They didn't dare to underestimate them. They were all powerful existences. Everyone wanted to be in that position and dominate an era. Have you heard? Recently, a ferocious beast appeared in the Wu River. It started a massacre and conquered the Wu River. It can't be. I heard that there are many ferocious beasts in the Wu River. Some of them are even half-step Divine Emperors. What kind of ferocious beast is so powerful? Yeah, how can it compare to a divine beast? In a big city closest to the Wu River Divine River, there was a piece of news circulating in the restaurant. A ferocious beast had appeared in the Wu River. This ferocious beast lurked in the river and led a group of ferocious beasts to devour the passing celestials. This ferocious beast was getting more and more arrogant. It even took the initiative to attack passers-by. Many people who passed by the Wu River were in trouble. Many people in the city that was far away from the Wu River Divine River were afraid. Humph, it's just a ferocious beast. I'll go and take care of it myself. A burly figure stood up in the restaurant. He said disdainfully. Young Master Linghu is going to take care of it. Who's young Master Linghu? Young Master Linghu is a disciple of our Sky sect. Many people secretly gasped. The Heaven sect was the strongest sect in the immortal Civ continent, and it controlled the entire continent. The Divine Emperor in charge was the immortal Civ Divine Emperor, a creation Divine Emperor. Because of this, everyone had no choice but to be fearful. This immortal sifting Divine Emperor had also appeared out of nowhere. As soon as he came out, he suppressed the original ruler of the continent and quickly took control of the entire continent. Wu River Divine River. A river that gave birth to countless ferocious beasts. Now, the river was occupied by a fierce beast, and the other fierce beasts were all attached to this fierce beast. Under the river, Hairball had transformed into a burly and ferocious human figure, surrounded by a formless ominous aura. She was sitting on the main seat, surrounded by ferocious beasts that had transformed into ferocious humans. Your Majesty, someone else is here. A subordinate ran in. Ha ha ha, someone else is here to die. Hairball stood up with a ferocious gaze. Everyone, follow me out. Let's eat them together. Ever since she was released, Hairball had used her powerful strength to kill the powerful ferocious beasts at the bottom of the river. She had quickly taken control of the Wu River Divine River and gained a large group of subordinates. Hairball rushed out of the water with her subordinates. In the sky above the Wu River Divine River, there was a large black ship. That ferocious beast is here. Linghu Sha stood at the bow of the ship, not caring about the ferocious beast. A monstrous ominous aura soared into the sky, turning into dark clouds that covered the sky. Hairball rushed out with a large group of ferocious beasts, stood on the water's surface, and narrowed her eyes. Ha ha ha, more delicious food is delivered to us. Little ones, kill them. As a primordial evil dragon, Hairball was naturally ferocious and domineering. After following her master for a long time, she also liked to be straightforward. Kill them all. Bring back the women as wives. Many people came to watch the show today. Although they knew there were ferocious beasts in the Wu River Divine River, they had never seen them before. Everyone was quite afraid of the terrifying ominous aura, especially the ferocious beasts that flew out. Each of them had the strength of an ultimate god. With their powerful defense, they were not easy to deal with. How dare a mere ferocious beast be so insolent? Ling Hu Sha's cold eyes swept across. The long sword on his back flew out and slashed across the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! More than a dozen ferocious beasts were cut in half at the waist. Blood rained down like rain. The scattered blood made the ferocious beasts even more frenzied. All of them rushed toward Ling Hu Sha. In their eyes, this powerful person had eaten a lot of nourishment. Ling Hu Sha took a step forward. With a flash of his sword, the ferocious beasts fell from the sky one by one, dyeing the Wu River Divine River red. You bunch of ferocious beasts have no idea of death. All of you deserve to die. Ling Hu Sha's sword strikes became faster and faster. Each strike killed a large group of ferocious beasts. Less than half of the ferocious beasts were left in a short while. Hairball was a belligerent by nature. Seeing her subordinates being killed one after another, she was naturally furious. She could not even bear to eat them, but Ling Hu Sha killed them all. I'll eat you. Hairball turned into a blur and pounced at her opponent. So fast. Ling Hu Sha was a little surprised to see such a powerful ferocious beast here. Die. Ling Hu Sha swished his sword. The sword's shadows were dazzling. Hairball did not dodge. The sword light landed on her body, but it only left a faint mark. Her ferocious eyes became more intense as she threw a punch at her opponent. That ferocious beast is so powerful. Ling Hu Sha's sword art can't break the ferocious beast's defense. No matter how powerful the ferocious beast is, it still has to bow. Don't forget that Ling Hu Sha is a half-step deity emperor. He has a powerful deity emperor war weapon. Hairball's attacks were all close-range attacks. With the ancient evil dragon's speed, basically no one could block Hairball's attacks. But this time, Hairball met her match. Ling Hu Sha's sword art was airtight. Hairball could not get close, and her attacks were easily broken. Your ferocious beast is not bad. You can be my mount. She knew Ling Hu Sha's sword art. She was overjoyed that Ling Hu Sha could easily block her attacks. This might be a powerful ferocious beast. She just happened to be lacking a mount. Her sword art suddenly became sharp. Hairball was instantly suppressed. This provoked Hairball. She roared and turned into the ancient evil dragon. Her huge body and ferocious aura were like fog. She opened her mouth and sucked, forming a vortex. Swish. 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 A huge suction force shrouded everyone. The ships in the distance rocked back and forth, and many of the weaker ones were directly sucked into the vortex and swallowed by Furball. Ancient Evil Dragon, it's an ancient evil dragon. Chapter 1955. Furball's attacks were unable to get close, and his explosive temper caused him to return to his original form. With a huge body and a ferocious aura, he immediately used the primordial evil dragon's ultimate move. After devouring a large amount of blood chi, Hairball's strength became extremely powerful. Even a half-step deity emperor like Ling Hu Sha could only stare at him. His innate prowess became even more terrifying. Run. I don't want to be eaten. I'm just passing by to watch the show. Screams and wails resounded nearby. These people couldn't resist the innate prowess and were all swallowed by Hairball. Mighty King! Mighty King! The surviving beasts cheered loudly. In just a moment, most of the onlookers were eaten. Only Ling Hu Sha could barely hold on. Primordial Evil Dragon. It's an extinct primordial evil dragon that's about to become a divine beast. Ling Hu Sha came from the Sky Sect, an ancient force that didn't usually come out. There were many secrets in the sect, and he happened to know about the primordial evil dragon. When Hairball revealed his true form, Ling Hu Sha recognized him immediately. This was an extinct beast. It seemed like it would soon enter the divine beast realm and become a powerful existence like a deity emperor. I can't take down the primordial evil dragon alone. I must ask First Senior Brother for help. If First Senior Brother obtains the primordial evil dragon, I'll have a powerful backer. It wasn't that Ling Hu Sha didn't want to monopolize it. He couldn't capture the primordial evil dragon with his current strength. Ling Hu Sha could only watch helplessly. It would be different if he handed it over to First Senior Brother. Let's go. Once again, Ling Hu Sha took out a spatial door and entered it, leaving the place. He ran away. Hairball turned back into his human form and was unwilling to give up. He was good at spatial travel, but he couldn't catch up to this kind of spatial positioning. I'll eat him if there's a next time. Ling Hu Sha of the Sky Sect couldn't do anything to the beast and had to leave pathetically. The news spread quickly. At the same time, the name of the beast also spread. Primordial Evil Dragon. Ling Hu Sha's exclamation was naturally noticed by some people. Although they didn't know what the primordial evil dragon was, they could tell from its name that it was a terrifying existence. As soon as the name, Primordial Evil Dragon, was heard, many ancient forces took action. This was the last remaining primordial evil dragon. Many forces realized that this was a treasure. Whoever could subdue the primordial evil dragon would have a deity emperor as their bodyguard. Moreover, the weakest one would be an earth deity emperor. In the immortal Civ continent, people from all the continents rushed to the Wu River of the immortal Civ continent. The immortal Civ continent became lively. The ones who reacted the fastest were the people from the Sky Sect. After Ling Hu Sha returned, he told the news to his eldest senior brother, Duanmu Yijing. Duanmu Yijing was the first senior brother of Tian sect. He had stepped into the deity emperor realm. There was a rumor in the sect that someone wanted to promote first senior brother to an elder. Primordial evil dragon, good, good. Duanmu Yijing could not help but laugh out loud when he heard the news. The divine sun sky dragon has a fire qilin, the ninth heaven phoenix has a phoenix, and an extinct primordial evil dragon as a mount isn't any worse than them. After hearing the news, Duanmu Yijing brought Ling Hu Sha and his subordinates straight to the Wu River. Eldest senior brother, the primordial evil dragon is hiding down there. Ling Hu Sha stood behind Duanmu Yijing and said. With this piece of news, Ling Hu Sha gained a backer. His mood was very good. Duanmu Yijing said faintly, blast it out. His subordinates were all peak ultimate gods. They activated their treasures and bombarded the Wu River. I didn't eat you last time. How dare you come again? Watch how I eat you. Hairball was furious when she saw Ling Hu Sha. She performed a space shuttle and appeared in front of Ling Hu Sha with a huge fist. You're just a ferocious beast. How dare you? Boom. Boom. Duanmu Yijing snorted coldly. Tens of thousands of mountains kept pressing down. Hairball was smashed into the divine river and splashed into the sky. Kill them all. Avenge the king. The ferocious beasts also rushed out. Duanmu Yijing was startled but did not say anything. His subordinates killed the ferocious beasts and blood flowed like a river in a short while. Innate supernatural power, absorb. Hairball once again soared into the sky and returned to her original form. Her innate supernatural power was activated. Duanmu Yijing's subordinates were the first to bear the brunt of the monstrous hostility and were swallowed one by one. Eldest senior brother, be careful. Ling Hu Sha was very afraid of that move. Duanmu Yijing said indifferently, it's just an innate supernatural power. Let's see how your senior brother breaks it. Go. A divine emperor treasure was taken out and turned into thousands of miles of mountains before crashing onto Hairball's body with a loud bang. Hairball's innate supernatural power was temporarily stagnated. Boom! 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 The thousands of miles of mountains kept crashing onto Hairball's body. Hairball's movements slowed down with each hit and her innate supernatural power was completely interrupted. Hairball was not a fool. She knew she had encountered a powerful opponent and turned around to escape back to the Wu River. How can I let you leave when you're a ferocious beast that I've taken a fancy to? Whoosh! Whoosh! The 10,000 layers of space suddenly became extremely heavy. Hairball had just entered the void when a terrifying gravitational force kept pressing down on her, making it difficult for Hairball to move an inch and unable to break through the invisible force. Eldest senior brother is mighty. Linghu Sha cheered. Duanmu Yijing was an innate master of gravity and had already reached the great success level. He blocked Hairball's shuttle ability and trapped her in a void. Bang! Bang! No matter how hard Hairball tried, Hairball could not break out of the cage. Stop struggling and be my mount obediently. Accompany me to roam the world. Duanmu Yijing knew what a primordial evil dragon represented. It was a divine emperor and might even become a heaven creation divine emperor or even a god investiture divine emperor in the future. The heaven sect's strongest patriarch was only a heaven creation divine emperor. Furball coldly snorted, stopping his attacks. With just this bit of strength, if my master comes, he can crush you with a single finger. Duanmu Yijing's heart skipped a beat and he thought, it has a master? How is that possible? To be able to subdue a primordial evil dragon, the master's strength must be extraordinary. Duanmu Yijing was indeed afraid and then he laughed, what a ferocious beast to dare lie to me. If your master is here, why doesn't he come out? I'm afraid your master doesn't exist and said it on purpose. To prevent any accidents from happening, Duanmu Yijing took out a black golden lock made of special materials and used to seal space for ferocious beasts. As long as he brought the primordial evil dragon back, even his master couldn't bring it back. After all, the Heavens sect had a heaven creation divine emperor. Duanmu Yijing, the primordial evil dragon doesn't like you. Why use force? Chapter 1956. A person appeared out of nowhere. This person was dressed in a brocade robe. His face was pale, and he exuded a cold and gloomy aura. He held a halberd in his hand. He was a disciple of a divine emperor from another continent, Zhang Luo. This primordial evil dragon is fated with me. It belongs to me. Zhang Luo pointed his halberd and said in a sinister tone. Duanmu Yijing was enraged, just based on your words. Boom boom boom. Tens of thousands of layers of pressure pressed down from the sky. The water of the Wu River surged into the sky. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Zhang Luo was a disciple of the deity sovereign, so he naturally knew some secret history. He knew how powerful the primordial evil dragon was, so he wanted to take it for himself to improve his strength. The ancient halberd slashed out, breaking through the layers of power. Duanmu Yi was fighting with Zhang Luo. Duanmu Yijing was under a lot of pressure because he had to suppress the primordial evil dragon. Very soon, he was at a disadvantage. Zhang Luo waved his ancient halberd and said with a sinister smile, Duanmu Yijing, I still have to thank you for suppressing the primordial evil dragon for me. Ha ha ha. Duanmu Yijing's strength was around the same level as Zhang Luo's. If he were to multitask, it was only natural that he wouldn't be a match for Zhang Luo. An idea popped up in his head. Since you want the primordial evil dragon, I'll give it to you. As the gravity was removed, the primordial evil dragon regained its freedom. As soon as she regained her freedom, the primordial evil dragon Hairball was furious, but she did not attack again. She rolled over and was about to return to the Wu River. Her body swayed as she was about to enter the river. You are shameless. Zhang Luo was infuriated. The primordial evil dragon was a divine beast of space and was most proficient in shuttling. Zhang Luo had originally planned to take advantage of the situation, but now, how could he capture the primordial evil dragon? You're allowed to be shameless, but I'm not allowed to be shameless. Duanmu Yijing laughed loudly and attacked Zhang Luo repeatedly. Space cage. Before Hairball could dive into the river, a huge spatial cage instantly appeared, trapping Hairball inside. No matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't break out of the cage. In the void, another person rushed out and took out a spatial treasure specially used to trap the primordial evil dragon. Meanwhile, on the spatial cage, with the help of the divine talismans, the spatial cage was strengthened. Bang bang bang. Hairball couldn't break it, which made Hairball very angry. Today's consecutive defeats were something that had never happened before. Let me out. Otherwise, sooner or later, I'll die. I'm going to eat you. Hairball had a bad temper. His fierce eyes stared straight at the guy outside. The extinct primordial evil dragon is about to break through to the divine beast realm. You are definitely not weaker than the divine beast Fire Qilin. From now on, you belong to me, Gu Fan. In the sky, a young man controlled a treasure and laughed loudly. You don't need to struggle. This is a spatial cage refined by a spatial controller. It's a space of its own, specially designed to deal with you. Gu Fan, you dare? Zhang Luo roared in anger. His ancient halberd spun and smashed over the primordial evil dragon. Everyone deserves it. Gu Fan sneered. If you can't obtain it, that means you aren't strong enough. Return. The river water blocked Zhang Luo's path. Gu Fan took the opportunity to retract his spatial cage. The space cage shrunk and confined the primordial evil dragon. It flew toward the treasure in his hand. As long as the primordial evil dragon was confined inside, it would not belong to him. Gu Fan thought to himself happily. You don't have the ability to capture me. Hairball suddenly broke the restriction and rushed out. She opened her mouth wide and bit Gu Fan. Then, she swallowed Gu Fan, who seemed to have everything under her control. As a spatial divine beast, the primordial evil dragon had a deep understanding of space even though it was not at the divine beast level. Using a spatial cage to trap it was not a good idea. Boom. 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 The primordial evil dragon prepared to escape. The original 0 point was finally broken. An oppressive aura came from heaven and earth. The entire sky above the Wu River was dark as if a storm was coming. In an instant, dark clouds covered the sky. Thunderbolts descended from the sky and blasted Hairball's huge body. Zhang Luo and Duanmu Yijing's expressions changed. They quickly left the area. Their expressions were replaced with excitement. The primordial evil dragon is going to become a divine beast. Ha ha ha, the heavens are helping me. At the same time, the experts of the immortal Civ continent also sensed the terrifying aura. They immediately knew what was going on when they landed on the Wu River. The primordial evil dragon was going to become a divine beast. As long as it could withstand the thunderbolts of the heavenly Tao, it could become a divine beast that was as invincible as a divine emperor. One figure after another quickly rushed over. Everyone knew that a divine beast would be weak for a period of time after going through the tribulation. It was the best time for them to make a move. Such a thing had not happened for a long time. A divine beast, a spatial divine beast at that, would be like a tiger with wings. It was hard not to like it. Outside the Wu River, powerful existences appeared. Many people were afraid of their terrifying auras. They were all famous existences in the divine world. Ha ha ha, a spatial divine beast, the primordial evil dragon. With the primordial evil dragon, we can go to all the dangerous places in the divine world. A figure in a red robe suddenly appeared in the sky. He stared at the primordial evil dragon in the lightning and laughed. Many people gasped when they saw this person. It's God of Massacre, Bai Kai. Rumor has it that Bai Kai kills people like flies. With the primordial evil dragon, who can do anything to God of Massacre, Bai Kai. I didn't expect that God of Massacre, Bai Kai, would be attracted. I heard that he already has the strength of a heavenly deity emperor. God of Massacre, dressed in a red robe, scared many people away. God of Massacre, by Kai, the primordial evil dragon is a top-notch divine beast. It's not something you can have. Others might be afraid of your prestige, but I am not. A figure followed in the sky not far away. It was a middle-aged man in black armor with a heavy axe on his back. God of Massacre, by Kai's eyes flashed and he slashed with his huge saber. Lu Feng, how dare you compete with me for the primordial evil dragon? The middle-aged man in black armor was unmoved. He sneered, your prestige can only scare children. It's useless against me. Swoosh. Swoosh. He also slashed with his heavy axe. Both of them were at each other's throats. Neither of them gained the upper hand in the simple exchange. They stopped attacking and stared at the primordial evil dragon. Boom. 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 Thunderbolts came one after another. The faces of the people in the distance turned pale. No one could withstand such thunderbolts. A divine beast was indeed a divine beast. Its defense was ridiculously strong. Before the primordial evil dragon finished its tribulation, no one would try to snatch it. Everyone was waiting for the tribulation to end. A weakened primordial evil dragon, an extinct divine beast, would tempt any deity emperor. All of them hid in the void, ready to seize the opportunity to make a move. The thunderbolts slowed down. Rumble. Another huge bolt of lightning struck down. Everyone's mind was shaken as well. This was the last thunderbolt. The primordial evil dragon was struck into the river by the last thunderbolt. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and the heavenly tribulation left. On the Wu River, a ferocious deity emperor's aura swept up. Snatch. Chapter 1957. Swish. 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 The deity sovereign no longer held back his strength. Hairball was struck into the water by the thunderbolt. Although she had reached the divine beast realm, she was still in a weakened state. Bai Kai, the god of slaughter, grabbed him with his hand, and his huge body was pulled out. The weakened state was equivalent to having no strength at all. She might be able to leave if she was at her peak. But now, Hairball couldn't resist at all. Bai Kai, let go of the primordial evil dragon. Lu Feng swung his poleaxe, and it landed on Bai Kai's arm. The ancient evil dragon's furball fell to the ground once more. How dare you ruin my plans? Endless killing intent surged toward Lu Feng. Ha ha ha. So what if I ruin your plans? Lu Feng wasn't the only one making a move. When the primordial evil dragon fell, many giant hands reached out and collided with each other. Many arms were smashed, and shockwaves swept out. The onlookers quickly retreated. Those who were slow were killed by the shockwaves. The young geniuses hid far away. No one dared to fight for it. Even Earth deity sovereigns might not dare to make a move. Even if they did, they wouldn't gain anything. For a moment, the Wu River was in chaos. Everyone wanted to snatch the primordial evil dragon. But as soon as they caught it, they were attacked from all sides. They had to let go of it. In just a moment, the sky was covered in blood. Kill. 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 Bai Kai was the craziest among them. He held a golden hammer and kept attacking deity sovereigns. The deity sovereign's strength repelled many people who wanted to fight for it. Bai Kai was the one closest to the primordial evil dragon. 13 life-seizing hammers. Killing God, Bai Kai shouted. The golden copper turned into golden shadows, and deity emperors were sent flying away, vomiting blood. The primordial evil dragon is destined to be mine. Anyone who tries to snatch it will die. Bai Kai's killing intent soared to the sky. His fierce eyes made everyone feel numb. No one dared to look him in the eye. Lu Feng. You don't believe it either. Lu Feng was also sent flying by the countless hammers. Bai Kai tried to grab the primordial evil dragon again. Killer God Bai Kai's strength is indeed impressive. This is the true strength of a heavenly deity emperor. I'm afraid that not many people here can withstand the killing intent attack of killing God by Kai. After being pushed back, the divine emperor chose to stop. If he went up, he would only be humiliating himself. The gap between their realms was not small. They wanted to help but were powerless. The immortal realm was huge, and it would take time for experts to rush over. At least for the time being, the killing God by Kai had the absolute advantage. No one could contend against him. Hairball felt weak all over. It was impossible for him to block this attack. Killing God by Kai, if you dare to capture me, prepare to be hunted down by my master. Hairball shouted. My master can deal with you with one finger. Hairball stared at by Kai fearlessly. Hairball's words drew a brief gasp of surprise. Everyone thought that the primordial evil dragon didn't have a master. After all, who would leave it in the Wu River Divine River if it had a master? Everyone had preconceived notions. They didn't think about it. Killing God by Kai said disdainfully, Master, even if you have a master, you'll be smashed to death by my hammer. Now, you'd better go back with me. Killing God by Kai, this emperor wants this primordial evil dragon. Immortal sifting continent. A terrifying pressure greeted them. The voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with an undeniable tone. Everyone was shivering in front of this pressure. Killing God by Kai didn't gain any advantage and was suppressed by the pressure. His arm couldn't move forward anymore, and his face was filled with shock. Immortal sifting divine emperor, you're shameless. In the sky, a white figure strode over. He appeared above everyone. Some people laughed. Duanmu Yijing of the Sky sect revealed a delighted expression. Great, the old ancestor is here. Who can compete with the old ancestor? The disciples of the Sky sect laughed. It turned out that the master of the immortal sifting continent, the immortal sifting divine emperor, personally took action. The primordial evil dragon that could grow into a top-notch spatial divine beast was worthy of any old ancestor's attention. Killing God by Kai cursed. The immortal sifting divine emperor was very young, but he was actually an old monster that had lived for a long time. Just the pressure of the heaven creation divine emperor could easily suppress killing God by Kai. You can scram now. The immortal sifting divine emperor casually pressed down with his palm and sent killing God by Kai flying out of the immortal sifting continent. This was because he was afraid of the old ancestor behind killing God by Kai. Primordial evil dragon, a spatial divine beast. The immortal sifting divine emperor revealed a smile. It was naturally a good thing that such a divine beast appeared in his continent. You can leave too. The immortal sifting divine emperor attacked again. No one could see his movements, but a groan came from the void and blood splattered. He had already left the scene. In a moment, the immortal sifting divine emperor chased away all the spies in the dark. Return to the Sky sect with me. The primordial evil dragon Hairball was dragged by a force and flew toward the other party. Master, save me. Hairball realized that the white-clothed young man in front of her was very terrifying, even more so than killing God by Kai. At this time, Hairball could only rely on her master. The immortal sifting divine emperor did not care. In his territory, even if the heaven creation divine emperor came, he would not be able to take advantage of her. It's useless even if your master comes. Boom! A saber light drilled out of the Wu River Divine River and broke the connection in one strike. My Hairball is not someone you can capture. A figure soared into the sky from the bottom of the river with a divine emperor's aura. This saber strike came very quickly and did not leave any trace. The connection was broken just like that. Hairball transformed into her human form and stood behind a black-robed man. Master, it's that white-robed guy. Hairball said fiercely. Teach him a lesson. We must teach him a lesson. This scene shocked countless people. The primordial evil dragon really had a master. It was too surprising. Many people looked over. They all wanted to know who this person was that dared to be so presumptuous in front of the immortal sifting divine emperor. This black-robed man looked somewhat familiar. Yes, he's Tion, the Tion who offended the 8 divine emperors. I remember he's here. He's Tion, the guy who killed tens of thousands of experts at the celestial worthy mountain. Many people exclaimed. Tion's fame was not small, especially since many forces in the divine world had issued a bounty to kill him. It was hard not to recognize him. The person who came out from the bottom of the river was Lin Fei, who had been in seclusion. The time bloodline was difficult to cultivate, but the space bloodline was also very difficult. Lin Fei cultivated day and night for a long time. He had the capital and was not afraid of divine power consumption. Originally, Lin Fei was ready to come out after the completion of the space bloodline, but he did not come out because he had mastered some of the space bloodline attacks. This delay caused Furball to be in danger the next time he came out. The immortal sifting divine emperor had heard of this name. A guy with 2 top-notch bloodlines had made a name for himself in the divine world. It's you who wants to capture my hairball. Chapter 1958. No one would have expected that the primordial evil dragon divine beast was Tion's battle pet. Everyone was shocked by this. Before they could digest the news, they saw Tion take the initiative to attack the celestial Civ divine emperor. The celestial Civ divine emperor was surrounded by countless spatial blades. The trajectories of each spatial blade were constantly changing, and no one could see their true trajectories. This was tantamount to an untraceable attack. Everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. Facing such a storm-like attack, they knew that they couldn't block it. Sooner or later, they would die under such an attack. In such a short time, Tion's strength had increased again. This undoubtedly made everyone jealous. The celestial Civ divine emperor was indeed a divine emperor of the same level as the heaven-splitting divine emperor. He easily blocked the storm-like attack, but there was anger on his face. For a junior to attack him, wasn't that a little too arrogant? Impudent. Boom. 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 The celestial Civ divine emperor roared. The attacks that filled the sky were all shattered. You're just a junior with a notorious reputation. How dare you be so impudent in the celestial Civ continent? This emperor will personally capture you and hand you over to the 8 divine emperors to deal with. The celestial Civ divine emperor roared again, reaching out to grab Tion. With this grab, the entire world seemed to fall into the celestial Civ divine emperor's hand. He truly had the power to summon clouds and rain. Shameless old thing. If you want my primordial evil dragon and my dual bloodlines, just say it. Why use the 8 divine emperors as a cover? Lin Fei laughed loudly. The celestial Civ divine emperor's grab caused Lin Fei to vanish before his eyes, causing the grab to miss. Lin Fei was also standing nearby. Looks like you don't have the ability to capture me, old thing. Lin Fei laughed loudly. Hairball, didn't they want to capture you? Go and eat them now. I'll allow you to start a massacre. Whoosh. Lin Fei poured a thick wave of divine power into Hairball's body. Hairball's weak period recovered after absorbing a large amount of divine power. Only Lin Fei could help Hairball overcome her weak period in such a short time. Roar, I'll be the first to eat you. Hairball returned to its gigantic body, and a surge of evil energy surged out. Its fierce eyes stared directly at Duan Muizheng, who was not far away. With a swoosh sound, it sent Duan Muizheng flying. After becoming a divine beast, Hairball's speed increased by another level. Roar roar, I'll eat it. Hairball opened his bloody mouth and wanted to swallow a group of people nearby. In his opinion, he didn't care if they were here to watch the show, he would eat them first. This display of might scared everyone to death. Not good, run. The divine beast is eating people. If I don't run, I'll die. At this moment, an invisible wave of fear spread out. The onlookers wished their parents had given them a few more legs so that they could escape from this place of trouble. No matter how fast they were not as fast as Hairball. Hairball shuttled back and forth, swallowing these godly kings, godly venerables, and even half-step god emperors. No one could block a single attack from Hairball. Celestial Luo Divine Emperor's face was ashen. If today's matter were to spread, he would lose all face. Evil creature, don't be insolent. Celestial Luo Divine Emperor did not deal with it. He would deal with the primordial evil dragon first. If he did not take care of it, where would his dignity be? Bam! Bam! Celestial Luo Divine Emperor raised his hand and slapped at the primordial evil dragon. Hairball was very cunning. It shuttled back and forth, especially towards the places with the most people. The Divine Emperor is killing people. The Divine Emperor is killing people. Many people did not even have their bones left. Hairball was like a fish in the water, constantly dodging Celestial Luo Divine Emperor's attacks. It flashed near Duanmu Yizheng and once again sent the Sky Sect's eldest senior brother flying. Don't eat me! Linghu Sha shouted. Hairball still held a grudge against this guy. It opened its mouth and swallowed Linghu Sha, then pounced at Duanmu Yizheng again. Duanmu Yizheng was hit twice in a row and was seriously injured. If not for his treasures, his body would have been smashed. Ancestor, save me! Seeing the primordial evil dragon charging at him, Duanmu Yizheng completely panicked. Celestial Luo Divine Emperor's expression was extremely unsightly. After failing several times in a row, he completely lost face. A long sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Hairball in an incomparably domineering manner. Bam! This sword was extremely fast. Hairball reacted quickly, but he was still sent flying and crashed into a mountain. All of this happened in a short period of time. You dare to touch my Hairball, die. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced that he cultivated quickly. Otherwise, Hairball would have been taken away. This was a divine beast that he had painstakingly cultivated. Whoosh! 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 Attacks from all over the sky bombarded Duanmu Yizheng. Duanmu Yizheng himself was quite frightened. How could he block the untraceable attacks? In an instant, he was drowned by the spatial blades. His corpse was also chopped into countless pieces, falling into the Wu River and quickly being devoured by the fierce beasts. Celestial Luo Divine Emperor's eldest senior brother was killed in front of his eyes. His terrifying pressure alarmed the entire Celestial Luo continent. Today, I will definitely kill you. An extremely sharp sword technique was unleashed. Lin Fei smelled danger. This was the Heaven Creation Divine Emperor's furious attack. It was no longer a small fight like before. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to kill me. Lin Fei had his own confidence. Time of time. Lin Fei was not afraid of flaunting his seniority. He no longer concealed his time of great accomplishment and directly surged toward the Celestial Luo Divine Emperor. Let's see if the Heaven Creation Divine Emperor can withstand it. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the face of the terrifying time of time, the unstoppable sword technique turned into dust and disappeared. The time of time crushed the Celestial Luo Divine Emperor's body. After his sword technique attack was neutralized, the Celestial Luo Divine Emperor felt a sense of danger descend. When the time of time landed on his body, his chi and blood started to weaken. He was horrified on the spot. In that instant, he seemed to have lost thousands or even tens of thousands of years. This gave the Celestial Luo Divine Emperor quite a fright. Time of great accomplishment. The Celestial Luo Divine Emperor was quite frightened. He could not imagine how Di Tian could cultivate his bloodline ability to the great accomplishment realm. This was fatal. In just a dozen breaths, tens of thousands of years of lifespan were gone. Open. The Celestial Luo Divine Emperor did not think of dealing with Di Tian. He wielded his sword and broke through the time of time, forcibly rushing out. The tens of thousands of years of lifespan that had been lost made the Celestial Luo Divine Emperor want to cry. Celestial Luo Divine Emperor, where do you think you are going? Lin Fei sneered and activated the time of time again. He thought to himself, damn it, the time of great accomplishment is indeed useful. It's just that it consumes too much divine power. It's simply a bottomless pit. Even so, Lin Fei still wanted to deal with the celestial Luo Divine Emperor. The celestial Luo Divine Emperor did not dare to fight and kept fleeing. He was not willing to consume his lifespan again. Tens of thousands of years of lifespan at a time, how many times could he endure? Old thing, don't run. Chapter 1959. Those who were lucky enough to survive were dumbfounded. The celestial sifting divine emperor is being hunted by Di Tian? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Isn't Di Tian a little too overbearing? He didn't seem to have fought much earlier, yet the immortal Civ Continent's immortal Civ divine emperor turned around and fled. Who knows what's going on? How many people had seen a bloodline power that had reached the great success stage of time? If it wasn't for the fact that the celestial Civ divine emperor's realm was high, he probably wouldn't have been able to persevere for so long. The celestial Civ divine emperor definitely wouldn't go head-on against it before he had a treasure that could resist the passage of time. Thus, everyone saw the most unbelievable scene. Celestial Civ divine emperor was running away in a sorry state. Behind him was an immemorial evil dragon that was constantly tearing at him. Finally, there was a black-robed young man chasing after him. The entire immortal Civ continent was in an uproar. The celestial Civ divine emperor was an expert who had cultivated a divine palace, yet he was actually being hunted down by a junior. It was simply unbelievable. Old thing, don't run if you have the guts. Lin Fei chased after him, feeling proud in his heart. Back then, it was always the strong who chased after him. Now, it was finally his turn to chase after others. Time was really a good thing. No one could endure losing their lifespan. He had no choice but to run. Hairball was also behind the immortal Luo Divine Emperor. She also opened her mouth and bit off a few pieces of the immortal Luo Divine Emperor. The celestial sifting Divine Emperor was fast, but he couldn't shake off the primordial evil dragon and Di Tian. Di Tian, don't be complacent. Sooner or later, I'll definitely kill you. The celestial net Divine Emperor was filled with rage and unwillingness as he threatened fiercely. You don't have to brag. I'm sick of hearing it. Lin Fei said disdainfully. The celestial sifting Divine Emperor did not dare to stop. Even now, he still couldn't imagine how a time bloodline could be cultivated to the grand completion. That was something that required a long period of time. It had already been several generations since anyone managed to cultivate it. Now that it had appeared on a junior, the celestial Civ Divine Emperor was very displeased. Time cage. Lin Fei chased after him and once again used the time cage. Open the divine palace. A dazzling golden divine palace. It transformed into a world of its own and broke through the cage of time. The celestial sifting divine emperor darted out once more. The heaven-splitting divine sovereign is indeed fast. It won't be easy to keep him here. Lin Fei thought to himself. Since I've offended the celestial sifting divine sovereign, I won't be able to keep him here. It's better to be more ruthless. Lin Fei had an idea. Spatial exile. The celestial Civ God Emperor was fleeing for his life. All of a sudden, a gigantic black hole appeared in front of him and he dove right into it. This black hole came too quickly, leaving no traces behind. He didn't even give the celestial Civ Divine Emperor a chance to react. The celestial Civ Divine Emperor was directly exiled. As for where he was exiled to, Lin Fei didn't know. He only knew that he was in a certain corner of the God world. Hairball, let's go to the Sky Sect. This was Lin Fei's ruthless method. He would first banish the celestial Civ Divine Emperor. With one less powerful enemy, he could sweep through the Sky Sect. Since he was going to offend them anyway, he might as well go all out. Lin Fei and Hairball quickly arrived at the foot of the Sky Sect's mountain gate. As the largest sect in the immortal Civ continent, they were completely unaware of the impending danger. Hairball, charge in. Although Hairball had passed the period of weakness. But she still needed to replenish a large amount of chi and blood. Roar, I'm coming. Hairball didn't transform into her human form, but continued to maintain her original form. She roared at the sky, smashed open the Sky Sect's gate, and rushed in. The Sky Sect was very strong overall. In addition to the Celestial Civ Divine Emperor, there were also 2 Saint God Emperors and a few Heaven God Emperors. It was also a very powerful force. Hairball rushed into the Sky Sect, her huge body smashing everywhere. She destroyed buildings one after another, and at the same time devoured the Sky Sect's disciples. As a divine beast that had advanced, Hairball could eat a lot. Hairball didn't care about the attacks of the Sky Sect's disciples. She let them fall on her body, but it was like tickling her, and had no effect. Oh no, a divine beast is coming in. Damn it, let's go all out. Hairball was unscrupulous. In the depths of the Sky Sect, 2 sharp auras came, blasting at Hairball through the air. Evil creature, this is the Sky Sect, how dare you be so arrogant. Both were Saint God Emperors of the Sky Sect. 2 divine palaces smashed down, their power was overwhelming. Any sect with a Saint God Emperor in charge was already very powerful, not to mention 2 at once. This divine beast was going to be seriously injured. My battle pet is not something you can deal with. Lin Fei's space bloodline was now fully developed, and he easily appeared behind the 2 Saint God Emperors. With a punch from each of them, the 2 Saint God Emperors were sent flying, smashing into a building in the distance. Space bloodline of great completion, hee hee. The 2 Saint God Emperors were shocked. They didn't even notice how the other party got close to them. Boom! Just as one of the Holy God Emperors got up, a huge foot stomped down, crushing him into the ground, leaving him in a bloody mess. Before the other Saint God Emperor could react, a strange punch landed in front of him, and blood splattered everywhere. Refreshing, too refreshing. Hairball went on a rampage, devouring the Sky Sect's disciples. Her power was getting stronger and stronger. Hairball, devour all the divine meridians of the Sky Sect, not a single one left. Lin Fei transmitted his voice to Hairball. The 2 Saint God Emperors were knocked to the ground, and a few more Heaven God Emperors appeared. As soon as they appeared, they were sent flying by Hairball's huge body. Sir, who are you? This is the Sky Sect. One of the Saint God Emperors had never met such an opponent before. After putting some distance between them, he shouted. I'm D. Tian. Have you heard of me? Lin Fei rushed up again. With the space bloodline of great completion, Lin Fei's speed reached the limit with just a thought. The Saint God Emperor reacted quickly, but he still missed time and again. Instead, he was covered in wounds. You're the infamous D. Tian? The Saint God Emperor recognized him. That's right, I'm you. Lin Fei's attacks became faster and faster. The Saint God Emperor once again took out the Divine Palace. The Divine Palace turned into a world of its own, and divine soldiers and generals appeared all over the sky. He shouted, how dare you barge into the Sky Sect? Today, you'll die a horrible death. How could he bear being injured by a junior? Once the Divine Palace was opened, it was invincible. In this world, the Saint God Emperor was the strongest. This was the difference between the Saint God Emperor and the Heaven God Emperor. You can't trap me. Although the Divine Palace was awesome and formed a space of its own, as long as it was space, it could not stop Lin Fei from leaving. Boom! Lin Fei easily got out of the Divine Palace and punched the Saint God Emperor in the face. I said, you can't trap me. Divine Palace, haha. Boom! Boom! At the same time, under the Sky Sect's mountain range, Hairball swallowed a huge divine meridian. The 2 Saint God Emperors and Heaven God Emperors looked devastated, but they could not stop this divine beast. As long as it was something good, Furball would devour it, including the entire herb field, not leaving a single spot untouched. Chapter 1960. It's over. The Sky Sect is completely finished. The 2 Sacred God Emperors' eyes were bloodshot as they kept trying to stop the divine beast from destroying. One person stood in front of them, sending them flying and smashing into buildings one after another. In less than a moment, the entire Sky Sect was in ruins. But the divine palace that suppressed everything could not stop the two from destroying. Stop them, they're going to the treasury. The divine beast hairball kept destroying, inadvertently opening the sky sect's treasury. The two sacred god emperors groaned inwardly and ordered the divine emperor elders to stop the divine beast from entering. Hairball, who had become a divine beast, had a huge body and was exceptionally terrifying. The treasury, which could prevent anyone from entering, was easily breached by Furball. One array after another was rendered useless, and the divine emperor elder could only watch as the divine beast charged in. Lin Fei repelled the two sacred god emperors and also rushed into the sky sect's treasury, leaving behind the two sacred god emperors who were at their wits' end. Quickly contact the patriarch. The two sacred god emperors had no idea that the patriarch had been exiled to some corner of the divine realm. Deming, Luo Feng, you must hold Di Tian back. The Xian Luo divine emperor was about to vomit blood when he received the news. It was not easy for him to come out, occupy a continent, and establish the sky sect, but Di Tian just broke in. The sky sect was now greatly weakened, and now he broke into the treasury. It was killing him. Deming and Luo Feng were the two sacred god emperors of the sky sect who had condensed the divine palace. They had always been arrogant, but now they had suffered a blow. In front of a divine beast and a junior, the sky sect was like a child, and they were beaten into the treasury. Surround the treasury. Use the sky sect's treasures to seal the treasury. The two kept giving orders. Faced with the strange Di Tian, the two had no way of capturing him. In the treasury, Lin Fei and Hairball swept through, breaking the seals one by one. Big forces are big forces, their foundations are extraordinarily deep. Lin Fei's eyes lit up at the sight of the mountainous piles of materials. Lin Fei was also a stubborn person. If he offended him, so be it. He might as well offend him a little more. If he could, he would. He definitely wouldn't leave anything good for the sky sect. The treasury was huge. Lin Fei and the divine beast rampaged around, and soon, the treasury became empty. Even a mouse that came in would have to go out crying. God Emperor rank Godhead? In the innermost part of the treasury, Lin Fei accidentally discovered a God Emperor rank Godhead. There were more than 10 of them. Don't hold back, I'll take it all. Meanwhile, the celestial Civ Divine Emperor hurriedly passed through the continents. This caused the divine emperors of the great continents to be secretly shocked. Who exactly had offended this divine emperor who controlled a continent? Everyone loved to gossip. Everyone could tell that the celestial Civ Divine Emperor was at a disadvantage. Otherwise, he wouldn't be like this. Many people cast their gazes towards the heavenly sect of the immortal Civ continent, and they saw that the heavenly sect had practically turned into ruins. Large tracts of the herb fields had been dug away, leaving behind empty pits. The sky sect also suffered heavy casualties. All the deity emperors of the continents were shocked. Who on earth did this? The celestial Civ Divine Emperor returned to the heavenly sect of the immortal Civ continent as soon as possible. Once he returned to the heavenly sect and saw that it was in ruins, the celestial Civ Divine Emperor immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Di Tian, I swear I'm not a human if I don't kill you. His voice spread throughout the entire divine world. Everyone felt a chill as if they were enveloped by endless killing intent. Their bodies trembled, and it was as if there was a sharp sword hanging above their heads. Di Tian? Now, everyone understood. Di Tian had come to the divine world to wreak havoc. In the next moment, what shocked the deity emperors of the great continents was that the celestial Civ Divine Emperor was the heaven creation divine emperor. How could he be so helpless against Di Tian, who had just entered the divine emperor realm? Could it be that the celestial Civ Divine Emperor was a vegetarian? This question shrouded everyone's hearts. Ancestor, you must take revenge for our disciples. The heavenly sect disciples cried. The arrogant heavenly sect disciples were completely terrified. They would probably never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. A ferocious divine beast had eaten all the way here, regardless of whether it was a god king, a hierarch, or even a half-step god emperor, or a god emperor. They were all the other party's food. The ferocious mouth bit down. Any divine body was useless, and they were swallowed on the spot. When they saw the ancestor, they could not help but cry and complain about his evil deeds. Tao friend celestial Civ. I'm here. In the void, a god emperor walked out. It was the celestial Civ divine emperor's good friend, the Seven Fiends divine emperor. The Seven Fiends divine emperor was also the ruler of a great continent. When he saw the tragic state of the heavenly sect, he could not help but frown. Who did this? Tian. The celestial Civ divine emperor gritted his teeth, a shameless fellow. Ah, it's him. The Seven Fiends divine emperor was shocked. I heard that many god emperors in the entire divine world are offering a bounty for Tian's capture. He actually dares to appear in the divine world. Moreover, with your strength, it is not easy to take down Tian. The celestial Civ divine emperor had a look of awkwardness and helplessness. He seems to have cultivated the time bloodline to the great success realm. I lost more than 10,000 years of my lifespan because of him. What, time bloodline reached the great success realm? You are not mistaken. The Seven Fiends divine emperor was shocked and could no longer remain calm. How is this possible? Without hundreds of millions of years of time bloodline, it is impossible to reach the great success realm. You ask me, how would I know? The celestial Civ divine emperor could not say the reason and said with a gloomy face, we will talk about this later. The shameless Tian killed this emperor's disciple. I would like to invite you to help me capture Tian. We must not let him leave the celestial Civ continent. Boom! Before the Seven Fiends divine emperor could speak, a mountain range collapsed and a huge ferocious beast rushed out. Its fierce eyes swept across everyone, causing their hair to stand on end. Old thing, you came back quite quickly. Lin Fei rushed up and stood on Hairball's back as he laughed loudly. The celestial Civ divine emperor shivered. He was a creation god emperor expert and was not far from the apotheosis god emperor realm. He did not expect that he would be easily exiled by the other party. This was something that had never happened before. Now that he was mentioned, he instantly lost all face. Tian, you shameless fellow. The celestial Civ divine emperor roared, you better immediately hand over the things in the treasury. Otherwise, even if I chase you to the ends of the earth, this emperor will kill you. Lin Fei laughed loudly, when you stole my battle pet, why didn't you think that your heavenly sect would be destroyed? This is a disaster caused by your greed. I am only asking for some mental compensation. Since you said that you will chase me to the ends of the earth, then come at me if you have the ability. The Seven Fiends divine emperor did not speak and watched coldly from the sidelines. This was the first time he had seen Tian, but he had a deep understanding of his arrogance. When the celestial Civ divine emperor made his move, how could he have thought about it? Moreover, he was a creation god emperor, so what was there to be afraid of? Hand over the things in the treasury and it's best if you surrender. The celestial Civ divine emperor's killing intent was cold like a cold wind. Kill me? You can't. Hua. Lin Fei appeared behind the celestial Civ divine emperor and punched him on the back, knocking him down on the spot. He coldly glared at the Seven Fiends divine emperor, you better not interfere, or else you will be the one losing face. Ho ho, old thing, is bullying me very satisfying? Chapter 1961. The entire heavenly sect was silent. The Seven Fiends divine emperor was the ruler of a continent, but he was warned by a junior on the spot not to interfere in this matter. This immediately made him furious. Crazy, he's too crazy. The Seven Fiends deity emperor was about to teach Tian a lesson and let him know that there was always someone better than him in the world. In the next second, the Seven Fiendish deity emperor's expression became exceptionally serious. His eyes stared into the distance, and his expression became increasingly solemn. How is this possible? I can't even capture the traces of Tian's movements. Even though the Seven Fiends deity emperor could see Tian, he couldn't see Tian's every movement, not even with his spiritual consciousness. There was no pattern to speak of, and it did not reveal any traces. The celestial sifting divine emperor was besieged by a divine beast and a human, and he almost couldn't find the time to counterattack. He was continuously beaten by Tion. A moment ago, it was on the left, and in the next moment, it would appear on the right, and in the next moment, it would appear behind one's back. There was simply no time to dodge. Fellow Taoist, quickly make your move. The celestial Civ Divine Emperor opened his divine palace and created a space of his own, but he was unable to stop the attacks of a divine beast and a junior. Even though Zhang Xian's injuries were not severe, he had completely lost his face. Previously, he had even declared that he would pursue Zhang Xian to the ends of the world. Left with no choice, he could only beg the Seven Fiends Deity Emperor for help. Lin Fei punched the celestial Civ Divine Emperor again, and a sharp light swept over him. If you help him, be careful, your sect won't be able to withstand the destruction from the two of us. I'm warning you. Now that his time and space bloodlines had reached the large success stage, Lin Fei had the confidence to face anyone. This was especially true when one's space bloodline reached major completion. One could go anywhere in the world. This was one of the benefits of a space bloodline reaching major completion. Time flow. Lin Fei once again unleashed flowing time and enveloped the celestial Civ Divine Emperor. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. His lifespan flowed away. The Xian Luo Divine Emperor's face turned pale. A trace of fear flashed in the depths of his eyes. He took out a door and entered it, disappearing without a trace. The celestial Civ Divine Emperor must have suffered just now. Lin Fei laughed. Lifespan, however much it came, would be destroyed. The Seven Fiends Deity Emperor was indeed shocked by the other party's words. Who didn't have a sect to build? If Tion and the Divine Beast went up to cause trouble, it would probably be no different from the current Sky sect. This was not something he wanted to see. No matter how angry he was, he had to suppress it. Before the Seven Fiends Deity Emperor could make up his mind, the scene in front of him. The Seven Fiends Deity Emperor was shocked once again. The immortal sifting Divine Emperor, who had said that he wanted to kill Tion, had actually run away. At the same time, the Seven Fiends Deity Emperor also felt a great terror. Could it be that what happened just now was the time of great success? The Seven Fiends Divine Emperor was extremely afraid. His lifespan was limited, and losing a portion of it would have a great impact on his future. If Tion hadn't used time, he would have died. How could the immortal Civ Divine Emperor run? This time, the Seven Fiends Divine Emperor panicked. Humph, this emperor will remember this. The Seven Fiends Deity Emperor did not dare to stay any longer. He panicked. He was the same as the celestial Civ Divine Emperor. He couldn't defeat him and didn't want to waste his lifespan for nothing. After saying that, he prepared to leave. Wait. Lin Fei stood in front of the Seven Fiends Deity Emperor, and a cold light shot out from his back. It was Hairball, who was staring at the Seven Fiends Deity Emperor. Master, this guy's chi and blood are also vigorous, he's a great tonic. If it was a normal time, the Seven Fiends Deity Emperor would deal with him. How could he allow him to say such words? But now, he didn't dare to. A guy who couldn't catch his movements was definitely a difficult opponent, because his attacks would fail and he would waste energy for nothing. What are you doing? The Seven Fiends Deity Emperor said in a low voice. Lin Fei knew that the other party was afraid of him. The more he wanted the other party to leave something behind. I remember that you seemed to want to deal with me just now, and I've always been a vengeful person. Lin Fei said coldly. So, I'm preparing to visit your sect. You won't refuse, right? Visit? To think that you could say that. The Seven Fiends Deity Emperor dared to guarantee that if he really went to visit, his sect would really be finished. The Sky sect was a lesson to be learned. Whether it was the sect's disciples, or the treasury, or even the herb fields and divine ranges, they were all destroyed. You dare. The Seven Fiends Deity Emperor roared. Old thing, try shouting again. I'll bite you right away. Hairball's voice was even louder, and it reverberated throughout the immortal Civ continent. Lin Fei glared at Hairball. What are you shouting for? What if you scare people? Only then did he turn back and say to the Seven Fiends deity emperor, this guy is addicted to eating, don't mind him. How could he not mind? The Seven Fiends deity emperor had seen it just now. This divine beast was extremely ferocious, biting off a few pieces of flesh from the immortal Civ divine emperor. What exactly do you want? The Seven Fiends deity emperor suppressed his anger and regretted coming to help. If he knew that Di Tian was so ferocious, he wouldn't have come even if he was beaten to death. He didn't even see the immortal Civ divine emperor run away. I've been lacking divine ranges recently, and I want you to sponsor me. A few hundred heaven-grade divine ranges will do. Lin Fei said casually. Don't even think about it. The Seven Fiends deity emperor almost shouted out, but he held it in. Who was this guy in front of him? This was a guy who could make the immortal Civ divine emperor suffer. If he didn't give it, would this guy be sent back to the sect? The God Palace couldn't suppress him, so the Seven Fiends deity emperor didn't notice. But if he really handed over the divine ranges, he wouldn't be able to put his face down. In Senior's eyes, a genius like me should be sponsored. If you have any problems in the future, I can help you too, don't you think so? Lin Fei said with a smile. The Seven Fiends deity emperor was very clear that he had to give the divine ranges. There are 800 heaven-grade divine ranges here. Helpless, the Seven Fiends deity emperor took out the divine ranges. Even if it was to leave an impression, he didn't wait for Lin Fei to speak and directly disappeared. Senior is still the best. The Seven Fiends deity emperor almost fell from the sky. Infuriating. The people of the Sky sect were at a loss. The old ancestor came and then ran away. The old ancestor's good friend was even blackmailed by Di Tian. When did Di Tian become so arrogant? You too, I don't need to say more. You should know what to do. Lin Fei said, staring at the two holy god emperors. We know. Even the old ancestor couldn't do it, let alone the two of them. They could only take out the divine ranges and reluctantly hand them over to Lin Fei. Lin Fei plundered thousands of divine ranges in one go. He didn't care about the rest, so he stood on Hairball and left the Sky sect. After a long time, the Sky sect disciples all sat on the ground, paralyzed. They would never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. Master, where are we going now? After Hairball became a divine beast, her body became even larger. She was tens of thousands of feet long, just like a mountain. Majestic and domineering. Anyway, the people of the divine realm don't like us. I'll go sit with a few acquaintances. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Hairball chuckled. Then I can go on a killing spree and eat to my heart's content. Lin Fei glared. All you know is to eat. Chapter 1962. After Lin Fei left, Celestial Luo Divine Emperor returned and saw the ruined Sky sect. His killing intent was thick. Seven Fiends Divine Emperor also appeared. Daoist Celestial Luo, it's not that I don't want to help you, but Di Tian isn't easy to deal with. Lin Fei's actions infuriated Seven Fiends Divine Emperor. He was extorted for no reason and lost a few hundred heaven god veins. Who could he complain to? Celestial Luo Divine Emperor despised Seven Fiends Divine Emperor. He couldn't say anything now. This emperor must kill Di Tian. Celestial Luo Divine Emperor felt that he had to show his attitude even though he was getting more and more wary of Di Tian. 20,000 years of lifespan. This wasn't heaven god veins, but lifespan. Celestial Luo Divine Emperor couldn't find anyone to reason with as he might not be able to make up for the loss. I don't blame you for this, Di Tian is really cunning and shameless. Celestial Luo Divine Emperor said. Seven Fiends Divine Emperor asked carefully, Di Tian really cultivated the time bloodline to great success? Celestial Luo Divine Emperor smiled bitterly, if not for the time bloodline, why would I be wary of him? Also, I feel that his space bloodline has reached a great realm. Seven Fiends Divine Emperor didn't know what to say. Lin Fei and Hairball swaggered through the void. During this period, they made some comparisons. The space bloodline at great success was much stronger than Hairball's space ability. Lin Fei was very satisfied. Space god beasts were space god beasts, they were different. There were many continents in the divine world. Lin Fei and Hairball didn't hide their tracks. His first goal was to head to the continent where Celestial Emperor Zheng Yi was. Lin Fei felt that it was necessary to vent his anger on the time and space bloodlines to let the 8 Celestial Emperors know that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. On the other hand, it was to make them feel pain and deter them from finding trouble in the mysterious sky world. The controlling Celestial Emperors of the continents. Actually, they had more or less heard some rumors. For example, Di Tian had a space god beast by his side. These Celestial Emperors were hesitant and didn't make a move. Many people coveted the space divine beast. The fact that the immortal Civ divine sovereign didn't pursue Di Tian undoubtedly told everyone that Di Tian wasn't so easy to deal with. Decisively, some divine emperors decided to let Di Tian go. He didn't want to offend the other party for the time being. However, there were still some divine emperor forces. He did not feel at ease letting Di Tian leave, so he led the experts under him to chase after Di Tian. In the Sunset Continent, Lin Fei was blocked by the divine emperor. Many major forces acted at the same time. Capture Di Tian and reward him heavily. Don't let Di Tian escape. He's just a minor divine emperor. Everyone, let's attack together. The alliance of the major powers was quite a big one. Among them, there were quite a few famous forces. They sent a team led by the Saint God Emperor, with thousands of people. Not only did they want to snatch the divine beast of space, but they also wanted to seize Di Tian's double bloodlines. Anyone who saw such a force would feel their scalp go numb, and they would not dare to offend them easily. As soon as they arrived, they threw down a big hat, punishing the scum on behalf of the God realm. After a few words, everyone began to move. They were so excited. Lin Fei and Hairball chuckled and went on a killing spree. Hairball's huge body rammed into them in a domineering manner. Smashing through experts one after another, its bloody mouth was not idle either. It opened its mouth and ate people, eating one from the east and one from the west. Everyone's attacks could not hit Hairball at all. In less than a moment, Hairball ate a large number of experts, making everyone's scalp go numb. They lost their will to fight and fled. On the other side, Lin Fei was also on a killing spree. The power of time was on full display. Wherever it passed, white bones fell. The Saint God Emperor was so frightened that he abandoned his subordinates and fled in a hurry, crying out, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." One man and one divine beast defeated the other party. Lin Fei's reputation became even more ferocious. Have you heard? The peerless villain Di Tian destroyed another force. I heard. Di Tian is too ferocious. Bringing a spatial divine beast, he barged into the territory of someone else's sect and plundered all kinds of resources. I also heard that Di Tian's spatial divine beast is an extinct ancient evil dragon. It is innately ferocious and loves to eat people. The stronger one is, the more it likes it. That's really too scary. News spread quickly in the divine realm. Lin Fei's reputation grew even more ferocious, and Hairball's reputation also caught up with Lin Fei, its master. After all, the impression of Hairball was that it ate people. This wasn't something that everyone would like. Being killed was fine, but if one was eaten, just the thought of it made one's hair stand on end. The news kept spreading. There were few who dared to make a move. It was said that the Saint God Emperor who fled chose to remain silent. No one knew what his last gasp was. No matter how much they asked, there was no result. When they were anxious, they blurted out, "It's best not to offend Di Tian, ever." The experts of the divine realm were all gossipy. When this was spread, everyone was even more curious. How could Di Tian, who had just entered the divine emperor realm, scare the Saint God Emperor into silence? Only by killing them until they are afraid will they behave. Lin Fei and Hairball were still on their way. Now that they entered every continent, the divine emperors in charge restrained their forces and did not let them act recklessly. Lin Fei was very disappointed. Along the way, Lin Fei did not let anyone who dared to make a move. Bringing Hairball with him, he barged into their base camp and swept away all their resources. Lin Fei was feeling very good these few days. After the news spread, the divine emperors in the continents began to restrain their forces. Lin Fei was itching for a few days. They did not take the initiative to make a move, and Lin Fei was too embarrassed to kill them. He knew the logic here. There were even some divine emperors who took the initiative to invite Lin Fei to be their guests, giving him enough face. When they left, they even gave him a generous gift, divine veins. Lin Fei did not reject them and accepted them all. They were so polite, so why not? Did he want to make them feel uneasy? Lin Fei passed through one continent after another and finally arrived at the Jingyi continent. This was the continent controlled by Divine Emperor Jingyi. It was very rich in resources, far from what the continents outside could compare to. I smell a lot of delicious things. Hairball patted her stomach and drooled. Lin Fei patted Hairball's head. You only know how to eat. Be careful that you don't get stuffed to death. Hairball showed her snow-white teeth. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Standing on the Jingyi continent, Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and laughed loudly. Divine Emperor Jingyi, Junior Lin Fei is here to pay a visit. A loud rumble reverberated throughout the Jingyi continent. Back when he was chased by the 8 divine emperors, Lin Fei remembered very clearly that his first goal was to come to the Jingyi continent to vent his anger. Chapter 1963. The Jingyi sect. The largest sect in the Jingyi continent occupied the best area of the continent. There were many mountains in the Jingyi sect. In the main hall of the Jingyi sect, the figures of the elders landed in the main hall one after another. They all looked angry. Each and every one of these elders was a famous figure in the god world. However, they had not shown themselves in public for a long time. Instead, they had been in secluded cultivation all this time. At this moment, the elders appeared one by one because of a sentence that echoed in the Jingyi continent. The infamous Di Tian had arrived. No one was unfamiliar with the name Di Tian. In particular, he had recently become so infamous that the divine emperors in charge of the continents did not dare to make a move. It could be said that Di Tian was the most famous one. However, Di Tian's fierce reputation made many people uncomfortable. Ever since Di Tian swept away the hostile forces and passed through the continents, everyone had been guessing what this fierce man wanted to do. When he arrived at the Jingyi continent, everyone knew that Di Tian had come for the Jingyi sect. Di Tian is too arrogant. It's fine if he's fierce outside, but now he dares to come to our Jingyi continent. He doesn't know what's good for him. An elder sneered with killing intent. I don't know why Di Tian dares to come to our Jingyi continent. As long as the patriarch says the word, I'll be the first to go out and kill him and take his bloodline. We can't let that bastard Di Tian go. Many geniuses of our Jingyi sect have died in Di Tian's hands. It's best to kill him in the Jingyi continent this time. The elders spoke one after another, their eyes filled with disdain. Suddenly, a divine king came in to report, a disciple of the Jingyi sect is going to deal with Di Tian. Should we stop him? The 8 divine emperors occupied the best resources of the continents in the divine realm. The disciples of the sect were all proud and arrogant. Many of them had long regarded Di Tian as the enemy of the Jingyi sect. Now, Di Tian had barged in. The disciples of the Jingyi sect were not convinced. They attacked in groups of 3 to 5, wanting to teach Di Tian a lesson. There were some famous disciples among them. An elder arranged for 2 divine emperors to keep an eye on him. In their eyes, Di Tian was nothing. All the disciples of the Jingyi sect had a bright future ahead of them. How could they allow Di Tian to kill them? Divine Sun Tianba has gone. Not long after, the Divine Sun also went to find Di Tian. Lin Fei stood in the sky above Zhengyi continent. He's here. The sound of something tearing through the air came from afar. One by one, the younger generation entered Lin Fei's field of vision. Primary disciple Yang Ming, Di Tian, die. The young man in the lead shouted. He slashed out with a sword light, and the sword light turned into a myriad of real and fake, making it hard to distinguish between the real and the fake. Di Tian, your life is mine. Another disciple of the primary first rank charged over from a war chariot. The disciples of Zhenyi school were all arrogant. Everyone wanted to be the first to kill Di Tian. They wanted to use the fame of killing Di Tian to let everyone in the world know how powerful they were. Lin Fei just stood there quietly. All the attacks in the sky disappeared without a trace within a radius of 300 meters. I, Di Tian, am not someone you can kill as you wish, Lin Fei said faintly. Hairball, go and eat them all. Hairball couldn't wait to go forward. Hairball, who had entered the divine beast realm, was considered to have entered the mature stage. The mature ancient evil dragon had to eat a lot to improve its strength. Hairball had been drooling as soon as they appeared. All of them had strong qi and blood. Eating them would be very helpful to improve its strength. The disciples of the Zhenyi school were indeed geniuses. Their qi and blood were also very strong. Hairball rushed out as soon as the order was given. Countless disciples of the Zhenyi school were sent flying with a single attack. Hairball went on a rampage, sending people flying one after another. Too weak. Hairball opened its mouth and swallowed several disciples of the Zhenyi school. It was very satisfying. How dare you challenge my master with your strength? Hairball attacked again. No matter how they dodged, it was useless in front of the space divine beast Hairball. All the forces of the Zhenyi continent had their eyes fixed on this place. Seeing the rampaging ancient evil dragon and the disciples of the Zhenyi school being routed, their eyes were wide open. Although Di Tian was infamous, they had never seen him in person. Everyone thought he was just bragging. Now that they saw how strong the ancient evil dragon was, they subconsciously shrank their necks, secretly glad that they didn't attack it. Otherwise, they would have been eaten by a divine beast. In less than a moment, the disciples of the Zhenyi school who attacked Di Tian had all fled. Most of them had been eaten, and the remaining ones were pale. Di Tian, hurry up and tell your divine beast to stop. The two celestial divine emperors who came later were furious. They had lost so many disciples in such a short time. How could they not be heartbroken? Hairball, eat them. Lin Fei was too lazy to talk nonsense. Hairball bumped into the two celestial divine emperors and sent them flying. Her figure flashed again and appeared behind another celestial divine emperor. She opened her mouth and bit him, dripping blood. Hairball had her own way to deal with this kind of celestial divine emperor. She attacked back and forth with her speed, leaving them helpless. Among the people present, only Lin Fei could see the traces of Hairball's movement. In less than a dozen breaths, the celestial divine emperor was badly mutilated and had to flee. The other celestial divine emperor saw that the situation was not good and also fled. Don't chase. Lin Fei called Hairball back and suddenly looked at a place. Divine Sun is here. Why hide? You know, I'm proficient in space. Di Tian, I've really widened my horizons today. Divine Sun Tianba stepped out. A bunch of trash wants to kill you? You're courting death. Lin Fei said unhurriedly, you also want to kill me? That's right, I'm Divine Sun. Divine Sun Tianba laughed, I like people like you the most. Why don't you be my follower and conquer the world for me? Hairball said disdainfully, you? I'll eat you in one bite. Divine Sun Tianba laughed, you haven't reached the top-notch divine beast realm. You're too weak. Bang! Divine Sun Tianba moved. Hairball's huge body was blasted away and smashed into a distant mountain range. Dust flew everywhere. Roar, roar, I'm going to eat you. Hairball roared and arrived behind Divine Sun Tianba. She opened her mouth and bit. Divine Sun Tianba didn't panic and sent Hairball flying with another punch. Hairball, come back. Lin Fei didn't let Hairball continue attacking. Instead, he shouted to his side. Chapter 1964. Lin Fei was just that straightforward. His time and space bloodlines had reached the phenomenal success stage, so his eyesight was amazing. Practically no activity in the world could be hidden from the current Lin Fei. Hairball was sent flying by Tian Ba, not because he was weak, but because he had a special ability. In other words, it was a type of bloodline power. His bloodline power was actually confinement. It was a special power brought by heaven and earth. After all, there was really no one who could resist this kind of confinement ability. A long time ago, Lin Fei heard that God's son had a magical ability, but he didn't pay much attention. Now that he saw it, he realized that God's son was extraordinary. However, no matter whether God's son Tian Ba was powerful or not, he had to accept his anger for hitting Hairball. God's son Tian Ba was indeed very arrogant. Although it was just a bloodline ability, God's son Tian Ba had the confidence to be arrogant. So what if he was a divine beast? He was still easily sent flying by him. Tian Ba wanted everyone to know that none of the divine sons were people that they could fight against. That was because they were favored by the heavens and were blessed by the heavens. Ha ha ha, I like arrogant people like you. I will let you know that no matter how arrogant you are, you have to behave yourself in front of me. God's son Tian Ba laughed. Lin Fei moved. His figure disappeared just like that. There were no spatial fluctuations, no traces at all. Where is he? God's son Tian Ba spread out his divine sense, but he couldn't find any traces. His expression changed slightly. Come out, will of heaven and earth. Boom boom boom. The will of heaven and earth descended and attacked everywhere. The people watching from afar felt helpless in front of the will of heaven and earth. Why was God's son so powerful? Apart from his natural bloodline, it was also because of the will of heaven and earth. The will of heaven and earth wreaked havoc mercilessly. He still didn't appear. This also made God's son Tian Ba lose his target. Slap. An arm stretched out and slapped God's son Tian Ba's face. Half of his face was swollen. Then, he disappeared again. God's son Tian Ba's face turned green and his heart shook again. He still didn't find any traces of Tian. It was as if he didn't exist in this world. Slap slap slap. At this moment, the arms slapped again without any warning. It was as if Tian Ba was right in front of him. There was no time to block it. He slapped Tian Ba 3 times in a row and sent Tian Ba flying into a mountain in the distance. The mountain collapsed on the spot and rocks flew everywhere. Hee hee. It seems like the divine son is just a so-so. Lin Fei's figure reappeared. God's son Tian Ba, who had smashed the mountain peak, felt incomparably sullen. Tian was dead calm. You are shameless. If you have the ability, let's fight openly. Don't hide. Bang. A ferocious punch landed on God's son Tianba's face. His face was covered with blood and his nose was dented. If you want to be open and aboveboard, then I will be open and aboveboard with you. Bang. Another punch landed on God's son Tianba. Don't you like to fight head-on? I'll satisfy you now. Come on. Lin Fei punched God's son Tianba again and again. The God's son Tianba was like a falling leaf, sent flying. Before he could recover, the other party's fist would follow up, giving the God's son no chance to retaliate. Roar. Hairball suddenly dashed out and bit God's son Tianba, tearing off a large piece of flesh. The God's son's flesh isn't that tasty either. Hairball shook her head in disappointment and said unhappily. On the main continent, the God Kings who were paying attention were secretly shocked. In a short period of time, Tian's spatial ability had improved again. They couldn't catch any traces of it, and there was no fluctuation in the space. How could they deal with Tian now? God's son Tianba was beaten to death and didn't even have a chance to fight back. It was not just a normal kind of pitiful. They couldn't help but secretly gasp. If it were them, how could they deal with Tian? No matter how they thought about it, they couldn't think of a suitable way. Tian, I will be back. God's son Tianba flew around like a sandbag. His body was badly mutilated. They were all bitten by hairball. No matter how he defended, he couldn't defend against the space divine beast's sudden attack. He had no choice but to escape with hatred. This was too much. He didn't even get to use his confinement ability and was beaten up like a sandbag. After God's son Tianba left, Lin Fei glanced around casually, and the people who were watching in the dark all disappeared without a trace. They wouldn't make a move before they found a way to crack it. Let's go. Lin Fei stood on Hairball's back again and flew away. In a flash, they passed through the mountains and arrived in front of the main gate of the Genie sect. The Genie sect is indeed the richest sect in the divinity. The resources they have are considerable. Lin Fei's gaze passed through the main gate of the Genie sect and fell on the continuous mountains behind it. He couldn't help but be amazed. This was dozens of times better than the immortal Civ continent. Tian, what are you doing in the Genie sect? A group of people came out of the Genie sect. As soon as this group of people came out, the main continent was filled with exclamations. Because these people were all God King elders of the Genie sect. All of them were famous. Now that they came out together, it was obvious how much they valued Tian. The Genie sect doesn't welcome you. The eyes of these God King elders were cold. The Genie sect saw the defeat of God's son Tianba. In fact, they also had the ability to observe Tian, but this untraceable way of moving was completely beyond their imagination. Divine senses couldn't capture any traces, except for speed. Another reason was that Tian had mastered a way to shield space. The God King elders of the Genie sect were even more afraid of Tian. If they couldn't capture any traces of his movements, how could they attack him? This was the most troublesome thing. Ask your Genie Divine Emperor to come out. Lin Fei laughed. You're not qualified to talk to me. The God King elders present were all very strong. Lin Fei didn't take them seriously. Tian, don't be too arrogant. How can a junior be qualified to see our patriarch? A holy God Emperor elder sneered and said with a murderous look. Whether I'm arrogant or not, that's my business. If you're so capable, come out and be arrogant too. Lin Fei sneered. I'll say it again. Ask your Genie Divine Emperor to come out. An old friend is here. Aren't you going to come out and meet him? This made the God King elders very angry, and they all glared at him. Who was the ancestor? How could a junior like you meet him just because you wanted to? Not everyone could meet the ancestor. Look at your murderous looks. Are you unwilling? If you're unwilling, I'll go in myself. Lin Fei ignored their stares. I've never been to such a good place in my life. How dare you? A group of God King elders shouted angrily. I've always been bold. If I say I'll go in, I'll go in. No one can stop me. Chapter 1965. In fact, many people were guessing. Was Tian here to cause trouble for the Genie sect? Ever since Tian rose to fame, his infamy came with it. Everyone would feel a headache whenever they heard his name. When he first appeared, no one paid much attention to him. No matter how arrogant a junior was, that was all. But now, no one dared to think that way. He had grown too quickly. Now, just a divine beast of the ancient evil dragon was enough to make everyone pay attention to it. Moreover, it was a man-eating ancient evil dragon. Just thinking about it made them shudder. Apart from that, Tian was not easy to deal with. Even God's son Tianba had suffered a small loss. Tian was now a threat to everyone. Now, Tian was even more arrogant. He wanted to go to the Genie sect as a guest. This was forcing his way in. Who knew what would happen next? The deity emperors who paid attention to the Genie continent felt lucky that the cruel Tian didn't go after them. As long as he didn't harm them, they would be relieved. The celestial Civ Divine Emperor from the celestial Civ continent stared coldly at Di Tian and thought to himself, Divine Emperor Zheng Yi, even Di Tian has barged in. You better kill him. Otherwise, you're Zheng Yi's sect. He. The celestial Civ Divine Emperor naturally wouldn't remind the Heaven sect of anything. What a joke. Since he was in pain, he had to find someone to experience this pain. There was no doubt that Zheng Yi Divine Emperor was a very good choice. In any case, Zheng Yi Divine Emperor had been arrogant for a long time. That was how selfish people were. The celestial sifting Divine Emperor would rather hide at the side and watch the show. Elder Ming, should we stop them? Di Tian has destroyed a sect in the celestial Civ continent. We can't let him in. Now that the patriarch isn't in the sect, we can't let Di Tian go in and cause trouble. Should I inform the old ancestor to come back? One by one, the elders looked at Elder Guoming, who was the sect's heaven-splitting Divine Emperor. As a heaven-splitting divine sovereign powerhouse, Elder Guoming originally didn't need to fear a junior, but ever since the celestial Luo divine sovereign fell, he couldn't help but fear Di Tian. What worried Elder Guoming the most was what trump card Di Tian was hiding. That was what he was most concerned about. Unfortunately, the celestial Civ Divine Emperor and the others didn't spread any news. Those who knew the truth chose to remain silent, and Elder Guoming couldn't threaten the other party to reveal the truth. Elder Guoming saw how easily God's son Tianba was defeated. Di Tian became more and more mysterious in his eyes. Let's open the restriction on the mountain gate first and block Di Tian outside. Elder Guoming didn't want to fall into Di Tian's hands, so he just kept Di Tian outside. In fact, the Divine Emperor elders all had their own ideas. Now that they were asked to go out and deal with Di Tian, they didn't have the confidence to do so. It was enough to make them extremely fearful. It's good to open the mountain gate restriction. Let's activate the formation. Everyone agreed verbally. Elder Guoming sneered inwardly. A bunch of cowards. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The restriction on the mountain gate was immediately opened. It shrouded the entire Genie school. Di Tian, I advise you not to barge in. Our Genie sect doesn't want to bully the weak and be laughed at by others. Don't be so ungrateful. Elder Guoming warned after the restriction on the mountain gate was opened. Lin Fei was very disappointed in Genie school. Is this still the Genie sect? None of them fought with me. On second thought, wasn't this the result he wanted? He was able to scare the Divine Emperor of the Genie school so much that he did not dare to make a move. It was indeed very impressive. Lin Fei looked down on the Divine Emperor of the Genie school. The Genie school is really thick-skinned. How dare you say that you don't want to bully the weak? Why did your patriarch's clone deal with me in person? Don't say it's a misunderstanding. Today, I'm really going to enter your Genie school. Lin Fei stepped forward. The formation on the mountain gate was opened. Lin Fei disappeared from everyone's sight with one step. Bang! Hairball's huge body hit the restriction on the mountain gate, startling the entire restriction. All kinds of attacks were aimed at Hairball. Hairball was dismissive. His figure flickered, and he appeared at another location before crashing into the mountain gate's restriction once more. Elders, hurry up and guard the array formation. Elder Guoming had a bad feeling in his heart. Di Tian had the space bloodline and was best at breaking the restriction on formations. Go and deal with the primordial evil dragon outside. Elder Guoming ordered again. He turned around and went to the center of the formation. He would personally control the restriction on the mountain gate to prevent Di Tian from entering. Boom! 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 Hairball kept hitting the restriction on the outside, almost never stopping. One moment, she was here, and the next moment, she was on the other side. She kept moving back and forth. At the foot of the mountain, she created a huge pit. It was dark and creepy. Hairball was still intact. The Divine Emperors who came out did not gain any advantage. Instead, they were bitten off by Hairball. Under Lin Fei's guidance, Hairball also became more cunning. When she encountered powerful enemies, she would choose guerrilla warfare. She came and went, and her whereabouts were uncertain. The divine emperors almost vomited blood. There was no way they could fight her. "I'm coming in." Lin Fei's voice echoed in the restriction on the mountain gate. Lin Fei walked parallel to the huge restriction on the mountain gate. No one stopped him. The restriction on the mountain gate seemed to be wide open. No matter how good the restriction on the mountain gate was, it was built on space to prevent outsiders from entering. Now that Lin Fei's spatial energy had reached great perfection, he would end up with the same result no matter which mountain gate's restrictions he entered. Oh no, Di Tian broke through the first restriction. He broke through the second restriction. He broke through the third restriction. Cries of surprise rang out one after another. The restriction on the mountain gate was fully opened. The Divine Emperor Elders also went to control it. In fact, they could not wait for Di Tian to come in and die. With the power of the restriction, they might be able to teach Di Tian a lesson. But the idea was good. Reality was cruel. The array formation attacks that filled the sky were actually unable to do anything to Di Tian. Di Tian barged in like there was no one there, breaking through the layers of array formations and restrictions. The Divine Emperor Elders controlling the restriction were dumbfounded. How could it be like this? For a moment, they even wondered if the restriction was useless. Otherwise, how could Di Tian break through so easily? Elder Guoming, who was controlling the restriction in the center, also revealed a trace of helplessness. It was very easy for Di Tian to break through the formation restrictions. Regardless of whether the formation was fully activated or something else, nothing could stop Di Tian. Could it be that Di Tian's space bloodline has reached the phenomenal success stage? Suddenly, a thought came to mind. Yes, that must be it. Elder Guoming's expression became extremely grave. It is said that after the space bloodline reaches the phenomenal success stage, one can go anywhere in the world, even in dangerous places. Only with the space bloodline at the phenomenal success stage can we not catch Di Tian's traces. This time, Elder Guoming was completely uneasy. The righteous sect was doomed if the space bloodline reached the phenomenal success stage. Chapter 1966. Elder Guoming had lived for a long time, and he had the strength of the heaven-creating Divine Emperor. He was very knowledgeable, so he could see through the mystery and guess Di Tian's trump card in a short time. He secretly complained in his heart. Even if he used the Divine Palace to suppress Di Tian's space bloodline, he would not be able to suppress Di Tian. Forming a space of its own was also a joke. In front of the space bloodline, no space could stop Di Tian. Old ancestor, if you don't come back, the Genie sect will suffer. Elder Guoming suppressed the helplessness in his heart and activated the restriction of the mountain gate to the extreme. The sky was full of attacks, trying to stop Di Tian's footsteps. Di Tian, don't mess around. This is the Genie sect. You can't mess around like a junior. Lin Fei's figure moved back and forth. No matter what kind of attack it was, he could easily avoid it. In front of space, Lin Fei could always find a place to stand. Even if it was a small gap, it was enough. The space bloodline of the great success was so mysterious. So what if it's the Genie sect? I'm really going to be presumptuous today. Swoosh. Swoosh. Elder Guoming, who was in the center of the restriction, was instantly attacked by the dense space blades. The untraceable attacks forced Elder Guoming to block them. Today, I'm really going in. Lin Fei laughed and broke through the restriction again. The sky full of attacks dissipated, and he was already inside the Genie sect. What a Genie sect! Lin Fei disappeared. Rumble. A loud noise came from the Genie sect, and the huge restriction of the mountain gate kept shaking as if there was an earthquake. Oh no, Di Tian is breaking the formation. Elder Guoming's face became even more gloomy. When he charged out of the center of the restriction, he was met with spatial blades. His powerful god-tier armor was covered in dense cracks. No one could stop Lin Fei's destruction. No matter how magical the restriction of the mountain gate was, it was nothing in the eyes of Lin Fei. Boom! Furball charged forward, smashing through the barrier around the mountain gate and charging out. Hairball, go and sweep. Lin Fei called out to Furball, and the two of them pounced on the nearest herb field. Furball swallowed the herb field in large gulps. Evil creature, don't be presumptuous. The eyes of the Divine Emperor elders of the Genie school almost popped out of their sockets. They watched helplessly as the herbal fields were devoured. Their attacks that fell on the primordial evil dragon were easily bounced off and landed on the mountains. Heaven-level divine ranges, come out. Lin Fei made a grabbing motion and pulled out the heaven-ranked divine veins from the depths of the ground, one after another. The Genie sect was completely enraged. No matter how angry they were, there was nothing they could do at this moment. They could only watch helplessly. The space blades that filled the sky whizzed past. Some young divine emperors rushed out and were severely injured by the space blades. They couldn't even get close, let alone those divine venerables. They were dismembered as soon as they came out. The heavenly divine emperor and sacred god emperor were also very helpless. He could not stop Di Tian from destroying the Genie sect and plundering a large number of resources. Elder Guoming of the Genie sect was also very helpless. He could not stop Di Tian from destroying the Genie sect and plundering a large number of resources. A space bloodline that has reached the great success stage. How can this emperor fight against him? Elder Guoming became timid as he looked at the banished divine emperors. He was focused on by the heavenly divine range and could not rush forward. Di Tian, you shameless guy, I will not let you go. Elder Guoming looked very helpless. The mighty heaven-splitting divine sovereign was actually unable to do anything to the other party. This made Elder Guoming feel as if he had cultivated for nothing. The forces on the Genie continent, including those from other continents, were all dumbfounded. Di Tian had broken into the Genie sect. He was plundering the treasures of the Genie sect. Di Tian was plundering the treasures of the Genie sect. Even the Divine Emperor could not stop Di Tian. This was a slap on the face of the Genie Divine Emperor and would become a joke in the Divine Realm. Many people were cheering in secret. The Genie sect is so arrogant. Now, the juniors of the Genie sect have come to the sect and killed them to plunder their resources. Let's see if the Genie sect still has any face in the future. Lin Fei and Hairball swept away the treasures very quickly. They took away all the heaven-grade divine ranges and the herb fields. At the same time, they broke into the main hall and looted all the pills. The only pity was that they could not break into the treasure house. Retreat. Lin Fei disappeared into the Genie sect with Hairball. The heavenly divine range of space blades dispersed, but at this time, the huge Genie sect was full of holes and ruins. The Genie sect, which was full of vitality and fairyland, was no longer what it used to be. The disciples of the Genie sect were all pale, as if they had walked on the edge of death. Di Tian, you bastard! Elder Guoming roared at the sky. Emperor Genie came back very quickly. After seeing the state of the Genie sect, Emperor Genie flew into a rage. Di Tian, I will kill you. Endless resentment spread throughout the divine realm. The voice alarmed the divine emperors. They looked over and saw the Genie sect. All of them had a look of horror on their faces. The Genie sect was founded by Emperor Genie, one of the 8 divine emperors. Even the heaven-creating divine emperor couldn't break into it. Now, Di Tian had broken into it. What kind of joke was this? If Di Tian could break into the Genie sect, didn't it mean that the forces and sects in the divine realm would no longer be on guard against him? Di Tian should have cultivated his space bloodline to the phenomenal success realm. An ancient divine emperor sighed softly. Rumor has it that the space bloodline of the phenomenal success realm can be obtained anywhere in the world. Whether it is the array formation or something else, they are all built on space. Di Tian, who has the space bloodline of the phenomenal success realm, is like a vegetable garden. All the divine emperors were shocked again. A space bloodline of the phenomenal success realm? What kind of joke was that? It was very rare to improve one's bloodline to the godly venerable level, let alone the phenomenal success realm. Emperor Jingyi, I, Di Tian, welcome you to come and kill me. I'll be waiting for you at any time. Lin Fei shouted in the air. Provided that you can find me, ha ha ha. This time, the divine realm was shaken again. Di Tian was openly provoking the 8 veteran divine emperors. He had seen arrogant people, but he had never seen someone so arrogant. Emperor Jingyi never thought that one day the Jingyi sect would be in such a dilapidated state. It was like a beautiful woman turning into a fat village girl in the next second. Divine Palace, kill. A divine palace appeared, layer upon layer. Jingguang flashed, turned into a sword light, and attacked through the air. Everyone was shocked when the divine palace appeared. In another continent, Lin Fei was rushing to the second sect, the demon mystic sect. The demon mystic sect had caused him trouble many times. Suddenly, Lin Fei's eyebrows twitched, and the sword light attacked. The old thing is making a move. This sword was fierce, like a king descending to the world. The space opened up, and there were many black holes around him. Lin Fei stood in the black hole. Banish. The black hole connected various spaces. In the black hole, no attack could get close to him. Lin Fei underestimated the power of the God-sealing Divine Emperor's attack. The sword light still fell on Lin Fei, and his chest was pierced by the sword, and he was injured. Rumble. Another continent was suddenly attacked by a sword light, and there were countless casualties. The Divine Emperors of the continent were shocked, and they rushed to the sky. That bastard, attacking indiscriminately. Chapter 1967. Once his spatial bloodline reached the large success stage, he wouldn't be able to go anywhere he wanted. It could also divert all sorts of attacks. With Lin Fei's relocation, a certain continent would suffer a calamity. God Emperor Jingyi, what do you mean by this? Do you really think I'm a pushover? The God Emperor roared furiously at God Emperor Jingyi. This shameless junior. Deity Emperor Jingyi's attack revealed Di Tian's true strength. Di Tian had mastered the power of space and could redirect attacks. Fellow Daoist Xian Luo, don't fall for it. Di Tian is trying to sow discord between us. Emperor Jingyi knew that Di Tian would not be easy to deal with. It would be even more difficult to stop Di Tian. Since Di Tian was able to block his attack, Divine Emperor Jingyi had placed Di Tian on the same level as him. Deity Emperor Xian Luo's strength was slightly weaker than Deity Emperor Zhengyi. He was unwilling to accept this and suffered an attack for no reason. There were countless casualties on the continent, and what he lost was his strength. Before God Emperor Xian Luo could speak, Lin Fei shouted again, God Emperor Xian Luo, don't believe God Emperor Zhengyi's words. That fella did it on purpose. Emperor Jingyi, who was hovering above the Jingyi sect, was furious. Di Tian, you shameless junior. Even if I have to go to the ends of the earth, I will cut off your head. Divine Emperor Zhengyi stepped into the air and chased after Di Tian. Everyone understood what was going on when they saw this. That Di Tian Jr. was no longer someone they could deal with. How long had it been since a great perfection space bloodline had appeared? Everyone had clearly seen Di Tian divert the attack away. Other than someone with a large success spatial bloodline, no one else could do that. This shift diverted at least 90% of the attack's power. The remaining 10% would only injure Di Tian. We are all old. The future belongs to the young. I wonder if Di Tian can block Jingyi's attack. Oh, right. Do you guys think that Di Tian's space bloodline has reached greater mastery? Does that mean that his time bloodline has also reached greater mastery? Cultivate the passage of time. Is that even possible? For a moment, everyone was silent. It was extremely rare for a space bloodline to reach great completion. If his bloodline matured in time, who in the world would be able to block Di Tian's attacks? Once your lifespan is depleted, your chi and blood will weaken. Even if you don't die, your chi and blood will weaken, and your combat power will be even weaker. God Emperor Jingyi was personally chasing after Di Tian. Initially, Zhang Xian was just a junior. But now, Zhang Xian had grown to a level that could rival him. How could God Emperor Zhengyi feel comfortable? This was especially so when Zhang Xian's spatial bloodline had reached major completion. Emperor Zhengyi, take your time. In the void, a monstrous spatial storm swept over, and attacks came from all directions. God Emperor Zhengyi coldly snorted. His divine palace opened up, shattering all the attacks in the sky. This kid is really cunning. No matter how cunning you are, you won't be able to escape from this emperor's palm in the god world. He received an attack. Lin Fei gained an understanding of divine sovereign Feng Shen's combat strength. Large success space force is really good. When that attack landed on his body, it actually only contained about 10% of its power. It would not leave behind any serious injuries. With a thought, he could recover to his original state. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Right at this moment, a few more sword lights slashed over. This was an attack formed by the divine palace. Lin Fei's body was surrounded by a black hole. His figure kept moving, and the killer attack was left behind. Because he couldn't catch the attack, the other party's attack naturally lost its target. Damn it, really damn it. As a God Emperor Zhengyi rarely got angry. But now, he couldn't help but be angry. He wanted to kill Di Tian, but the other party disappeared with a single attack. He couldn't even find a trace of the other party. This was the most helpless thing. Having strength but not being able to find the other party's position was the most lamentable thing. Old thing, I'm here. Hurry up and attack. Who's that? This is God Emperor Zhengyi's attack. If you want revenge, look for that old thing Zhengyi. Lin Fei kept provoking God Emperor Zhengyi. God Emperor Zhengyi's attack naturally fell on the other continents. This was equivalent to poking a hornet's nest. Di Tian, you shameless bastard. God Emperor Zhengyi flew into a rage. He tried his best to calm himself down. I can't attack anymore. That guy is cunning and shameless. He wants this emperor to offend all the god emperors in the divine world. This emperor can't fall for it again. Just now, God Emperor Zhengyi was really angry. Therefore, he kept attacking, causing his attack to be diverted to other continents. If it was 2 or 3 god emperors, God Emperor Zhengyi wouldn't be worried. But to offend more than 10 god emperors at once, all of them had powerful backgrounds. God Emperor Zhengyi couldn't help but be wary. He hated that bastard Di Tian more and more. He had really underestimated Di Tian's ability. The chase and the cursing passed through more than 10 continents. Old thing, eat my saber. God Emperor Zhengyi, who was chasing, raised his eyebrows. Lin Fei suddenly attacked, and the blade of time slashed at God Emperor Zhengyi. This saber came without any warning. Kid, you're courting death. God Emperor Zhengyi slapped across the air, and he disappeared without a trace. Eat my saber again. Another saber slashed at his back. Similarly, he disappeared without a trace. God Emperor Zhengyi suffered another saber strike. Drops of blood dripped down. God Emperor Zhengyi, who was wearing divine armor, was still injured. Impossible, how could this emperor be injured? As a divine emperor who grasped a trace of heaven's will, his divine body was flawless. How could he be injured? But now, he was injured, and drops of divine blood dripped down. God Emperor Zhengyi was about to go crazy. Without waiting for God Emperor Zhengyi to think, another saber strike came. The angle was very strange, but it was shattered by God Emperor Zhengyi. Lin Fei's attack also stopped. His power of time is actually powerful to such a degree. Those saber strikes just now had used the power of time to open his wounds. Old thing, did those saber strikes feel good? Lin Fei's voice sounded out, with a hint of a smile in it. God Emperor Zhengyi hadn't been injured in a long time. And at this time, another voice sounded out, this one mocking, Zhengyi, you're already old. You can't even take care of a junior, and you still have the nerve to be a god emperor? What a joke. Primal chaos, don't be so smug. God Emperor Zheng Yi's expression changed slightly. Crack. At this time, Hairball came out and bit the place where he was injured. With a crack, she tore off a piece of flesh and escaped. Old thing, your flesh is smelly and old. It's really not delicious. Primordial Evil Dragon said with a look of contempt. Emperor Zheng Yi was infuriated. He actually had a piece of flesh bitten off by a divine beast. Primal Chaos God Emperor laughed. Good job, Daoist D. Tian. This kind of old thing needs to be tortured. I wonder when Daoist D. Tian is free. Why don't you come to my place? Lin Fei could tell that this was Primal Chaos God Emperor's voice. When I'm done with a few things, I'll definitely come to visit. Chapter 1968. Emperor Zheng Yi was infuriated. Back then, the 8 great divine emperors suppressed the Primal Chaos Divine Emperor, but they were unable to kill him. They dismembered his body and suppressed the various realms. After that, he personally went to hunt down the Primal Chaos Deity Emperor. Unfortunately, he did not manage to kill him. Now that the Chaos God Emperor was ridiculing him, Zheng Yi God Emperor wished he could go over and kill him. Unfortunately, the Chaotic God Emperor was a special life form, and it was very difficult to kill him. Primal Chaos God Emperor, you are harboring a criminal from the divine world. Don't think that I won't deal with you. God Emperor Zheng Yi put the label of a criminal on D. Tian. The lazy voice of the Chaotic God Emperor sounded, if you can't catch fellow Daoist D. Tian, then you can't. Don't try to flatter yourself. Whether he's a murderer or not, it's not up to you to decide. Zheng Yi God Emperor, you're still as shameless as before. D. Tian took the opportunity to add another stab. That old thing is really shameless. You can't catch up to him, so you can only act fierce with your mouth. That's all you've got. God Emperor Zheng Yi had never thought that one day he would be ridiculed by a junior. That junior from back then was so unbridled. Emperor Zheng Yi was furious. However, no matter how strong Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was, he was unable to find the other party. Xiao Chen's great perfection spatial power made him feel very helpless. God Emperor Zheng Yi did not dare to act recklessly. Previously, when the attack was shifted to other continents, the divine emperors who controlled those continents hated him to death. Offending the enemy for no reason was not what divine Emperor Zheng Yi wanted. Emperor Zheng Yi knew very well that D. Tian was provoking him so that he would lose his rationality and attack D. Tian continuously. If he really did that, he would offend the god emperors of the continents. Now, God Emperor Zheng Yi hated his space bloodline. An old thing is indeed an old thing. He can actually keep his composure. Lin Fei couldn't wait for God Emperor Zheng Yi to attack him so that he could have a few more enemies. Even if those people hated him, the one they hated the most was still God Emperor Zheng Yi. Old thing, if you're not going to chase me, then I'm leaving. Don't send me off, I won't be able to stand it. Lin Fei laughed loudly, his voice echoing in all directions. What a detestable fellow. God Emperor Zheng Yi's killing intent surged. At this moment, Divine Emperor Zheng Yi could only give up on pursuing D. Tian. He wasn't very good at chasing. I believe many people will be interested in a space bloodline that has reached great success. God Emperor Zheng Yi turned around and left. Master, where are we going now? Hairball was delighted. He didn't refuse any of the great tonics. Hairball had a great time eating the main gate and the gate. Let's go to the Demon Profound Sect. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. A few of the 8 great god emperors didn't need to go, but the others had to go as guests. This way, they would know that he wasn't someone who could be easily bullied. Great! Hairball cheered. I heard that the Demon Mystic Sect is not worse than the Zheng Yi Sect. This time, we can have a good meal again. Just when everyone thought that D. Tian would be chased to the ends of the world by Divine Emperor Zheng Yi, another piece of news came out. D. Tian lawlessly barged into the Demon Mystic Sect, ignoring the restriction of the mountain gate outside, and wantonly plundered the Demon Mystic Sect's treasures. All kinds of resources were plundered. Divine meridians were dug out, cultivation techniques were taken, and nothing good was left. The god emperors of the demon mystic sect attacked one after another, but they were all banished to other places by Tion using the power of space. The weaker god emperors were killed on the spot. His methods were as brutal as before. This time, the divine world was in chaos. Tion offended a god emperor Zheng Yi, and now he went to offend the demon mystic sect. His courage was not ordinary. Everyone couldn't help but shiver when they thought about it. Tion was courting his own death. Sure enough, after plundering, the demon mystic emperor came out and wanted to kill Tion, but instead, the demon mystic sect was riddled with holes. In the end, Tion easily left, and the demon mystic emperor chased him for hundreds of millions of miles. The divine world was in an uproar again. All the forces in the divine world stopped. Many people clapped and cheered. The 8 great god emperors also had such a day. Some people even said that Tion was bullied by the 8 great god emperors, and now he came back to take revenge. The Jingyi school was the first, and the demon mystic sect was the second. Next, there would be the third, the fourth, and the fifth. Maybe all the 8 Shenhuang would come. The more this news spread, the more it spread. Who was Tion? He was a lawless fellow who could do anything. Now that Tion's space bloodline was complete, he could come and go as he pleased. Even someone as strong as Zheng Yi God Emperor couldn't do anything, let alone others. Everyone was sure that Tion would attack the other god emperors. After barging into 2 sections, Tion disappeared without a trace, and he didn't appear for more than 10 days. Celestial Emperor Sect, Thousand Goblin Sect, and the other sects all felt their hearts in their mouths. Zheng Yi Sect and the Demon Mystic Sect were examples. Originally, they were very confident about their sect's restrictions. Apart from ascended god experts, no one else could break it easily. But in front of Tion, who had completed his space bloodline, the restrictions were like decorations. The entire sect was shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere. The 8 great god emperors didn't expect that one day, a junior would scare the entire sect into unease and fear. Stop him? How could they stop him? There was nothing they could do. The sect's patriarchs returned one after another, personally guarding the sect to prevent Tion from barging in. Tion was notorious now, especially with a ferocious primordial evil dragon by his side. It ate everything it saw, and even the sacred god emperor would want to bite off a large piece of flesh from its body. It was said that every time the primordial evil dragon attacked, it would eat a large number of people. The stronger their blood and chi, the more it liked them. For example, hierarch gods and god emperors would be devoured in one bite. No matter what the god emperor elders said, the sect was shrouded in a dark cloud. Everyone was scared out of their wits. Even the patriarchs couldn't deal with Tion. They didn't want to die in Tion's hands, or even be eaten by the primordial evil dragon. Every day that Tion didn't appear, the pressure on the sect's disciples increased. At this moment, Lin Fei came to a remote continent in the divine world. The entire continent seemed very barren. There were no forces, just some cats and dogs. There were almost no god emperors, and only 1 or 2 sects established by Earth god emperors. With his space bloodline, Lin Fei could go wherever he wanted. Brother Tion, how have you been? In the sky above the continent, the Chaos God Emperor appeared and said with a smile. The Chaos God Emperor was the same as before. He was dressed in white and looked like a young man, but his body exuded an aura of endless vicissitudes. He was an existence that had lived for a long time. At this moment, the Chaos God Emperor was very enthusiastic. Back then, the 8 great God Emperors suppressed him. Now that the 8 great God Emperors were defeated, the Chaos God Emperor was very happy to see it. Junior greets the Chaos God Emperor. Lin Fei cupped his hands. Chapter 1969. Lin Fei was here to meet the Chaos God Emperor. After slapping the Zheng Yi God Emperor and Mo Xian God Emperor in the face, Lin Fei decided to lie low for the time being. If the 2 peak God Emperors attacked together, it would definitely not be a good thing. He might even suffer a loss. Since the Chaos God Emperor invited him, Lin Fei decided to come over. He was indebted to the Chaos God Emperor. Whether it was the space secret technique or the time secret technique, they all came from the Chaos God Emperor. In addition, the 18 primordial clones were also obtained from the primordial chaos. A long time ago, Lin Fei actually knew why the Chaos God Emperor was not killed but suppressed in the various worlds. His true form was a special life form, and it was impossible to kill him. Lin Fei and the Chaos God Emperor had a close relationship. Since the Chaos God Emperor invited him, Lin Fei was not afraid of the Chaos God Emperor secretly doing something. He was not in a hurry to go to the territories of the other God Emperors. Lin Fei was very clear that the Chaos God Emperor was so friendly to him. If he could not defeat the two Peak God Emperors and not deal with him, the Chaos God Emperor would not be so friendly. Reputation was earned with strength. The Chaos Continent. It was a continent occupied by the Chaos God Emperor. It was located in a remote area. However, this was not the point. The continent was adjacent to the primordial Forbidden Zone. As long as the Chaos God Emperor entered the primordial Forbidden Zone, the 8 God Emperors would not be able to defeat him. This was the country of the Chaos God Emperor. This was what Lin Fei learned from the Chaos God Emperor. Then I have to congratulate Senior Chaos. With the primordial Forbidden Zone, the 8 God Emperors can only stare. Lin Fei looked at the Forbidden Zone in the distance and was secretly shocked. This Forbidden Zone was extraordinary. This was also the first time Lin Fei saw a Forbidden Zone. The Forbidden Zone contained great terror. The system also calculated the danger level, reaching 5-star danger, the highest danger level. Daoist D. Tian, you don't have to call me Senior. Just call me Chaos, or Brother Chaos. The white-robed Chaos said heartily. Lin Fei was a little hesitant. This is not appropriate. The white-robed primal Chaos guffawed. What's wrong with that? You've mastered your spatial bloodline. No matter where you go, not even Peak God Emperors can do anything to you. Lin Fei could tell that the Chaos Deity Emperor was trying to get closer to him. Alright, then I'll call you Big Brother Hun Dun from now on. Lin Fei would not refuse such kindness. Now that Tian Ming had appeared, it would be good to have another powerful ally. The primal Chaos Deity Emperor was very happy. He was a forthright person and didn't like procrastinating people. Di Tian was to his liking. Let's go, I'll bring you to the Forbidden Zone. Big Brother Hun Dun, this is my first time coming to this Forbidden Zone. I wonder what's so special about this Forbidden Zone. Lin Fei asked curiously. Lin Fei had been to the immortal world a few times. Those few times, he hadn't really come to the immortal world. He had just gone on a killing spree. He didn't even know how big the immortal world was. Today was the first time he had truly arrived at the God realm. Now, Lin Fei was very interested in the Forbidden Zone. He always felt that it was extraordinary. The primal Chaos Deity Emperor didn't mind talking about the Forbidden Zone. He pointed to the Forbidden Zone below and said, the Forbidden Zone is actually a land of immortality created by the Almighty. It's a place where the heavenly Tao of the immortal world is arranged. Those ancient existences that are about to die of old age will bury themselves in the Forbidden Zone. As time passes, they will become one with the Forbidden Zone and become a part of the Forbidden Zone. They will never be able to leave the Forbidden Zone. As long as the Forbidden Zone isn't destroyed, they will not die. The primordial Forbidden Zone is the Forbidden Zone of our Primal Chaos Clan. All the experts of the Primal Chaos Clan are sleeping there. Lin Fei was shocked. There was actually such a magical place in the immortal world. The Primal Chaos Deity Emperor smiled and said, "Are you very surprised? If not for the primordial Forbidden Zone, the 8 great God Emperors would have long come to kill me." Walking in the Forbidden Zone, Lin Fei suddenly understood. It turned out that the Primal Chaos Deity Emperor had the support of the Forbidden Zone. In such a huge Forbidden Zone, Lin Fei didn't sense any aura. At most, he saw tombs that emitted a trace of cold and gloomy aura. At the thought of the sleepers, the ancient experts of the Primal Chaos clan, Lin Fei subconsciously became alert. Do you know what the 8 great god emperors are busy with recently? The Primal Chaos deity emperor suddenly asked. How could Lin Fei know what the 8 great god emperors were busy with? However, on second thought, he seemed to understand. Are they planning to attack the Forbidden Zone? The Primal Chaos deity emperor smiled and said, You are so smart. The 8 great god emperors are contacting people and preparing to attack a Forbidden Zone. They are trying to kill the experts inside and obtain the treasures in the Forbidden Zone. This is also the main reason why you can break into the Genie School and the Demon Mystic sect. Lin Fei really didn't expect that they would be so bold as to attack the Forbidden Zone. I was wondering why the old thing isn't in the sect. It turns out that he is attacking the Forbidden Zone outside. Lin Fei finally understood. You have scared the other god emperors a lot recently. Now the 8 great god emperors have given up on attacking the Forbidden Zone and are guarding at home, afraid that you will come and cause trouble. The Primal Chaos deity emperor said, Do you know what outsiders are saying about you now? Lin Fei shook his head. I really didn't pay attention to this. People call you the King of Destruction. Genie School, the Demon Mystic sect, and the heavenly sects of the immortal Civ continent were all destroyed by you. King of Destruction? This nickname was given to him. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The two talked as they walked and landed in a palace in the Forbidden Zone. Are there many similar Forbidden Zones in the divine world? Lin Fei asked curiously. The Primal Chaos deity emperor nodded. You guessed it right. There are many Forbidden Zones in the divine world. For example, the most powerful ones, even I don't dare to enter. The small Forbidden Zones can be destroyed with one hand. Lin Fei couldn't imagine it. The Primal Chaos deity emperor added, Don't think that the divine world is big now. It is actually very small. In fact, it is occupied by the Forbidden Zones. Why do the god emperors want to attack the Forbidden Zones? In fact, it is to expand their territory. Every Forbidden Zone has many treasures, such as Emperor treasures and even Emperor weapons. Any one of them can enhance their strength. The divine world is still small now? Lin Fei was very surprised. During this period of time, his understanding of the divine world could be summed up in one word, big. All the continents were bigger than the profound sky world. Could it be that it was still small? In the past, the entire divine world had 3,000 continents and was controlled by 3,000 god emperors. Now, there are only 200 continents left. Some of these continents are in remote locations and have been abandoned until now. No one has occupied them. Some continents have forbidden zones. Every once in a while, the corpses of the forbidden zones will wreak havoc on the continents. Currently, there are only about 100 continents that are occupied by people. 3,000 continents? Lin Fei was really shocked. Doesn't that mean that most of the original 3,000 continents are occupied by the forbidden zones now? Chapter 1970. Lin Fei listened very carefully. He was very interested in the forbidden area of the divinity realm. Perhaps the other reason why Chaos Shin Emperor invited him as a guest was to be in the forbidden area. Junior, I have learned something. Lin Fei said. Chaos Shin Emperor had a very good impression of Di Tian. Most importantly, Di Tian was a person worth cooperating with. Most importantly, Di Tian would not go with the 8 Shenhuang. After the destruction of the Genie School and Demon Mystic sect, they had completely fallen out. Actually, you will know it sooner or later even if I don't say it. Chaos Shin Emperor laughed. After that, Chaos Shin Emperor did not say anything else but chatted about some things. Lin Fei also listened with great interest. In the next few days, Lin Fei lived in the forbidden area. Lin Fei was also happy to relax. Lin Fei stayed for 7 or 8 days and then said goodbye to Chaos Shin Emperor. Chaos Shin Emperor personally saw Di Tian off and said, if you don't mind, you can come and visit more often. By the way, here is a map of the forbidden area of the divinity realm. Keep it. Maybe you will need it someday. Lin Fei accepted it and left with the primordial evil dragon. Your Excellency, aren't you going to invite Di Tian to attack the forbidden area together? Why did you let him leave? An advisor of Chaos Shen Emperor appeared quietly with a puzzled look. This matter is not urgent. Chaos Shen Emperor smiled. Di Tian will not take the bait in a few words. Moreover, he has not finished his business yet. How can he calm down? The advisor behind him said, Does Di Tian really want to destroy the sects of the 8 Shenhuang? Chaos Shen Emperor's eyes were like the sky. He said lightly, he is smart. There must be some unlucky ones among the 8 Shenhuang. Only then can the 8 Shenhuang be afraid and not dare to act recklessly, so that they can gain a foothold. Jingyi School. After the last destruction, the Jingyi School suffered heavy casualties and lost a lot of vitality. In a short time, it almost returned to normal, but the dead disciples could not recover. This also made the Jingyi School lose face in the divinity realm. Many forces secretly spread the news, so it was hard not to know. Therefore, recently, the disciples of the sect did not dare to go out, because they could not bear being laughed at. In the main hall of the Jingyi School, the 8 God Emperors sat together. There was no helping it. It was all because of Di Tian. You still haven't found anything? God Emperor Zheng Yi said expressionlessly. That brat's zodiac is a rabbit, his spatial bloodline has reached great success, he can go anywhere in the world, it won't be easy to find him. Mysterious Devil Divine Emperor shook his head, feeling very helpless. Maybe he ran to the profound sky world. The Immortal Emperor God Emperor said seriously, it has been so long and Di Tian has disappeared without a trace. Maybe he is afraid of us. The other God Emperors nodded in agreement. For the time being, nothing had happened to them, so they were not that worried. If not for the fact that the 8 great God Emperors were a group, they would not have come. Celestial Emperor Zheng Yi and Celestial Emperor Mo Xian glanced at each other, feeling very unwilling. They knew what they were thinking, they couldn't wait for their 2 sects to suffer. Don't look at how the 8 great divine emperors seem to be a group on the surface. In reality, there were many factions within. Before the mandate of heaven appeared, everyone was still together. Now that the mandate of heaven had appeared, everyone was restless. Only the superficial friendliness remained. I don't think Di Tian will return to the profound sky world. Celestial Emperor Zheng Yi said, maybe, he is in the chaotic continent. Don't forget, the 18 primordial spiritual splits that Di Tian cultivates is an absolute art of his lineage. Mysterious Devil Divine Emperor and Celestial Emperor Zheng Yi did not get along well. If not for the fact that they suffered losses together, they would not have stood together. There was no choice, Di Tian was too ruthless, tormenting their sections. If not for their wealth, the entire sect would have suffered a huge blow. Daoist Celestial Emperor Zheng Yi, you mean that we should go to the chaotic continent and force chaos to hand over the person? Mysterious Devil Divine Emperor's eyes lit up. He was gnashing his teeth at Di Tian, wishing he could eat his flesh, otherwise, he would not be able to resolve the hatred in his heart. Chaos God Emperor might not hand over the person. Myriad Demon Divine Emperor frowned, he is now in control of the Forbidden Land, it is not that easy to deal with him. These Forbidden Lands are indeed hateful. If not for the Forbidden Land, we would have long suppressed and sealed the Chaos God Emperor again. Celestial Emperor Shen Tian said with a murderous look. Previously, when they joined hands to hunt down the Chaos God Emperor, they were obstructed by the Forbidden Land, resulting in the current situation. This method is feasible. Di Tian is notorious in the God world. If we contact the other God Emperors and force Chaos God Emperor together, let's see if he dares to refuse. If he dares to refuse, we can destroy the Chaos Forbidden Land, Profound Saint God Emperor said sinisterly. Old Ancestor, bad news. Suddenly, someone barged in from outside and knelt in front of Myriad Demon Divine Emperor. Myriad Demon Divine Emperor's heart skipped a beat. What happened? 2 hours ago, Di Tian barged into our Myriad Demon sect, wantonly destroyed, killed God Emperors, and ate all the battle pets we tamed. Myriad Demon Divine Emperor was furious, his eyes were bloodshot. If I don't kill you, I am not human. Myriad Demon Divine Emperor turned around and left, not leaving a single word, disappearing into the horizon. The other God Emperors all stood up. Let's stop here for today. Tion might have appeared for us. I need to go back and take charge. Celestial Emperor Sect cupped his hands and said, I will take my leave first. I also need to go back and take charge. The few God Emperors left in the blink of an eye. Even mysterious Demon God Emperor couldn't sit still and left after saying a few words. God Emperor Zhengyi's face also turned gloomy. The few God Emperors left and hurried back to the sect. Myriad Demon Divine Emperor was unlucky. He was attacked by the black-robed man on the way back, his head bleeding, and he fled in a sorry state. This news quickly spread throughout the divine world. Many people were guessing who did it. Luckily, I am fine. Creation God Emperor hurried back to the sect and heaved a sigh of relief. Following that, he heard about Myriad Demon Divine Emperor being ambushed. Could it be Tion's doing? No, it's Chaos God Emperor. Creation God Emperor sent his subordinates out. He knew who the black-robed man was. In the past, Chaos God Emperor loved to stab people in the back. Creation God Emperor was also ambushed by Chaos God Emperor in the past. Creation God Emperor, long time no see, how are you? In the main hall, Lin Fei walked out. Creation God Emperor stared at the young man not far away. Everyone says that Tion is extremely daring. It seems like it is true. You are really daring, aren't you afraid that I will kill you on the spot? Lin Fei laughed, you can't kill me, and if you really attack, your fortune gate won't be peaceful, and you will follow in the footsteps of Myriad Demon Sect. Creation God Emperor's face sank. Are you threatening me? Not a threat, but a warning. Lin Fei waved his hand, and a throne appeared behind him. I am just stating a fact. As for whether you want to hear it or not, that is your own business. Then why are you here? Chapter 1971. The Fortune Divine Emperor didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Even though Tion was arrogant, he had the capital to be arrogant. Even if the Fortune Divine Sovereign wanted to capture Tion, he wouldn't be able to. There was also the missing primordial evil dragon, which was definitely a threat to the Fortune Divine Sovereign. He didn't want to be bitten by a divine beast and end up like Divine Sovereign Zheng Yi. The Fortune Divine Emperor was rather interested in the treasures and resources that Tion had plundered. Who didn't want their own sect to become stronger? Enemy? When there were benefits, they could sit together, drink tea, and talk about life. This was the benefit of benefits. Everyone says that fellow Taoist Tion is arrogant and ignorant, that he's all brawn and no brains. But now, it seems like everyone has underestimated fellow Taoist. The Creation Divine Emperor laughed. Well said, well said. The business discussion was very pleasant. One had needs, and the other wanted to sell. Both of them were very satisfied. The Fortune Gate did not need to be damaged by Tion, and the Fortune Divine Emperor would not have to worry about it anymore. The only person who knew of this matter was the Fortune Divine Emperor, and no one else was informed. For the time being, the 8 Divine Emperors were still a group. The Fortune Divine Sovereign didn't want others to know about his cooperation with Tion. If news of it were to spread, the other god sovereigns would definitely find trouble with him. Although he wasn't afraid, it would still be troublesome. Once the transaction was completed, Lin Fei took the initiative to leave. Just as they were about to leave, the Fortune Divine Emperor spoke. Fellow Taoist, please wait, the Fortune Divine Emperor said. What's the matter? Lin Fei turned around and asked. The Fortune Divine Sovereign was indeed busy. Pardon me for asking, but how did fellow Taoist cultivate your space bloodline to the large success stage? After all, a large success stage requires a long period of time, and fellow Taoist is still so young. Lin Fei had expected this. As long as a god emperor wasn't a fool, he would be able to tell that his space bloodline had reached the great success stage. How did he manage to cultivate his space bloodline to great perfection in such a short time? This was worthy of the God Emperor's attention. If it was someone else asking me, I wouldn't answer. Lin Fei said, however, I just cooperated with fellow Daoist creation, so it's not like I can't tell you. The Fortune Divine Emperor felt that he had gained a lot of face. Right now, he already treated Di Tian as someone on the same level as him. Everyone liked to hear compliments. It was the same for the Fortune Divine Emperor. Fellow Daoist, let's talk while we drink. The Fortune Divine Emperor pulled Lin Fei to a seat and immediately ordered someone to bring a table full of dishes and personally poured wine for Lin Fei. If I'm not mistaken, fellow Daoist creation has a Divine Emperor controller who is infinitely close to the Great Accomplishment realm, right? Lin Fei said as he looked at the Creation Divine Emperor. The Good Fortune Divine Emperor was straightforward. Fellow Daoist guessed correctly. Nothing can be hidden from fellow Daoist's eyes. I have an Earth controller under me who is just a step away from reaching the Grand Accomplishment realm. But even after cultivating for several thousand years, he is still unable to break through. A deity emperor with a Great Accomplishment bloodline would have a terrifying combat power. Even if his bloodline wasn't the best, it was still a powerful existence comparable to the heaven-splitting Divine Emperor or even the God-sealing Divine Emperor. The Creation Divine Emperor had to be thick-skinned enough to ask. Under the heavens, Di Tian was the only person who could cultivate his bloodline to the Great Accomplishment realm in such a short time. He was also the most qualified person to do so. From the moment he cultivated his space bloodline to the Great Accomplishment realm, Lin Fei knew that there would be deity emperors who would want to know the secret behind it. To Lin Fei, this secret wasn't too big of a secret. It was nothing more than refining his bloodline. Fellow Daoist creation, please take a look at this. Lin Fei took out an item and placed it in front of the Creation Divine Emperor. It was a ball of light, and there was a mysterious existence within it. This is the Earth bloodline. With the Creation Divine Emperor's eyesight, the moment the ball of light landed on his hand, the Creation Divine Emperor was shocked. Then, his gaze became infatuated. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. There is actually such a mysterious existence in this world. Lin Fei was also very impressed. Fellow Daoist creation's eyesight is really good. You actually recognized it at a glance. Lin Fei said. The Creation Divine Emperor rejoiced that he didn't make a move against Di Tian. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known that Di Tian had such a good thing. At this time, the Creation Divine Emperor was very excited. I wonder if fellow Daoist can sell some of this thing to me. No matter how expensive the price is, I will accept it. The Creation Divine Emperor only had one thought in his mind, and that was to buy as much as he could. Now that it was the Heaven's Mandate era, the stronger one was, the better. As for snatching it, the Creation Divine Emperor didn't have such a thought. Facing a defenseless Di Tian, unless he could kill him in one strike, he would be a powerful enemy. He wouldn't be able to rest in peace. This thing is very difficult to extract. Lin Fei said awkwardly. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, fellow Daoist creation's temperament is quite compatible with mine. I'm willing to refine some of it. The price is negotiable. I only need heaven rank or earth rank divine veins. Also, God Emperor Godheads and Hierarch Godheads, the more the better. The Creation Divine Emperor was already prepared for Di Tian's exorbitant demand, but when he heard Di Tian's words, he became very excited. Who said that Di Tian was cruel? He was actually a good person. Lin Fei suddenly lowered his voice and said, I wonder what kind of bloodline fellow Daoist cultivates. If you don't have a bloodline, you can cultivate it and turn it into a trump card. At the Creation Divine Emperor's strength, there was a certain degree of difficulty in increasing his strength. I can do it too. The Creation Divine Emperor wasn't a controller. He had cultivated an ordinary bloodline. Not all God Emperors had a special bloodline. If all of them had a special bloodline, wouldn't the world be turned upside down? The Creation Divine Emperor was naturally tempted. If he could raise his bloodline to the hierarch level, it would indeed become a trump card. Aren't you afraid that I'll spread the news? At that time, you'll have to face the wrath of the entire world. The Creation Divine Emperor said coldly. Lin Fei said unhurriedly, I've already offended so many people, so what's wrong with a few more? However, your fortune gate will suffer a calamity. Other than you, no one else will survive. Your fortune gate will disappear from this world. Even fellow Taoist won't be able to live in peace. If someone else had said this, the creation divine emperor would have snorted disdainfully. But coming from Di Tian's mouth, there was a huge difference. No one dared to doubt Di Tian's ability. I'm not afraid to tell you that I can reach grand completion in both my space and time bloodlines. I wonder how many times fellow Taoist's lifespan can withstand my sneak attacks. Lin Fei said, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. The creation divine emperor shuddered inexplicably, only to realize that he had neglected an important matter. Di Tian could reach grand completion in his space bloodline. Time. That was the number one person in all of history. The creation divine emperor's expression changed drastically. Fellow Taoist, please don't blame me. I was just joking, don't take it seriously. The creation divine emperor laughed dryly. Let's talk business. Chapter 1972. It was a pleasant collaboration. When the fortune divine emperor refined the first portion of bloodline power, he was shocked. How could there be such a technique in this world? It was simply inconceivable. After tasting the sweetness, the relationship between the fortune divine emperor and Lin Fei became closer. The fortune divine emperor rejoiced inwardly that he did not chase after Di Tian personally. Offending such a terrifying existence would not bring peace to the fortune gate. The fortune divine emperor took out the god emperor grade godhead without hesitation. Now that there was a way to increase his strength, how could the fortune divine emperor miss it? As for what the 8 god emperors would think, that was another matter. Lin Fei gave out 1 million portions of bloodline power for the first time, and the harvest was very bountiful. If the fortune divine emperor knew that this bloodline power didn't require any price, and that it wasn't even worth 1/10 of the value of the treasure, he might really vomit 3 liters of blood. It was a pity that the fortune divine emperor did not know about this as he immersed himself in cultivating his bloodline power. Lin Fei was not idle either. He returned to the black sky world with a huge harvest. After the completion of his spatial bloodline, going back and forth was a matter of a thought. This time, he had offended 3 of the 8 god emperors. Lin Fei needed to go back and make some arrangements to prevent the 8 god emperors from shamelessly coming to the black sky world to cause trouble. Back at the invincible palace in the black sky world, the first thing Lin Fei did was to set up a powerful array to envelop the entire black sky world. Others might not be able to do it, but Lin Fei, who had mastered spatial power, was able to do it easily. Lin Fei spent more than 10 days to personally set up a spatial array. No matter who came over, they would be exiled, unable to approach the black sky world forever. For this, Lin Fei spent a large amount of resources. Compared to the resources that he plundered, these resources were nothing much. After the spatial array was set up, Lin Fei found a hierarch to test it out. The results were very good. Once someone approached the black sky world, they would be trapped in the space and could only retreat. Lin Fei also tested the power of the spatial array. Other than himself, no one could enter. Even if they could pass the first layer, they might not be able to pass the second layer. It could be said that Lin Fei had turned the profound sky world into an impregnable kingdom. Lin Fei had chased out the 8 great sects of the profound sky world, as well as some hostile factions, not leaving a single hostile faction behind. At this point, all the hostile forces in the profound sky world had been chased out by Lin Fei. All voices were unified. This was just the beginning. Lin Fei usually opened one of the passageways, allowing everyone to enter and exit freely. In the center of the formation, Lin Fei had arranged for hundreds of ultimate gods to stand guard day and night. As long as someone came, they would be able to close the passageway and prevent outsiders from entering. Other than hierarch grade godheads, the rest of the godheads obtained from the fortune divine emperor were used as plunder resources. The profound sky world had even installed a batch of divine cannons. Naturally, this was changed by the system. For Lin Fei, who had plundered a large number of divine veins, his divinity points had reached a terrifying number. The divine cannons could only be activated after advancing to the God Emperor realm. In order to activate it, godheads were needed. Heavenly God Godheads and God King Godheads were used as offensive weapons. Lin Fei felt that it was almost time for someone to come and try it out. In the depths of the Invincible Palace, a large number of hierarch experts. Lin Fei was very satisfied. Zheng Yi Divine Emperor, Mo Xian Divine Emperor, and Pang Yao Divine Emperor, as long as you dare to come, I will take a bite out of you. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the number of hierarch experts he had summoned. The number of God Emperors was limited. Even though the divine world's mandate had appeared and many people had the opportunity to advance to the God Emperor realm during the celestial worthy mountain trip, there were less than 1,000 God Emperors in the entire divine world. Therefore, the core strength of the battle was still the hierarch experts. Now, Lin Fei's invincible palace had summoned millions of hierarch experts. Standing on the elevated platform, Zhang Xian saw a dense mass of people gathering together. If not for the fact that spatial power had been used to isolate them, the entire celestial world would have been shaken. These hierarch godheads were plundered from all over the place. Nearly 6 million hierarch experts. No matter what, we have to be shocked. Lin Fei chuckled. Just having hierarch experts won't do. We need a God Emperor to lead the team. This time, the number of God Emperor godheads he plundered was not too many. It was just a little over 1,000. Lin Fei did not use them to level up. Now that he had achieved great mastery in space and time, he had terrifying combat power. There was no need for him to level up his realm. This time, Lin Fei was prepared to summon God Emperor experts. As long as the mysterious sky world was strong, the 8 great God Emperors and other God Emperors would not dare to act rashly. Suddenly, Lin Fei frowned and took out a message amulet. The 8 great God Emperors are coming to destroy the mysterious sky world? In 10 days? Looking at the message, Lin Fei laughed. With the Fortune Divine Emperor around, you will regret trying to catch me off guard. Lin Fei was very clear that the Fortune Divine Emperor had tasted the benefits of the bloodline power and would not allow it to succeed. It was normal for him to secretly send a message. A few shameless old things. Lin Fei cursed in his heart. Let's summon the God Emperor first. Summoning a God Emperor expert required a lot of godheads. Summoning one God Emperor required 200 godheads. The godheads Lin Fei had could only summon 6 God Emperors. The level of strength depended on luck. Summon God Emperor. The system prompted, successfully consuming 200 God Emperor godheads. Ding. Heavenly Treasure Divine Emperor summoning successful. Earth God Emperor strength, please receive. This strength, Lin Fei was not too satisfied, but he could not say anything. Ding. Rakshasa Divine Emperor summoning successful. Heavenly God Emperor strength, please receive. Ding. Fei Luo Divine Emperor summoning successful. Young God Emperor strength, please receive. The 6 God Emperors were quickly summoned. Greetings, Master. The 6 God Emperors knelt on one knee and shouted in unison. Among the 6 God Emperors summoned with 1,200 godheads, there were 2 Heavenly God Emperors, 1 Earth God Emperor, and 3 Young God Emperors. The mysterious sky world had God Emperors. With 6 million ultimate gods, Lin Fei divided them into 6 teams. Each of the 6 ultimate gods controlled 1 million ultimate gods. 8 great God Emperors, I will make you vomit blood this time. He took out all the ultimate god treasures he had collected in the past. It was still not enough. Lin Fei was very open-minded. If there were none, then there were none. Sooner or later, someone would send them over. The 8 great God Emperor's troops still came. He had to vent his anger. Since they could not find Di Tian, they decided to flatten the mysterious sky world first. Chapter 1973. The 8 divine emperors came in a threatening manner. In order to shorten the time, they used the Space Emperor treasure, a space-shuttling treasure ship. They worked together and headed straight for the mysterious sky world. Only the 8 divine emperors and some ancient powers could afford to do so. Most people in the divine world agreed that the 8 divine emperors would go against the mysterious sky world. Tion's name resounded like thunder in the ears of everyone in the god realm, but no one liked this person. Of the more than 100 great continents, quite a few had suffered calamities, and all of them were related to Tion. Now that someone was going to deal with Tion, everyone wanted to see Tion suffer. Many people wanted to watch the show. Unfortunately, the distance was too far and they did not have a space shuttling treasure. They could only shake their heads and miss a great opportunity. 10 days later, the 8 divine emperors arrived outside the mysterious sky world. Everyone was angry that Tion had chased the 8 major sects out. The only one who was not angry was the creation divine emperor. Compared to the benefits they had now, it was nothing. Once the 8 divine emperors arrived, they released the troops they brought and surrounded the mysterious sky world. In order to flatten the mysterious sky world, the 8 divine emperors brought many troops. Each clan had a few thousand ultimate gods and more than 10 divine emperors. The 8 clans had about 50 to 60,000 ultimate gods and about 80 divine emperors. As for divine kings, the 8 divine emperors did not bring them. With such a force, it was enough to flatten the mysterious sky world. It would be best if Tion hid in the mysterious sky world. This time, he would not be able to escape. In the mysterious sky world, all 8 positions were guarded. The 8 divine emperors gathered together and after a discussion, each went to a position. Even a mosquito would not be able to escape from their hands. Attack! They would not say anything. After surrounding the mysterious sky world, they would attack. This was what they had discussed before they came. Attack! A few thousand ultimate gods led by the divine emperors rushed towards the mysterious sky world. The creation divine emperor transmitted a message to his subordinates. When you rush in, don't do anything. Just stand still. These subordinates were very smart and knew what to do. Don't worry, Lord. I will definitely restrain my subordinates and not mess around. The creation divine emperor waved his hand. You can go now. This was a message from Tion. The creation divine sovereign was also very surprised. He narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, there are more than 50,000 ultimate gods among the 8 divine emperors this time, excluding me. I wonder how you're going to stop them. The overall strength of the profound sky world was not strong. The number of godly venerable experts could be counted on one hand. The fortune divine emperor was very curious. Did Tion personally make a move, or did he have some other trump card? The fortune divine emperor trusted Tion's words, and he didn't want his subordinates to waste their strength. As for the other god emperors, the fortune divine emperor wasn't interested in reminding them. There was a group of people rushing out from each of the 8 directions. The combination of the 8 auras was extremely terrifying. In the next second, they all disappeared in front of everyone. A spatial formation. God Sovereign Zheng Yi frowned. He scanned the area with his spiritual sense, but he couldn't find his subordinates. He knew that they had encountered a spatial formation. Pantheon Divine Emperor sneered. Humph, even if it's a spatial array, it needs to be controlled by someone. We have tens of thousands of ultimate gods and 80 to 90 divine emperors, yet we still can't break a spatial array. Tion is just bluffing. Demon Mystic Divine Emperor laughed. Maybe, the array will be broken in the next moment. No one cared about the profound sky world. Little did they know, at that moment, in another space. The Jingyi Sect's Divine Emperor led a group of godly venerable experts into another space. There were no signs of life in these spaces, and there was a depressing aura everywhere. The leader was a heaven god emperor who calmly said, "Everyone, don't worry. This is just a spatial array of Tion. As long as we break the array, we will naturally return to the outside world." The heaven god emperor was prepared to break the array himself. Dong dong dong. Suddenly, a uniform sound came from the space. At that moment, a dark shadow appeared in front of them. As the shadow appeared in front of them, the god emperors of Zheng Yi's sect were shocked as they stared at the figure that appeared in front of them. How is this possible? That dark shadow appeared in front of everyone's vision under the leadership of a god emperor. So many ultimate gods, how did Di Tian get them? That group of ultimate gods with their soaring aura came head-on, scaring the ultimate gods of Zheng Yi's sect so much that their limbs began to weaken. How many are there? There must be at least 300,000 to 400,000, maybe even more. We are finished. What are you fighting for? The ultimate gods who were previously proud were all pale as if they had been hit in the head. If it was only 1,000 or 2,000, they would not care. But now, it was a complete one-sided massacre. Kill without mercy, leave no one alive. Boom! The crowd surged over like a black torrent and instantly drowned everyone. Run! At that moment, even the heaven god emperor's face was pale. 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Even ants could kill an elephant if there were enough of them. He abandoned the people behind him and tried to break out. At that moment, the array was opened. How could they let the heaven god emperor out? He returned to this space in the next second. The black mass of the ultimate god army charged over. Wherever they went, they took the lives of hierophants one after another, leaving behind hierophant-grade godheads. Several thousand hierophants were annihilated in less than a dozen breaths' time. Even the heavenly deity emperor was exhausted to death by the hierophant masters. At that moment, the other sects were the same. Their armies suffered a devastating blow, and not a single one was left alive. The Fortune Gate's divine emperors were so scared that their limbs went soft when they saw the dark ultimate god army, and they collapsed to the ground. Hundreds of thousands of ultimate gods gathered together was a terrifying force that made one's scalp go numb. We are the Fortune Gate divine emperor's men. The leading divine emperor hurriedly explained. He finally understood what the Lord meant. Attack the mysterious sky world? What a joke, they should go home and sleep. Didn't they see the dark ultimate god army that was like a black torrent? Any attack could wipe them out. Divine emperors? It was the same. Stay here obediently. A cold voice came from the other side, which made the Fortune Gate divine emperors heave a sigh of relief. No more fighting, no more fighting. The 8 divine emperors were waiting for news. With such a force, sweeping through the entire profound sky world would be a piece of cake. Time passed, second by second. The mysterious sky world was quiet. The array formation outside did not seem to have been breached. Now, the 8 god emperors had a bad feeling. Could something have happened? Chapter 1974. It was an overwhelming battle. Lin Fei had expected it from the beginning. After all, the 8 great divine emperors did not bring many people with them. Although a few thousand ultimate gods were a lot, it was nothing compared to the millions of ultimate gods he brought with him. It was normal for him to crush them. From the moment the 8 divine emperors wanted to attack the mysterious sky world, the outcome was destined. No one could change it. The 8 divine emperors could be the vanguard, but would they be willing to do so? They would not do it, nor could they put down their pride. It was already embarrassing to bully the weak, let alone to do it themselves. The 8 divine emperors did not think Di Tian would be in the mysterious sky world. Di Tian's appearance was more or less unnatural. Di Tian, don't think that we don't know how strong the mysterious sky world is. With your men, you can resist the vanguard we send out. Myriad Demon Divine Emperor sneered. Do you really think that we are blind? If you know what's good for you, surrender immediately. Creation Divine Emperor thought. Everyone is indeed blind. Since they have come out, the people inside must have been dealt with. Mysterious Demon Divine Emperor said coldly. That's right. Besides you, what else can your mysterious sky world do? It's nothing more than a spatial formation to trap them. Don't think that we don't know that you are just a fox borrowing the tiger's might. No one believed that the pinnacle experts they sent out would die inside. Lin Fei laughed. You are all old. It's the era of the young. With your men, you dare to take over the mysterious sky world? I feel embarrassed for you. Isn't it just an ultimate god? Who doesn't have one? My ultimate god army, come out and let everyone see the power of the mysterious sky world. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a sharp aura soared into the sky. The 8 divine emperors were secretly surprised by this aura. A black flood appeared behind Tion. It was a black mass, and they were in an orderly formation. They formed a surging aura that swept towards Tion. Mighty divine army! Mighty divine army! Their voices reverberated between the heavens and earth. At that moment, the 8 divine emperors' faces changed. The black torrent was like a beast bearing its sharp fangs. Anyone who saw it would be shocked. How is this possible? There are so many ultimate gods. There are at least 4 to 5 million ultimate gods. Where did Tion get them from? Our men are finished. Damn Tion, we've been tricked. The 8 celestial emperors were dumbfounded. They were so angry that they vomited blood. Even they felt powerless against millions of ultimate god experts. Such a force was enough to defeat any power in the divine world. At the very least, it could severely injure the other party. Young god emperors and even earth god emperors, if they were trapped by such a great army, would die without a doubt. They could not imagine how Tion managed to create such an ultimate god army. Even they might not be able to gather such an army of godly venerable rank experts. Godly venerable rank experts were not cabbages like divine gods, but the backbone of the divine world. The 8 divine emperors' initial confidence was smashed to smithereens by the godly venerable army. He had lost all his face today. He had come with such an imposing manner. Thousands of ultimate gods and god emperors had been sacrificed for nothing. That's why I said that you are all blind. The mysterious sky world is not something you can deal with. Lin Fei smiled. He was very satisfied with the godly venerable army. It was a deterrent force. Now, you have to do it yourselves. Lin Fei said again. I'll accompany you to the end. Isn't it just a godly venerable army? I can destroy most of them. The all-demon divine emperor was furious. His boundless ferocious aura surged. You ran away last time. Let's see where you can run to today. The all-demon divine emperor's all-demon sect had suffered heavy losses. Their tamed battle pets had been eaten by the divine beast primordial evil dragon. How could they not be distressed after hundreds of years of taming? The all-demon divine emperor directly attacked. Demonic chariot. A golden chariot descended. Boundless divine emperor aura swept out and collided with the other party. Path of death. A black path of death appeared in the void. It connected heaven and earth and blasted in Tion's direction. Since Tion had appeared, they decided to attack directly. Take down Tion first. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At that moment, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. The 8 divine emperors, including the divine emperor that they brought along, instantly arrived at an empty starry sky. At that moment, they were very far away from the mysterious sky world. It's just a battle. Who's afraid of who? Lin Fei laughed. Hairball, do it. Without anything to worry about, Lin Fei's fighting spirit soared. Roar roar roar. Harry Ball's true form appeared. The pressure of a divine beast was boundless. He charged headfirst into the path of death, and with a swipe of his sharp claws, countless marks appeared on the demon Luan war chariot, which was a divine emperor treasure. This caused the Pantheon demon emperor, who was standing on it, to emit a cold light. Despicable divine beast, die. The all-demon divine emperor also returned to his original body. It was a giant crocodile with a huge body. It emitted a fierce divine emperor aura. The 2 behemoths kept colliding, shattering the void. Jingyi, what are you waiting for? Mysterious demon god emperor controlled the godly emperor treasure, the path of death, and continuously smashed it towards Tion, bringing with it waves of cold wind. This cold wind was extremely vicious, and it tore through Tion's body. How dare you take out a mere divine emperor treasure? Lin Fei stepped forward. He took out the Black Myriad Demon Pagoda and smashed it on the path of death, creating a huge gap in the path of death. Di Tian, you are shameless. The path of death was smashed. The endless sinister wind was smashed. The mysterious demon Divine Emperor was so angry that he scolded Di Tian for being shameless. I am shameless. So what? The Myriad Demon Pagoda released a terrifying Divine Emperor aura and smashed it on the mysterious demon Divine Emperor. Boom boom boom. The mysterious demon Divine Emperor blocked 3 consecutive attacks. He kept vomiting blood. The path of death was also broken into several pieces. Its power was greatly reduced. Overwhelming Righteousness Sword. Another God Emperor's treasure slashed down. The vast awe-inspiring righteousness oppressed all the ghosts in the world. This was God Emperor Zhengyi's attack. He definitely couldn't watch God Emperor Xian Mo be defeated. The overwhelming righteousness sword flew out and slashed. As soon as the sword of overwhelming righteousness appeared, Lin Fei could feel that it was extraordinary. Awe-inspiring righteousness. How dare you take it out? The sword slashed down, but it stopped in midair. Wash it. Time continued to pass. With this swipe, the overwhelming righteousness continued to weaken. In just a moment, the overwhelming righteousness sword's vitality was greatly damaged, and it completely lost its power. Lin Fei didn't plan to hide the fact that he had mastered the time bloodline. First, they had to heavily injure Divine Emperor Zhengyi's sword of overwhelming righteousness. It was something that Divine Emperor Zhengyi had been refining day and night, and it was like his most precious treasure. Thus, it had taken away 30% of Divine Emperor Zhengyi's power. Damn you, Di Tian. You've actually cultivated your time bloodline to the great accomplishment realm. God King Zhengyi was on the verge of cursing. A moment of carelessness had caused his overwhelming righteous sword to be severely damaged. Today, I will give everyone a big gift. Have a good taste. Chapter 1975. In an instant, an invisible great terror shrouded the hearts of the 8 God Emperors. Oh no. No one who could become a God Emperor was simple. No matter how fast they were, the endless great terror swept over and drowned them in it. The demon chariot was blown away, almost deformed. The road of death was no more. The sword of overwhelming righteousness was full of holes, living up to its great power. This was the first time Lin Fei had used the great destruction of time. This was the upgraded version of the previous secret skill. Its power was extraordinary, and its power was more terrifying than expected. For this, Lin Fei deliberately changed the place to use it. Otherwise, the mysterious sky world would probably be razed to the ground. A shuddering aura swept across the whole world. Even the Saint God Emperors were alarmed. This aura made people feel deep fear from the bottom of their hearts. Divine senses shot through the air, trying to find out what was going on and why there was such a frightening power. As soon as they entered this area, the aftershock of the power ran over their divine senses, and they all changed color. There is the aura of the 8 God Emperors here. Could it be that they were fighting with Di Tian, and this is a secret skill attack they used? It can't be that Di Tian used it. Streams of divine senses communicated with each other. Such a power was indeed frightening. After thinking about it, only the 8 God Emperors and Di Tian could do it. Outsiders could not make such a big scene. No matter how they searched, they could not find anything. They had no choice but to return and ask for information from other places, such as the 8 God Emperors. Mysterious Sky World, Invincible Palace. Lin Fei's face turned pale. Damn, this move consumes a lot of energy. I used 1/10 of my divinity points. The 8 God Emperors were all top experts. Lin Fei had already thought about it. Since he was going to fight, he had to hit their arrogance hard. It would be best if he could beat them into submission. So, Lin Fei used a top-secret skill attack. This 1/10 of divinity points was also a huge number. Lin Fei was a little distressed. In order to hurt the 8 God Emperors at once, he had to pay the price. After this battle, even if the 8 God Emperors were given courage, they would not dare to act recklessly. So fast. Suddenly, Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Fellow Taoist D. Tian, you almost killed me. The Creation Divine Emperor snuck into the invincible palace dressed in tattered clothes. The moment he entered, he started to complain. At this moment, the Creation Divine Emperor was no longer in high spirits. He was in a sorry state, and the divine armor on his body had been reduced to scrap. His complexion was also not very good. The Fortune Divine Sovereign didn't expect Di Tian to release such a big move, and it caught them off guard. None of the 8 God Emperors were spared, and all of them were struck by the move. Lin Fei said, "Actually, I only comprehended it on the spur of the moment, so I didn't have time to inform you. Fellow Taoist creation, please don't take offense." The Fortune Divine Sovereign refused to believe it even if he was beaten to death. If he didn't have a trump card, he would have been killed in a single move. This killer move was too ferocious, and he could be considered lucky that he was the furthest away from it. "The next time you use such a big move, you must inform me." The Fortune Divine Emperor inwardly rejoiced that he did not make a move at the Fortune Gate, otherwise, the entire Fortune Gate would no longer exist. "Don't worry, I will definitely inform you in advance next time," Lin Fei said. "This is a little compensation from me, it's nothing much." Lin Fei took out 150,000 portions of bloodline power. The Fortune Divine Emperor's eyes lit up, and he quickly retracted his bloodline power, as if he was afraid that Huang Xiaolong would take it back. He said, "Sigh, it's actually not that bad, I've already made preparations. As for the others, I'm afraid they will have to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time." Lin Fei didn't mind giving away some of his bloodline power. "It's a pity that I didn't manage to kill them in one go." Lin Fei shook his head and said regretfully, "If I had known earlier, I would have done it again." The Fortune Divine Emperor had seen all kinds of secret techniques, but he had never seen such a top-grade secret technique. It was simply too terrifying, and there was no place to hide, so he could only face it head-on. Just one attack was unbearable, not to mention a second attack. That was simply taking one's life. Fellow Taoist D. Tian, from today onwards, the 8 God Emperors will not dare to openly attack you. The Fortune Divine Emperor said, "This time, you defeated us completely. Unless they become God Emperors, they can only attack you in secret. I have to congratulate fellow Taoist." Lin Fei sighed lightly, "If they hadn't gone too far, I wouldn't have made them my enemy. This is destined, and no one can change it. If I don't show them my strength, they will deal with me. In 10 days to half a month, the other God Emperors will send gifts over, lest you sweep through their sects." The Fortune Divine Emperor said. "Will they?" Lin Fei didn't think so. "I don't think it's possible." "They will. Why don't we make a small bet?" "Sure." The Fortune Divine Emperor's injuries weren't too serious, but he still needed to recuperate. Lin Fei decided to lend him a helping hand, using the power of time. The Fortune Divine Emperor was the first among the 8 God Emperors to recover from his injuries. The Fortune Divine Emperor was also amazed by the power of time at the large success stage. There weren't many people who had seen a time bloodline at the large success stage. It was also the Fortune Divine Emperor's first time seeing it. No wonder it was a top-notch bloodline, it was indeed extraordinary. 1 month later, just as the Fortune Divine Emperor said, Jingyi Divine Emperor and the others sent a generous gift, and at the same time, they sent it secretly. They couldn't afford to lose face. It seemed like they had inquired about Lin Fei's preferences and sent him a heaven-ranked divine vein and a godhead. This made Lin Fei very happy. Lin Fei said bluntly, "Don't provoke me in the future." They naturally knew what to do when they brought this message back. Before there was an attack that could restrain a top-notch secret art, they had to swallow their anger. They had no choice but to accept it. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with such a generous gift. "I guessed correctly, right?" The Fortune Divine Emperor wasn't surprised at all. At their position, there was nothing they couldn't guess. Although the current profound sky world was lacking in God Emperors, there weren't many families in the entire divine world that had a core force, unless they joined forces. I'm impressed. Lin Fei cupped his hands and said, "This is 200,000 portions of bloodline power." Right now, the only thing that the Fortune Divine Sovereign was interested in was bloodline power. "I won't stand on ceremony, I'll accept it." The Fortune Divine Emperor kept the bloodline power. With the power of time at the large success stage, fellow Taoist can cultivate whatever you want, it's really admirable. This consumes a lot of divine power, otherwise I wouldn't go around buying heaven-ranked divine veins, it can't sustain the consumption. Lin Fei complained bitterly. The Fortune Divine Emperor stayed for a few more days before leaving. Before leaving, he bought another 1,000,000 portions of bloodline power, using the time to slowly refine them. Chapter 1977. The matter of the 8 divine emperors against Di Tian quietly came to an end. The ancient powers warned their disciples not to offend Di Tian and not to cause trouble in the mysterious sky world. Even the ancient powers could see how terrifying that battle was. This Di Tian had an extremely terrifying combat power that could contend against the 8 divine emperors. There were even spies under the 8 divine emperors who spread the news that the divine emperors had gone out to train in seclusion. These few simple words made it clear that the 8 divine emperors had suffered at Di Tian's hands. Otherwise, why would they go out to train in seclusion and not dare to come back? There were many ways to do this. No one dared to say anything else. They were right. The divine emperors were injured. After this battle, Lin Fei received a generous gift from the divine emperors. It was necessary to expand his forces. The number of godly venerable ones increased again. From the original 6 million godly venerable ones, it had increased to 30 million godly venerable ones. Using the system to summon them, Lin Fei's death would not hurt. After all, they were just cannon fodder. Of course, they were much more powerful than cannon fodder and could drown the divine emperors. The only pity was that there were too few divine emperors. Unable to summon powerful divine emperors, there were only 6 divine emperors guarding the mysterious sky world. While Lin Fei was quietly expanding his forces, the structure of the divine world was changing again. The fight for the destiny list had begun. The destiny list was changing every day. Gradually, a few powerful forces were formed. The leaders of these forces were all in the top 10 of the destiny list. Behind them were various forces of various sizes, forming a huge interest group. Once these destiny characters became divine emperors, the interest groups behind them would also be conferred titles and would play a pivotal role in the divine world. Apart from the 8 divine emperors, a few more powerful forces suddenly appeared. They controlled the continents and took in the troops. The divine world was in a mess. There were more than 100 continents. Taking advantage of the absence of the 8 divine emperors, they quietly swallowed up the continents under their control. They broke through to more than 10 continents and even more than 20 continents. This also formed a huge force. This had nothing to do with Lin Fei. He was refining his bloodline every day. The 18 primordial doppelgangers were all raised to the godly venerable realm. Now, they were only one step away from advancing their bloodline to the great success realm. The vast divine power was being consumed very quickly. Now that Lin Fei was rich, he could afford to suffer. The time of great success was the most suitable for cultivation. In just a few short months, a few of the 18 primordial world clones had reached the great completion realm. For example, water controller, fire controller, wind controller, etc. Any controller's power was comparable to the sacred god emperor. After mastering the great accomplishment bloodline power, one's strength would soar like a rocket. Ordinary god emperors would not be able to withstand it. This was how Lin Fei cultivated. The Tianxi Shenhuang is here. While Lin Fei was quietly cultivating, the Tianxi divine emperor came to visit. Lin Fei came out of seclusion and personally received the Tianxi Shenhuang. Senior brother has to congratulate junior brother for making a name for himself in a single battle. Divine Emperor Tianxi cupped his hands and congratulated. Look at what senior brother is saying. I was also forced. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. Who asked them to come looking for trouble with me? Since I made a move, should beat them until they are in pain, lest they come looking for trouble in the future. Senior brother, don't you think so? When the Tianci Shenhuang heard the news, he did not believe it. After the incident, the 8 great god emperors and divine emperors disappeared, which showed the authenticity of the news. Now listening to Lin Fei, the Tianci Shenhuang completely believed that the 8 great god emperors had suffered a loss in front of his junior brother. And it was a big loss. The 8 great god emperors are not good people. Junior brother, you did well. The Tianci Shenhuang agreed with this statement. Only by beating people up would they be afraid of you. Thank you for the praise, senior brother. Lin Fei smiled. Senior brother, you have come all the way here. Did something happen? Lin Fei had always been very direct when talking to the Tianci Shenhuang. The 3 of us discussed and decided to send people to attack a restricted area in the divine realm. The Tianci Shenhuang said. I heard that there are treasures left behind by our infernal realm experts in the restricted area. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. You want to invite me over? The Tianci Shenhuang nodded. Junior brother's strength is strong. How can you be absent from attacking the restricted area? We have discussed it. As long as junior brother participates, we don't want anything, including godheads and things like divine veins. Almost everyone in the divine realm knew that Lin Fei did not like other things except for godheads and divine veins. When will we set off? 1 month later. The Tianci Shenhuang said. We will gather our troops. I agree. Lin Fei also planned to attack a restricted area in the divine realm. From the Fortune Divine Emperor, he learned that the restricted areas in the divine realm were rich in resources. Once he occupied one, the harvest would be unimaginable. Lin Fei was not interested in resources. He was only interested in godheads, divine veins, and emperor artifacts. Attacking a restricted area required tyrannical strength. Lin Fei could not do it alone. Now that he had an army of 30 million godly venerable experts, it was enough to crush a restricted area. Without the Tianci Shenhuang's invitation, Lin Fei also planned to make a trip to the divine realm and occupy a restricted area. He wanted to plant a spy in the divine realm. After discussing with the Tianci Shenhuang, Lin Fei and the Tianci Shenhuang decided to meet at a place in the divine realm. This time, Lin Fei brought 25 million godly venerables and left 5 million godly venerables to control the spatial array. Then, he would go to the divine realm in a grandiose manner. The stronger one's strength was, the more those restless powers would fear them and not dare to act recklessly. Lin Fei rode on the primordial evil dragon with an army of godly venerables behind him. It was a valiant sight. When such an army entered the divine realm, the Shenhuang of the nearest continent was shocked. What a valiant army! The visual impact was too strong. There were many godly venerables in a continent, but there were only a few 100,000 of them. More than 1 million godly venerables were very powerful. Now, there were more than 20 million godly venerables. Anyone who saw it would feel their scalp go numb. Any continent that went through such an army would definitely become a scene of locusts gnawing on it. These Shenhuang could not sit still. They took the initiative to send gifts, afraid that Di Tian would wreak havoc in the continents. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony with the gifts. He accepted them along the way. Every continent he passed by, the Shenhuang came out to send gifts. They were scared. They could not believe that Di Tian would bring an army to the divine realm. This was different from the previous time. Such an army was not something that could be gathered by just anyone. It was definitely a terrifying force. The news spread to all the forces in the divine realm. Chapter 1978. Just like that, Lin Fei led the godly venerable army across the continents of the divine realm. Full of vigor. No matter who it was, they had to admit that Di Tian had the strength to fight against them. Previously, they had to admit that Di Tian was strong. He was strong alone, but not as strong as their entire sect. Now, an army of ultimate gods was undoubtedly telling everyone that Di Tian was not only strong, but he also had an army of ultimate gods that was enough to destroy any force. Lin Fei was telling everyone not to provoke him. Jingyi sect, deep in the void. Emperor Jingyi's face was abnormally pale. Ever since returning from that battle, Emperor Jingyi had been recuperating. The remnant time power in his body was constantly destroying his divine body. It was not something that could be recovered in a short time. Di Tian, that bastard. He had lost count of the number of times he had cursed. Even Emperor Jingyi himself could not remember. Every time he recalled the scene that day, Emperor Jingyi was filled with anger. However, he had no way to vent his anger and could only suppress it in his heart. Great success in spatial power. Great success in time power. Both were terrifying. Emperor Jingyi had experienced it firsthand. At that moment, a message came from Emperor Immortal Emperor. Emperor Jingyi's face turned even uglier when he saw the message. A cold light flashed in his eyes. An army of over 20 million ultimate gods. What kind of joke is this? Previously, an army of a few million ultimate gods had made Emperor Jingyi serious. Now, another ultimate god army with more than 20 million soldiers had appeared? Isn't this a little too terrifying? Emperor Jingyi released his divine senses and looked in the dark. Indeed, he saw a mighty army crossing the continents of the divine world. This guy is too shameless. He actually hid such a trick. At this moment, God Emperor Zheng Yi secretly rejoiced that he had delivered such a generous gift. It could be considered a disaster averting. It's better not to show up for the time being. Emperor Jingyi retracted his divine senses and no longer cared about this matter. He let Di Tian continue to be arrogant. The 8 divine emperors knew about it. No one came out to take revenge on Di Tian. Their injuries had not healed yet. Wouldn't they suffer if they came out? The terrifying attack brought by the time power. They didn't want to try it again. The Fortune Divine Emperor, who was the only one who had fully recovered from his injuries, was shocked once again. Where did this guy get such an army? Even if someone thought of the divine spark, they would not think that it was possible to create an ultimate god with the divine spark. In just a few days, Lin Fei collected a large number of godheads. Just hierarch godheads alone, he collected tens of millions of godheads, countless god kings and heavenly gods, and quite a number of divine veins. Lin Fei was quite satisfied. On the other hand, outside the entrance of a restricted area, the Tianxi Divine Emperor and the others were all waiting for Di Tian, their junior brother. The power of space and time would be of great help in attacking the Forbidden Zone. Fellow Daoist Slaughter, when will your junior brother come? We can't keep waiting like this. It's more important to attack the Forbidden Area. This time, the Massacre God Sovereign had contacted some God Sovereigns to attack the Forbidden Zone together. There is strength in numbers. Those who could become divine emperors were all arrogant people. Not everyone would submit to anyone. For example, the Heavenly Star Divine Emperor was a saint God Sovereign with a bad temper. He especially disliked juniors, especially people like Di Tian. After all, Di Tian's name was very famous in the entire divine realm, overshadowing the older generation. Naturally, the older generation was not convinced. The Massacre God Sovereign said, "He'll be back soon." The Tianxi Divine Emperor and the Hundred Flowers Divine Emperor were a little worried about their junior brother Di Tian. According to the situation, he should be coming. The Heavenly Star Divine Emperor said expressionlessly, "This old man will wait for another incense stick's time at most. If he doesn't come, this old man will turn around and leave." Several divine emperors behind him also supported the Heavenly Star Divine Emperor. The Tianxi Divine Emperor was secretly unhappy. This Heavenly Star Divine Emperor was really a good-for-nothing. What was so great about having more people? Attacking a forbidden zone required not only divine emperors but also ultimate gods. In the Forbidden Zone, there were a large number of Forbidden Zone corpses. They were invulnerable and difficult to kill. This required a large number of people to attack. Ultimate gods were the ones to deal with the devil corpses. The infernal realm brought a total of 200,000 ultimate gods and the rest of the divine emperors. Among them, the heavenly star divine emperor brought a total of 800,000 ultimate gods. He was the one with the most people present, so he had the confidence to speak. The massacre god sovereign was unwilling to offend the heavenly star divine emperor at this time. The heavenly star divine emperor took up a quarter of the 3 million ultimate gods. The incense stick's time passed quickly. Tion's figure had yet to appear. The heavenly star divine emperor was impatient. He did not like Tion in the first place. He was purely a destructive person in the divine realm. If it was not for the massacre god sovereign's sincere invitation, the heavenly star divine emperor would not have agreed to this matter. The fact that the massacre god sovereign valued his junior brother Tion so much undoubtedly made the heavenly star divine emperor very uncomfortable. He's not here yet. Let's forget about attacking the Forbidden Zone. The heavenly star divine emperor said, this old man doesn't have that much time to waste here. The infernal realm was very powerful in the past. Now that it was no longer the same, the heavenly star divine emperor had nothing to fear. The Tianxi divine emperor did not want the heavenly star divine emperor to leave. The 800,000 ultimate gods were very important to attacking the Forbidden Zone. He quickly said, Taoist heavenly star, can you wait a little longer? Perhaps my junior brother will arrive soon. This old man has waited for a long time, but your junior brother has not appeared. This old man can't possibly keep this old man waiting. The heavenly star divine emperor said in a deep voice, unless you take out 20% of the benefits in your hands, this old man will leave now and the attack on the Forbidden Zone will be nullified. A trace of anger flashed in the Tianxi divine emperor's eyes. This was clearly forcing them to hand over 20% of the benefits in their hands. Heavenly star divine emperor, what do you mean by this? The 100 Flowers divine emperor stared at the heavenly star divine emperor with a frosty face. They did not expect the heavenly star divine emperor to be so shameless as to threaten them to hand over the benefits. The heavenly star divine emperor did not take the 100 Flowers divine emperor seriously. This old man is not forcing you. Attacking the Forbidden Zone is not a small matter. Everyone, don't you think so? There were voices of agreement behind. The heavenly star divine emperor did not take the 3 divine emperors of the infernal world seriously. Now was the opportunity to force them to hand over the benefits in their hands. When the time came to attack the Forbidden Zone, most of the benefits would belong to them. As the instigator, the massacre divine emperor would get 30% of the benefits according to the rules. If he took out 20%, no matter what happened in the end, the infernal world would suffer a great loss. The Tianxi divine emperor and the 100 Flowers divine emperor were very angry. This was blackmail. If they really handed over 20% of the benefits, why would the infernal world attack the Forbidden Zone? In any case, this old man will give you a choice. Either hand over 20% of the benefits, or I will leave with my people and you attack the Forbidden Zone yourself. The heavenly star divine emperor calculated that the massacre divine emperor would definitely agree. Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, orderly sounds came from heaven and earth. Chapter 1979. What's that? It seems to be an ultimate god's aura. It's a little different. The divine emperors discussed among themselves. When the figures turned into a black torrent, the divine emperors' faces became solemn. This, an ultimate god army. Whose force is this? Are they going to attack us? The divine emperors were frightened. The black torrent made their scalps tingle. The place where they came from happened to be where they were. Be on guard. The heavenly star divine emperor's heart sank and quickly put his people on guard. No matter who the other party was, they could not afford to offend them. An army of tens of millions of ultimate gods could easily drown them. To be able to command such an army, the person must have a powerful background. The massacre divine emperor and the others frowned. Since when did the divine realm have such an ultimate god army? Will they come for the forbidden area we're watching? The Tianxi divine emperor whispered, if they target this forbidden area, it'll be bad for us. Tell our men not to attack. The massacre divine emperor said in a low voice, We can't afford to offend such a force. Although the number of ultimate gods in the entire infernal realm had increased, it was still about 1 million. The ultimate god army in front of them numbered at least tens of millions. They were also a top force in the divine realm and could not afford to offend them. The black torrent kept moving forward. The aura that came rushing at them was very shocking. No matter who it was, they could not stand the pressure. It was too terrifying. There seems to be someone in front. He seems to be standing on a mount. Someone's eyes lit up as they saw a figure in front. To be able to stand at the front of the black torrent, he must be the leader. Many pairs of eyes turned to look at him. It's him. Some people with sharp eyes recognized who the person was. Their faces were full of shock and disbelief. D-Tion, he's D-Tion. Someone exclaimed. Even though D-Tion was very famous, he was still a lone ranger. They could hardly believe it. It was true. D-Tion, who was alone, had brought an army with him. It was an ultimate god army with more than 10 million soldiers. It was absolutely terrifying. Heavenly Star Divine Emperor's eyes widened. There was only one thought in his mind. How can it be true? It's little junior brother, the Tianxi Divine Sovereign exclaimed excitedly, his previous nervousness gone. Amazing. Truly amazing. 100 Flowers Divine Emperor could not help but say. The expressionless face of the massacred deity emperor also revealed a hint of joy. Master's eyes are really right. Our little junior brother has a lot of secrets. Massacred deity emperor said. Divine Emperor Tianxi flew over. Little junior brother, you're finally here. Someone is rushing you. As soon as Divine Emperor Tianxi came up, he secretly winked at Lin Fei. Lin Fei cupped his hands and said, I'm sorry I'm late. I've made senior brother wait for so long. Not late, not at all. Everyone, don't you think so? Divine Emperor Tianxi had been holding back his anger for a long time, so he emphasized the last few words. The Celestial Star Divinity Emperor looked embarrassed. He did not expect D-Tion to bring an ultimate god army. He thought it was great that he brought 800,000 ultimate gods, but it was nothing compared to the current situation. The Divinity Emperors present were all experienced and knowledgeable people. They immediately changed the topic and flattered D-Tion. They all agreed with Divine Emperor Tianxi's words. Did someone get impatient just now? Lin Fei suddenly said as his sharp eyes swept over. Lin Fei looked at the people present and knew what happened. Otherwise, Divine Emperor Tianxi would not have winked at him. Daoist Celestial Star, what do you say? Divine Emperor Tianxi had a lot of resentment towards Divine Emperor Tianxi. Divine Emperor Tianxi laughed dryly. Actually, it was just a joke. Don't take it seriously. Now that the people are here, we can set off. When Divine Emperor Tianxi said that, Lin Fei knew that Divine Emperor Tianxi was up to something. Otherwise, Divine Emperor would not have asked that. There's no hurry to attack the Forbidden Zone. Lin Fei suddenly said, I really want to know what happened just now. It seems that someone is using me as an excuse. Divine Emperor Tianxi thought that it was not good. D-Tion was looking for trouble with him. If he had known that D-Tion would bring so many people, he would not have said those words. Now, he had offended both sides. Daoist Heavenly Star, it's better if you say it yourself. Lin Fei stared at Divine Emperor Tianxi. Divine Emperor Tianxi did not want to lose face in front of a junior and snorted. What do you want me to say? It was just a joke. Why take it so seriously? If you mind, I'll take my people and leave now. Why leave when you haven't made things clear? Lin Fei blocked in front of him. The Forbidden Zone can't run away. Make things clear first. The other divinity emperors had long heard that D-Tion was arrogant. Now, they finally experienced it. Divine Emperor Tianxi laughed. Junior brother, you don't know. Before we came, Daoist Heavenly Star threatened us to hand over 20% of the benefits or we would not attack the Forbidden Zone. How can there be such a person? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. You old thing, you're quite bold to use me as an excuse. You're really capable. Just based on your 800,000 ultimate gods. Kill, kill, kill. The ultimate gods behind Lin Fei shouted in unison. Their voices pierced the sky. The ultimate gods brought by Divine Emperor Tianxi were all frightened. What are you going to do? Divine Emperor Tianxi put on a strong front. Don't mess around. At that moment, Divine Emperor Tianxi completely panicked. You used me as an excuse to threaten my senior brother. For people like you, I can only give you 2 words, you're courting death. Lin Fei said coldly. Kill. Boom. The black torrent rushed into the area of the 800,000 ultimate gods and started a one-sided massacre. The 800,000 ultimate gods collapsed on the spot. Divine Emperor Tianxi watched helplessly as the 800,000 ultimate gods he brought were slaughtered. I'm going to kill you. Divine Emperor Tianxi was furious. A hand appeared out of nowhere and grabbed Divine Emperor Tianxi's neck. You want to kill me? You're not qualified. The passage of time was activated. With that swipe, Divine Emperor Tianxi seemed to have experienced 10,000 years and turned into an old man. He was on his last breath and disappeared in the passage of time, turning into dust. Lin Fei's attack broke everyone's imagination. A sacred god emperor was killed just like that, without any ability to resist. An inexplicable fear spread in the hearts of all the divine emperors. Di Tian must not be offended. They firmly warned themselves in their hearts that they would never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. Di Tian's strength was indeed well known. Tianxi Divine Emperor did not expect Lin Fei to really make a move. In just a moment, 800,000 ultimate gods were slaughtered, leaving behind 800,000 divine sparks. He could not help but gasp. His junior brother's killing intent was too strong. Celestial Star Divine Emperor, a Saint God Emperor, was killed just like that. How many people could do that? Tianxi Divine Emperor knew that he could not be so decisive. Chapter 1980. 800,000 ultimate gods were slaughtered. None of the invited divine emperors dared to leave, not even if they wanted to. What if they were killed when they left? Everyone chose to stay. With tens of millions of ultimate gods, they had a greater chance of attacking the Forbidden Zone. Who would be willing to leave such a good opportunity? Little junior brother is ruthless. Tianxi Divine Emperor did not know what to say. 800,000 ultimate gods were slaughtered just like that. The Heavenly Star Divine Emperor did not know what was good for him. He wanted to force them to hand over 20% of the benefits just because he had more people. You are my senior brothers. A divine emperor dared to be so arrogant. If I didn't kill him, I wouldn't be able to stand it. Lin Fei said fiercely. Moreover, this started because of me. That old thing deserves to die. The massacre divine emperor showed a rare smile. Little junior brother, you killed him well. If he admitted his mistake, would have let him live. But he refused to admit his mistake, so he can't blame anyone else. The divine emperors agreed. Heavenly Star Divine Emperor's incident was just an interlude. Lin Fei's cruelty made the divine emperors realize that this junior who came later was not someone they could easily offend. No one had any objections to the arrangement of attacking the Forbidden Zone. They were there to reap some benefits. The Forbidden Zone is in front. The huge Forbidden Zone was filled with black fog, revealing an oppressive aura. This Forbidden Zone is called the Supreme Demon Emperor Forbidden Zone. It is said to be the place where a demon emperor died a long time ago. It is now occupied by a heaven-creating divine emperor, Tianxi Divine Emperor explained. We originally wanted to take the Forbidden Zone, but we were afraid there would be trouble. Now that we have little junior brother's troops, we can go straight to the root of the problem. The Massacre Divine Emperor and the other two did not specifically ask how the ultimate gods appeared. With more than 20 million ultimate gods joining them, attacking the Forbidden Zone would be much smoother. They were very grateful to Lin Fei for bringing such a group of troops. Let's not waste time. Let's attack now. Supreme Demon Emperor Forbidden Zone. It was an ancient name. No one in this era knew the origin of this demon emperor. A long time had passed. Who would remember a dead demon emperor? What's more, the inheritance was broken, needless to say. The Divine Emperor army brought by Lin Fei was not the vanguard. The vanguard was led by those deity emperors who used to be fence-sitters with their godly venerable subordinates as the vanguard. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as they entered the forbidden area, a demonic might enveloped everyone's hearts. In the black mist, corpses appeared one after another. These corpses were not ordinary corpses, but demonic corpses that were impervious to swords and spears, making them extremely difficult to kill. In order to gain benefits, the Divine Emperor ordered the attack. One by one, the demonic corpses charged out. A murderous aura filled the air. A great battle ensued. The devil corpse was very powerful. They had a trace of demonic nature left behind by the demon emperor in their bodies, so their battles were especially crazy. They had the upper hand for a while. If a godly venerable rank wanted to deal with a demonic corpse, it would often take several godly venerable ranks to kill it. These demonic corpses are really not simple, Lin Fei said after looking at it. These demonic corpses were very tough and durable. They were not as easy to deal with as one would imagine. He's lived for a long time, so he's naturally not easy to deal with. The Tianxi Divine Emperor nodded and said, attacking a forbidden zone isn't a small matter. The demonic corpse is just the beginning. After that, there are the demonic eyes and demonic generals. Every time we attack the forbidden zone, we have to pay a huge price. Needless to say, Lin Fei could tell. The battle continued. More than 3 million godly venerable ranks suffered heavy losses. A day later, they lost hundreds of thousands of godly venerable ranks. And that was just the beginning. The demonic corpses seemed endless as they kept appearing. Anyone who saw them would have a headache. After a break, they continued to attack. In order to attack the forbidden zone, everyone went all out. The divine emperors also began to take action personally, using their divine emperor treasures to attack the demonic corpses from afar. Whoosh! 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 On this day, in the depths of the black mist, many demonic eyes appeared and shot out beams of light, injuring the godly venerable ranks on the spot. Those who were hit by the beams instantly turned into black mist. Not even their bones were left. Quickly, kill the demonic eyes. There are long-range attacks from the demonic eyes. We can't get in. The demonic eyes launched a destructive attack. Immediately, a divine emperor personally attacked and killed the huge demonic eyes. Whoosh! 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 In the depths, a huge golden demonic eye filled with a bloodthirsty aura shot out a sky full of Jingguang, shooting the Earth Divine Emperor like a hornet's nest. He died on the spot in the Forbidden Zone. Mutated demonic eyes. The Divine Emperor was Heavenly God Huang. At that moment, he also felt the power of the mutated demonic eyes. The Earth Divine Emperor's strength was easily killed by the mutated demonic eyes. I'll kill this kind of mutated demonic eyes. Lin Fei could see that the mutated demonic eyes' full-range attack was indeed terrifying. Even the Divine Emperors could not withstand it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The spatial blades slashed over one after another. The dense and indiscriminate attacks piled on the mutated demonic eye like a swarm of bees, and it could be considered as killing it. Lin Fei took the opportunity to kill the demonic eyes in the distance one by one. The strength of these demonic eyes is really not bad. It's almost equivalent to the attack of a peak ultimate god. If I also have a batch of such demonic eyes, whether it's in the mysterious Tianxian world or by my side, they would be powerful fighters. Lin Fei secretly thought. Little junior brother's spatial power is amazing. 100 Flowers Divine Emperor praised. No wonder the spatial bloodline is a top-notch bloodline. He could kill the mutated demonic eyes effortlessly from afar. He was much more powerful than them. They had to kill them personally. They could not avoid the sky full of attacks. After dealing with the mutated demonic eyes, everyone continued to attack. During this period, Lin Fei personally dealt with any long-range demonic attacks. On the third day, Lin Fei sent out the ultimate god army because they encountered the demonic corpse army. There were millions of demonic corpses gathered in a square formation and it was very terrifying. Lin Fei also understood why enough ultimate gods were needed to attack the Forbidden Zone. It would take a long time for a divine emperor to kill them. It was not so easy to conquer it alone. Along the way, Lin Fei had used up a lot of ultimate gods and lost a total of 5 million ultimate gods. The massacred divine emperor and the others also had a serious look on their faces. The Supreme Demon Emperor's Forbidden Zone was more dangerous than expected. If it were not for the ultimate gods brought by little junior brother, the ultimate gods they brought would probably be buried in the Forbidden Zone. A few days later, they encountered demonic generals. These were people who entered the Forbidden Zone a long time ago. Their divine senses were erased and only their killing intent was left. They killed anyone who broke in. The demonic generals were all divine emperors. Everyone personally took action and fought bloody battles. After 3 days, they killed all the divine generals. A huge palace appeared at the end of the Forbidden Zone. The Forbidden Zone Palace. The treasures were all in the Forbidden Zone Palace. The Forbidden Zone Palace. It is said that all the good things are in there. A divine emperor was eager to make a move. Before the others could react, he directly rushed into the Forbidden Zone. Trespassers, die. At the entrance of the palace, a stone man suddenly moved. With a slash of the long saber in his hand, the Heaven Divine Emperor who rushed up was cut in half and fell from the sky. Chapter 1981. Only then did everyone notice that there were 2 statues standing on both sides of the entrance of the palace. No one had noticed the statue earlier. Who would have thought that the statue would kill? A heavenly deity emperor expert was killed with a single slash. His body was also split into 2. It was extremely terrifying. Back off. Everyone retreated and raised their guard. Fortunately, the stone man did not continue to attack and returned to his original position. There was no sign of life on his body at all. What a strange statue. The massacred deity emperor and the others were shocked. They didn't see that the statue could move. Although this thing is good, it's also life-threatening. Massacred deity emperor said coldly. The restless fellows gave up, their faces full of awkwardness. After all, just now, they all wanted to be the first to rush into the palace. Fortunately, they were a step too late and did not follow in the footsteps of the other party. Killing heavenly god Huang with a single slash, the statue's strength was extremely terrifying. Isn't it just a statue? Let's just attack from a distance. A deity emperor didn't think much of it. He activated a world and blasted it at the statue. The statue did not budge at all, allowing the attacks to hit it without harming it. This time, no one was angry. We're in trouble. He tried several methods, but none of them worked. Once a person stepped into a certain area, the statue would take the initiative to attack. It was an untraceable blade that was extremely sharp. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. The statue's attack contains the power of space. That's why it can't be traced and can fool the divine senses of everyone here. In terms of spatial energy, Lin Fei was most familiar with it. Lin Fei had seen through the move just now. Little junior brother, do you have a way? Divine Emperor Tianxi hurriedly asked. Everyone turned to look at him. Just now, a few people went up, but they were all killed by the statue with a single slash. No one dared to go up again. It wasn't easy for them to kill their way to the entrance of the palace. If they couldn't enter, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to their morale. There was a statue on each side, and no one was confident that they could dodge the attacks of both statues at the same time. They could only hope that Di Tian could come up with a plan. Let me try first. These 2 powerful statues were guarding it. Lin Fei was very interested in the things in the palace. If there were a large number of God Emperor Godheads, then this trip would not have been in vain. Banish. Lin Fei's mastery of this move had reached the point of perfection. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The power of space engulfed the two statues, leaving them wide open. The statue was about to be sucked into it. The two statues remained motionless. This time, Lin Fei's expression changed. In his heart, he was secretly shocked. Impossible, my large success in the power of space. How can two statues block it? Lin Fei used all his strength to activate it. His divine power burned, but the two statues didn't move at all. It was as if they were born to be in this position, and no one could move them. The others looked at it. Their eyes were filled with deep fear. Is this the power of space that has reached the great accomplishment stage? They could all feel how terrifying it was. If they were swept up by the power of space, it would be impossible for them to escape. They would be directly exiled. No, these two statues are too strange. Lin Fei shook his head and stopped. This was the first time he had been defeated in front of two statues. A trace of disappointment flashed in the massacred deity emperor's eyes. The Supreme Demon Emperor's Forbidden Zone has existed for an unknown period of time. It's not as easy as I thought to enter the palace. Around the immortal world, there were countless forbidden zones. Some were strong, and some were weak. No one could guarantee that they would be able to get in easily. Like now. Let me try using the power of time. Lin Fei really wanted to fight with the statues, to see who was stronger. In a flash, he rushed to the door. Swoosh. The statue attacked with a saber, an untraceable saber. Great success in the power of space. As the saber flew over, Lin Fei's forehead twitched. Then, the power of time spread out, forming a perfect protective barrier. The statue's saber appeared and fell on the power of time, blocking it. What a terrifying saber. Lin Fei had a deep understanding of this saber. Only by mastering the power of space could the statue achieve such a level. It could kill in an instant. Not being able to find traces was tantamount to suicide. Even if Lin Fei's power of space was at the great success stage. Facing this saber just now, he couldn't find any trace of movement. It could be seen that the opponent's power of space was above his. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The two statues on the left and right attacked again, one saber after another. Lin Fei returned to the outside. This statue has the help of the power of space. If you want to force your way in, no one can get in. Lin Fei said to the massacred deity emperor, but I can use the power of time to resist the attack. Everyone, rush in quickly. Lin Fei's words made the divine emperors present fearful of what was inside the palace. There were two terrifying statues at the door. If there were a few more inside, it would be fatal. I think we'd better forget it. When we came in just now, we found a few side palaces. It should be easy to get in. Who knows how dangerous it is inside? Lin Fei snorted in his heart. A bunch of cowards. The massacred deity emperor said to Lin Fei, little junior brother, I'm afraid there are many dangers inside this palace. Why don't you go in? If there are treasures from the hell world, help us take out one of them. As a sacred god emperor, the massacred deity emperor had no confidence to break in. Me? Lin Fei was surprised. Yes, little junior brother. You have mastered the power of the top bloodline, and now you have reached the realm of great success. It's safer than us. The massacred deity emperor said eagerly. The massacred deity emperor could clearly sense the horror of the two statues at the door. If he went in, he might be killed on the spot. The Tianxi deity emperor and the Hundred Flowers deity emperor said. Lin Fei was straightforward. I'll go in and have a look. If there's anything, I'll bring it out. The power of time opened the way. Lin Fei broke in, and the two statues did not stop him. He returned to his original place. Let's go somewhere else. Although the other deity emperors were envious, there was still a trace of fear in their eyes. No one knew what was going on inside this ancient forbidden area. It was better to explore the other palaces. It was better not to enter the main palace. Swoosh! Swoosh! As soon as Lin Fei entered, he saw a huge main palace. However, there were statues standing in the palace. As soon as Lin Fei entered, he launched an attack. Damn, it's really a trap. Although he had expected it, Lin Fei was still shocked. This was a trap. Whoever came in would be finished. Swoosh! Lin Fei moved back and forth, pushing the power of time to the limit, blocking wave after wave of attacks. He also rushed forward. In the palace, there was a row of statues, giving off a murderous aura. Little junior brother, good skill. Lin Fei moved back and forth. Suddenly, at the end of the palace, there was a sound of applause, and the statues attacking him stopped. Chapter 1982. At the end of the palace. It was a throne. At this moment, there was a burly man looking over curiously. Only his aura of vicissitudes was very heavy, as if he had lived for a very long time. With a casual glance, he seemed to have seen through the vicissitudes of life. The statues returned to normal. They lined up all the way to the throne. You are the Supreme Devil Emperor? Lin Fei asked. Seeing this burly man here, Lin Fei's first impression was that he was the Supreme Devil Emperor. The Forbidden Zone was created by the Devil Emperor's tyrannical mission. They were unwilling to die and turned into the Forbidden Zone, trying to live on, generation after generation. I have not heard of this name for a very long time. The burly man stood up. His body was like an endless mountain, and his aura was as heavy as a mountain. To think that there is still someone who knows the name of the Supreme Devil Emperor. Lin Fei secretly raised his guard. It was really the Supreme Devil Emperor. Although the burly man in front of him did not reveal any aura, Lin Fei felt like he was facing a ferocious tiger. Lin Fei had no choice but to be careful. Junior Lin Fei greets Senior. Lin Fei cupped his hands. Towards this kind of existence who had lived for a very long time, Lin Fei still gave him face. It has been a very long time since anyone came here. You are the first person in the past 10 million years. The Supreme Devil Emperor looked at Lin Fei and said. Has no one ever come here before? Lin Fei asked. The Supreme Devil Emperor pointed at the statues. Do you know this statue? Lin Fei did not guess it, but he felt that it was pointing at something. I don't know. The Supreme Devil Emperor came in front of a statue and explained, this is an invincible God Emperor from the era of God Emperor Fei Yang. He pointed at another statue, that is an invincible God Emperor from the era of the 3 Devil Emperors. And there is another statue, it is an invincible God Emperor from the era of the 6 Brahma God Emperors. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat, and his heart tightened. You refined them into statues? Lin Fei finally understood why there was a statue. So this was the reason why he had the great accomplishment spatial force. The Supreme Devil Emperor said unhurriedly as he recalled, a long, long time ago. I dominated one era after another. In that era, no one was a match for me. Even an invincible God Emperor was killed by me. Unfortunately, in the end, I was unable to defeat the heavenly Daos. Left with no other choice, I transformed into a forbidden area, struggling at death's door. I lived one life after another. However, some people wanted to take the treasures from my forbidden area. Regretfully, they were unable to do so. We can only stay here. Lin Fei no longer dared to underestimate the Supreme Devil Emperor in front of him. The statues here seemed to be invincible divine emperors. Their strength might be on par with divine emperors, but in the end, they were refined into statues. Lin Fei said in a deep voice, in that case, it's impossible for me to leave this place. You can give it a try. The Supreme Demon Emperor said with a smile. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Fei communicated with the location outside and planned to use space movement to leave the palace. With this connection, the outside world was completely isolated. Lin Fei went back and forth, but he was still trapped in this palace. He couldn't get out. In my forbidden area, the space is sealed. No one can leave unless I'm willing to let them go. The Supreme Devil Emperor said. Lin Fei looked down on this guy several times in his heart. How sinister. The Supreme Devil Emperor said slowly. Actually, this is also your luck, Lin Fei. In my forbidden area, there are all kinds of treasures. Even Emperor treasures are like cabbages. Lin Fei understood a certain expert from the underworld. He coveted the things in the Supreme Devil Emperor's forbidden area, and in the end, he died. Since the Supreme Devil Emperor said so, Lin Fei was very clear that if he wanted to leave, the Supreme Devil Emperor would have to open the forbidden area himself. Then how can I leave? The Supreme Demon Sovereign sat back on the throne. You have both the space and time bloodlines, and you have cultivated them to the great accomplishment realm. You are a peerless genius. In the future, you will be an invincible God Emperor. My request is actually very simple. As long as you can block my attack and not be killed by me, you can get a treasure for 1 day. If you can last 2 days, you can get 2. As long as you can last 10 days, I will open the forbidden area and let you leave. Still want to fight? Lin Fei looked down on the Supreme Devil Emperor. Senior, isn't it difficult for you to be strong? My current realm can't be compared to yours. If you attack, won't you be able to kill me instantly? Lin Fei said unhappily. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of shameless person. You are now at the Small God Emperor realm, so I will fight with you at the Small God Emperor realm. I won't use any extra power. If you really force me to use a bit more power, consider it my loss. Are you satisfied now? The Supreme Devil Emperor said. Lin Fei was very helpless. The Supreme Devil Emperor had already said so. What else could he do? The entire forbidden area was sealed, and it was easier said than done for him to leave. He suppressed his realm to the Small God Emperor realm. Maybe this is my chance. He wants to collect the spoils of war, but he might not succeed. Lin Fei secretly tried the system. Divine power could still be converted, and there were no restrictions. This was also an advantage. How about it, if you agree, I can prepare for you. The Supreme Devil Emperor laughed. If you want, I can immediately kill you and refine you into a statue. But don't worry, with your top-notch dual bloodline, I will put you in front of my throne. Lin Fei could see that this Supreme Devil Emperor had nothing better to do. Anyone who entered would be killed. Isn't it just a battle? Who's afraid of who? Lin Fei said solemnly, but you have to let me prepare. Wait until I'm at my peak state before we start. Great. The Supreme Devil Emperor waved his hand, and a god vein landed in front of Lin Fei, filled with a dense aura. A small saint-rank god vein. Lin Fei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Last time at Celestial Worthy Mountain, he got 2 god veins. He didn't expect the Supreme Devil Emperor in front of him to directly throw one out and let him prepare. This was too extravagant. Lin Fei wasn't afraid of people, so he put away the saint-rank god vein. It would be very useful at the crucial moment. Lin Fei used a day to adjust his state. I'm done. The Supreme Devil Emperor walked down from the throne, and his aura suppressed to the Small God Emperor realm. You're a junior, so I'll let you make the first move. Kill. Lin Fei shouted, and the sky full of spatial blades blasted towards the Supreme Devil Emperor. This move was also traceless. Millions of miles away, it could easily kill people. No one could defend against the great success of spatial power. Lin Fei used this move to test the Supreme Devil Emperor's strength. Great success of spatial power, killing people from a distance, you're pretty good at it. The Supreme Devil Emperor laughed, and he walked back and forth in the spatial blades, as if he had already calculated the position. Unfortunately, it won't work. Hua hua hua. The Supreme Devil Emperor waved his hand, and the sky full of spatial blades also appeared around Lin Fei. This is a true spatial blade attack. So. Chapter 1983. Whoosh. The space blades seemed to have existed for a very long time. With a thought, Lin Fei moved along with it, preparing to avoid the Supreme Devil Emperor's spatial attack. Under normal circumstances, Lin Fei could easily avoid it. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, the spatial blade landed on his body, causing him to bleed profusely. How is this possible? I can't dodge it. Lin Fei's heart was in turmoil. Hide again. The attack still landed on his body. No matter how Lin Fei dodged, the attacks all fell on his body. In less than a moment, his body was covered with wounds. It was as if the space blade had completely locked onto Lin Fei, making it impossible for him to dodge. You don't have enough space blades. The Supreme Demon Emperor waved his hand again, sending a barrage of spatial blades. He shook his head in disappointment. Spatial shield. Lin Fei created a space shield around himself, deflecting the space blades one after another. Another space blade flashed past his cheek. I don't have enough control over the spatial blade. Lin Fei thought to himself. I've already mastered the power of space, so how could I not have fully mastered it? Void Spike. Whoosh. An attack that was even more difficult to defend against than the space blade came again. The Supreme Devil Emperor arrived in front of Lin Fei and pressed down with one hand. Lin Fei was sent flying and crashed into a huge pillar. Hua hua hua. Lin Fei's chest was covered with frost. The power of ice? Highest Devil Emperor had used the power of space, and now, he had used the power of frost. Lin Fei's heart sank once again. Could it be that this highest Devil Emperor had mastered the power of frost? System, analyze for me. The unparalleled Demon Emperor's strength was suppressed to the little Divine Emperor realm. No matter who it was, they would feel immense pressure from the terrifying strength they displayed. From the power of space to the power of ice, Lin Fei was at a disadvantage. The spatial blade contains the power of ice? With just one slash, Lin Fei's entire body trembled, and the power of ice flared up. Lin Fei finally understood. Why was the unparalleled Devil Emperor so powerful? The transcendent Devil Emperor continued to suppress Lin Fei. Hee, are you surprised? Not only do I know the power of space, but I also know the power of space. You also know the power of ice. However, your attack is just the beginning. Whoosh. The power of space and the power of ice attacked Lin Fei back and forth. Fusion. Lin Fei frowned and dodged back and forth. As the system analyzed, Lin Fei could vaguely see that these were two kinds of fusion. Wushang Devil Emperor stood there without moving. The power of ice turned into a cold current that surged towards him at an extremely fast speed. In just a moment, Lin Fei was touched by the cold current, and his arm was frozen into an ice sculpture. Not bad, you actually saw through it. The Supreme Demon Emperor laughed. The fusion of bloodline power is the only path to invincibility. Lin Fei was shocked. This was the first time he had heard that bloodline powers could be fused. Fuse bloodline power. It can lead to the path of invincibility? With a moment of carelessness, another attack landed on Lin Fei's chest. The Transcendent Devil Emperor seemed to have not spoken like this for a long time. You were born with the power of space and time, and both of them are large success bloodline, yet you use them alone. What a waste. Waste? If it was someone else who said this, Lin Fei would definitely not believe it, but these words came from the mouth of the Transcendent Devil Emperor, so there was nothing to doubt. The Transcendent Devil Emperor returned to the throne again. A space spear. It went straight to the front of Lin Fei and split into two. The power of space and the power of ice fell on Lin Fei's body together. Don't you think this move is very good? One strike for two. At this moment, the Transcendent Devil Emperor seemed to be in control of everything. For Lin Fei, this was the first time he had heard of fusion. The system was constantly analyzing. He was not afraid that the Transcendent Devil Emperor would not say it. As long as he said it, Lin Fei would know what was going on. For half a day, Lin Fei was almost always under attack. He couldn't even get close to the Transcendent Devil Emperor. The layers of ice power mixed with the power of space, one attacking and one defending, were very difficult to deal with. With a large amount of divine power, Lin Fei was not afraid of being injured. However, he could also see the terror of the two bloodline powers. The power of space itself was strange and tricky, and coupled with the power of ice, no matter who was hit, they would be shocked. If one's strength was weak, the other party would be severely injured in one move. Does that mean that the fusion of time and space will be the greatest attack? Lin Fei asked. The Transcendent Devil Emperor glanced at Lin Fei. You are quite smart. The fusion of space and time is indeed a very strong attack. After all of them are fused, another kind of power will be produced, and this kind of power is the strongest power in the world. We call it the power of the heavens. Power of the heavens? The Transcendent Devil Emperor stood up. Now, I will let you experience the true power of the heavens. Lin Fei's heart sank, the space between his eyebrows twitched, and an even more terrifying attack appeared. Hua! A blade light landed on Lin Fei's chest. Lin Fei's body trembled. I didn't notice it. Lin Fei really didn't notice the attack just now. This was simply impossible. Just now, this is called the power of the heavens, the cutting of the heavens. It is the fusion of the power of space and the power of metal. It can cut anything. Lin Fei was very confident in his divine body. However, in front of the cutting of the heavens, it was incomparably fragile. It was easily cut open, and there was no time to resist. The Transcendent Devil Emperor seemed to be doing something insignificant. This era is much worse than I imagined. It is a waste for you to not fuse time and space bloodlines. It seems that you can't even live for a day. The cutting of the heavens filled the sky. Lin Fei's space shield was in front, followed by time, one in front and one behind, blocking in front. The tyrannical space shield was cut open by the cutting of the heavens, and the time was also cut open. The attack that could kill the Saint God Emperor couldn't destroy the cutting of the heavens. A moment later, Lin Fei was seriously injured. The power of the cutting of the heavens remained in his body, and even his divine power couldn't remove it. The power of the heavens is indeed terrifying. There is always someone better. Lin Fei was very clear that if this continued, he would definitely be finished today. The fusion power was terrifying. If I want to survive the first day, I can only rely on my invincible defense. Lin Fei didn't think that he could withstand this continuous attack. If this continued, he would definitely be finished. He originally thought that the power of space and time was very awesome, but now it seemed that this was just the beginning. The moment the heavens used the power of the heavens, it broke through his power of space and time. Senior, it won't be that easy for you to defeat me. Lin Fei suddenly laughed, gave up resisting, and sat down cross-legged. I wonder how this move of mine will fare. Hua hua hua. The attacks all fell on Lin Fei's body. His invincible defense was also activated at this time. Chapter 1984. Lin Fei was prepared to win the first round first. Everything else could wait. The power of severing the heavenly Tao was very strong, and it was very difficult for Lin Fei to block it. He might as well use his invincible defense to last through the first day. There were ways to turn defeat into victory. Most importantly, Lin Fei had an idea in his mind that he had to persevere for a day before it could be realized. Interesting, it's actually a different kind of power. An old monster like the Supreme Devil Emperor had sharp eyes. He could tell at a glance that this move was extraordinary. No matter which direction the heaven's path severing attacked from, it was perfectly blocked. There were very few things that could interest the Supreme Devil Emperor. However, this young Lin Fei in front of him really piqued his interest. After a round of probing, the Supreme Demon Emperor's eyes lit up even more. This should be a unique power of the heavenly Tao. To think that it's something that I've never seen before. This is simply inconceivable. The unparalleled Demon Emperor's attacks were still unable to break through the other party's defenses. This layer of defense was like a sticky candy. Is this the legendary absolute defense? It's not very similar to absolute defense. The accumulated knowledge of the Supreme Demon Emperor was not something that anyone could compare to. Memories popped up in his mind one after another, but none of them matched up with the scene before him. Flaw? There were no flaws. It was flawless. Impossible. Even if it's perfect power, it shouldn't be flawless in front of me. Lin Fei activated his invincible defense, and he was indeed worried that his flaws would be discovered. Fortunately, the Supreme Demon Emperor did not manage to break through the invincible defense. He heaved a sigh of relief. The invincible defense was still very reliable. A day passed in a flash. Lin Fei persisted for a whole day. Senior, the time is up. I should have passed, right? Lin Fei said to the Supreme Devil Emperor. When the Supreme Devil Emperor regained his senses, he discovered that the other party had persisted for an entire day. Consider yourself impressive. You've passed the first day. What treasure do you want? Just tell me. Other than treasures, can I exchange for anything else? The Supreme Devil Emperor glanced at Lin Fei. Sure. Lin Fei wasn't interested in any treasures right now. If it wasn't for the fact that he had heard about the fusion of bloodline power, perhaps he would really choose the treasure and miss a great opportunity. I want to know how to fuse bloodline powers. Lin Fei was worried. He suspected that the Supreme Demon Emperor would tell him if he didn't. He couldn't do anything about it. After all, whether he spoke or not was in the hands of the other party. The Supreme Devil Emperor laughed. You are very smart. You know how to ask for the bloodline fusion technique. Do you think that you will have the time to fuse with it after obtaining it? How would I know if I don't try? Besides, Senior has opened the door for me. I will only be satisfied after I try. Lin Fei said directly. Since you've chosen to fuse techniques, then I'll give it to you. I'll tell you. I'll give you the fusion technique. You have 1 day to prepare. The Supreme Demon Emperor said. Next time, my strength will increase by 20%. The Supreme Demon Emperor disappeared from the palace. System, analyze the fusion for me immediately. Lin Fei wouldn't worry about comprehending this fusion if he had the time. But time was too short, and there was no time to analyze it at all. Lin Fei could only rely on the system's analysis and come up with the easiest solution at the same time. Invincible defense was awesome. Even if it didn't consume divinity points, it would still be troublesome. If he could grasp the power of the heavenly Tao, at least he would have a chance to counterattack and vent his anger. At the same time, in another place in the Forbidden Area, more than a dozen storm-like willpower gathered together. Demon Emperor, did you kill that kid? That's too boring. It wasn't easy for someone to come in. Why did you kill him? No matter what, you have to give it to this old man. The moment the Supreme Demon Emperor appeared, his willpower spoke. You guys guessed wrong. This time, an interesting guy came. The Supreme Demon Emperor waved his hand. Take a look at this first. The scene of the previous battle. It appeared in everyone's eyes. Not bad, space and time are both at the large success realm, a peerless genius. It can't be, he actually hasn't mastered fusion. What a waste of heavenly talent. Could it be that in the current era, no one has mastered fusion? More than a dozen willpowers started arguing. To be able to survive in the Forbidden Area, they were ancient existences in every era. Is this absolute defense? I don't think so. This little guy is very interesting. He is clearly at the small god emperor realm, but he actually mastered this kind of defense. It's too perfect. Everyone quickly noticed that this little guy's defense was awesome. They watched attentively as Nyo spoke. The Supreme Demon Emperor said, "Everyone, what do you think? I can't see anything for the time being. It seems to be another kind of power. There is no aura of heavenly Tao. Even if it is heavenly Tao aura, it is at least 8-star heavenly Tao strength." Everyone had good eyesight, so they couldn't see anything for the time being. Congratulations, Supreme Demon Emperor, you finally found a suitable agent. Someone congratulated. The Supreme Demon Emperor shook his head. It's not certain for the time being. That guy's other abilities are very poor, and he hasn't fused any power. He is about the same as those God's sons. It is said that several old guys are contacting the God's sons, preparing to train them as agents. They are really thinking too much. The God's sons inherit the will of Heavenly Tao, and it is the easiest to grasp the power of Heavenly Tao. Using them as agents is better than anyone else. God's son, Lin Fei didn't know the inside story. After consuming a large number of divinity points, the system finally analyzed the fusion method and concluded the method to fuse a kind of Heavenly Tao power as soon as possible. So the fusion power is to burst out the inner mysteries. After fusing, the original 100% attack can burst out more than 100 times the original combat power. Fusion crystal. In the system, all kinds of treasures emerged one after another. Lin Fei hadn't seen all of them. He rarely took the initiative to understand them. When he heard that there was a fusion crystal, his eyes lit up on the spot. Fusion sounded simple, but Lin Fei had seen the method before. It required a certain amount of time to fuse. It was not easy to fuse. Lin Fei looked at the fusion crystal. The divinity points required for this kind of tool were not expensive. On the contrary, it required a large number of fusion crystals to fuse the two bloodline powers. I have two bloodline powers in me, but it seems to be very difficult to fuse them. It seems that I can only use the power of space to fuse another kind of power first. Lin Fei tried to fuse the two bloodline powers of space and time, but it was very difficult. There was no time to fuse them now. Fortunately, I have 18 primordial clones. Currently, the bloodline power of the 18 primordial clones had already reached the realm of great success. Chapter 1985. Lin Fei only had 1 day of rest. 1 day's time was enough. The Supreme Demon Emperor was a man of his word. Lin Fei swaggered around and tried to fuse the bloodline power of space and earth. The fusion rate increased bit by bit as he used the fusion crystals. Fortunately, when Lin Fei went out, he always had the God Meridian with him, so he was not afraid of using up divinity points. A day passed in a flash. The Supreme Demon Emperor appeared again, and this time, he was more excited. This time, I will increase my strength by 30%. The Supreme Demon Emperor knew that his words were quite shameless. But if he continued, it would not be easy to break the tortoise shell on Lin Fei. The Supreme Demon Emperor really wanted to break this tortoise shell. He wanted to increase his combat strength by 30% first. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. You've already shamelessly asked, what else can I do? As you wish. Lin Fei was not afraid. Even if you were an invincible expert of your era, you can forget about breaking my invincible defense. This was not bragging. I have not seen such a straightforward person in a long time. The Supreme Demon Emperor made his move, still using the power of space as the vanguard. This time, it turned into thin needles, trying to find a flaw. This time, Lin Fei did not attack. He just stood there. You can slowly find a flaw. This kid actually stopped attacking. The Supreme Demon Emperor could not figure out what the other party was thinking. Could it be that he had given up? The Supreme Demon Emperor used a day to study how to break this tortoise shell, but if the other party gave up, it would not work. It's still this kind of defense. The Supreme Demon Emperor secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing this kind of defense again, the Supreme Demon Emperor immediately fell into a frenzy of research. All kinds of attacks came one after another. Most of them were at the Heavenly Tao level. Sometimes hot and ferocious like a tiger, and sometimes soft like water. The power was controlled perfectly. Lin Fei just stood there like a lonely boat on a turbulent ocean that could be swallowed at any time. Damn. If this guy had nothing to do, could it be that he was cultivating his bloodline? No, the Supreme Devil Emperor must have deprived him of his bloodline. Lin Fei didn't believe it. In this era, there were still people who could refine large amounts of bloodline power. Apart from deprivation. In a short period of time, the Supreme Devil Emperor had displayed several bloodline powers. This was an eye-opener for Lin Fei. Sure enough, it was never too late to learn when one was old. Countless generations of peerless devil emperors had cultivated a terrifying bloodline power. If he were to go outside, he would definitely be the most terrifying existence. Fortunately, this guy couldn't get out. Write it all down. Lin Fei secretly let the system record the attack pattern. This can be considered as me secretly learning. As long as the system analyzed it, he would be able to grasp the Supreme Demon Emperor's attack method. Lin Fei really hoped to encounter such a free opportunity. No, this method won't work. We need to change the method. My strength is still not enough. The Supreme Devil Emperor sank into madness. None of the ideas he came up with in one day would work. The other party was still standing. The Supreme Devil Emperor, who had always been in high spirits, also seemed to be depressed. There was actually a defense in this world that he couldn't break. What kind of joke was this? The Supreme Devil Emperor regretted that he could only use 30% of his original strength. If he didn't have enough strength, it wouldn't be easy to break it. Brat, you win this time. After a few hours of attacking, the Supreme Devil Emperor stopped. A trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you, Senior, for showing mercy. The Supreme Devil Emperor coldly snorted. What do you want? Lin Fei asked for a treasure left behind by an expert of the Hell Realm, and at the same time, he asked for a saint-rank divine pulse. He didn't expect the Supreme Devil Emperor to throw one out so straightforwardly. I will definitely break through your defense. In this era, there is no existence that I can't break through. After the Supreme Devil Emperor left, Lin Fei kept his invincible defense activated. As long as no one attacked, the invincible defense consumed points like a drizzle. Lin Fei was really worried that these demonic cultivators couldn't let it go and would secretly attack him. He didn't want to be caught and used as a test subject, so it was better to activate the invincible defense. No wonder everyone wants to attack the forbidden area. There are so many good things in the forbidden area. With another saint-rank divine pulse in his hands, Lin Fei was very satisfied. Since he came to the forbidden area, he would first get 2 saint-rank divine pulse. These were his trump cards. Let's take a look at the Supreme Devil Emperor's attack first. Lin Fei started to check. He didn't stop fusing with the crystal stones and continued to refine them. The Supreme Devil Emperor quickly started again. His strength increased again. He attacked Lin Fei again. The Supreme Devil Emperor's strength increased again, and he returned in disappointment again and again. From 30% to 40%. Then to 70%. Every time his strength increased, the Supreme Devil Emperor thought that he would be able to break through this layer of turtle shell. In the end, he didn't succeed. The Supreme Devil Emperor hadn't experienced this kind of painful torture for a long time, and he had almost forgotten about it. The Supreme Devil Emperor didn't care at all about losing treasures and god pulses. This attack lasted for half a month. In this half a month, the Supreme Devil Emperor's strength increased from Small God Emperor to Earth God Emperor and then Heaven God Emperor. The Supreme Devil Emperor tried all kinds of methods, but none of them succeeded. Half a month passed. Lin Fei was finally able to create the first fusion bloodline power. The fusion of space and earth. From the Supreme Devil Emperor's mouth, Lin Fei knew that this power was called Invincible Tenacity, a very famous heavenly Dao power. When the Supreme Demon Emperor launched another attack, Lin Fei's eyes widened. The power of the Dao of Heaven, Invincible Tenacity, was unleashed, surrounding him in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. His field of vision was filled with defense. The Supreme Devil Emperor was very strong. Facing such a defense, he had a headache. As long as he attacked, a part of the power would be diverted away, and the rest would be blocked by the tough earth. This was why it took such a long time to fuse. Brat, you actually managed to fuse Invincible Tenacity Heavenly Dao power without saying a word. When the power was displayed, the Supreme Devil Emperor revealed a look of surprise. This was a power that was very difficult to fuse. This brat actually succeeded. Didn't that mean that Lin Fei not only cultivated the space and time bloodlines, but also the earth bloodline? Why couldn't he tell? This was what shocked the Supreme Devil Emperor. He was an invincible figure of this era, but he actually couldn't tell that Lin Fan had cultivated a third bloodline power. The most unbelievable thing was that Lin Fan managed to fuse a heavenly Tao power under his nose. It had only been a month.